Hello, wonderful people. Welcome to Revenger What If, your story destination. We have an absolute treat for you today. What if Naruto was reincarnated in the boys' verse and used the Nine Tails to make Homelander fear for his life? If you're enjoying these stories, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our channel. Your support keeps the stories coming. With that said, let the adventure begin. Chapter 1, A Fox Among Wolves. The first sensation was falling. Naruto Uzumaki plummeted through darkness, his body twisting in a void that seemed to have no beginning or end. Wind rushed past his ears as memories flashed through his mind, a war, a goddess, a final desperate jutsu that tore reality apart. Kurama, he called out mentally, reaching for the familiar presence of the Nine Tails. To his relief, he felt the fox's chakra pulse in response. "I'm here, kid," the deep voice rumbled within him. "But something's wrong. This isn't our world." Light exploded around him as concrete rushed up to meet his body. Naruto's shinobi instincts kicked in immediately. He twisted midair, channeling chakra to his feet and hands to cushion the impact. He landed in a crouch, the pavement cracking slightly beneath him. The assault on his senses was immediate. Towering glass buildings reflected sunlight at impossible angles. Vehicles unlike any he'd seen in the five great nations roared past on wide, paved roads. Strange smells, exhaust, food he couldn't identify, and the press of too many humans, filled his nostrils. "Where the hell am I?" he muttered, standing slowly. People streamed past on all sides, most not even glancing at the blonde-haired young man in orange and black clothing. Those who did look quickly averted their eyes, as if the bizarre was commonplace in this strange city. "Their chakra is different," Kurama observed. "Weaker, unfocused. They haven't learned to harness it." Naruto stepped back against a building's wall, trying to process the alien landscape. Massive glowing signs advertised products he didn't understand. Screens larger than any he'd seen showed moving images of people, some in colorful costumes that reminded him vaguely of the outfits worn by Gai-sensei and Lee. "Heroes Save 37" in dramatic rescue, red text beneath one of these costumed figures, a blond man with a cape and glowing eyes. Naruto's stomach growled, interrupting his confusion. "First things first," he murmured. "Food, information, then figure out how to get home." A quick check revealed that his ninja tools were intact, kunai, shuriken, scrolls, and he still wore his forehead protector. At least he had that connection to home. His wallet contained ryo that would be useless here. Sighing, he formed a familiar hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A perfect copy appeared beside him in a puff of smoke. Several passers-by jumped in surprise, but most merely quickened their pace, muttering about another Supes showing off. "Find us somewhere to stay," Naruto instructed his clone. "And figure out what this money situation is." The clone nodded and darted away, leaping to a nearby rooftop. Naruto himself headed toward what appeared to be a food stand. The smells were unfamiliar but enticing. As he approached, the television screen above the vendor showed a breaking news alert. The 7th train stops terrorist attack in record time. The image showed a blue-suited man moving at incredible speed through what looked like a marketplace, bodies flying in his wake. Naruto frowned. The movement seemed careless, destructive. "What's your poison, kid?" The vendor's gruff voice pulled Naruto's attention away from the screen. What do you recommend?" Naruto asked, trying to sound casual. The man raised an eyebrow. "Cosplaying or something? First time in New York?" Naruto nodded, deciding that playing ignorant was safest. "Hot dog. Can't go wrong with a classic." The man grabbed a strange food item and handed it over. $5. Naruto's blank stare made the vendor sigh. "No money?" "Beat it, then. I don't care if you're trying to be the next Supes sensation." A young woman stepped up beside Naruto. "I've got it," she said, handing over a bill. Been there before. Thanks, Naruto said, genuinely surprised by the kindness. She shrugged. Pay it forward someday. You new in town? The Vought auditions aren't until next month, by the way. Your costume's pretty good though. Before Naruto could respond, screams erupted from a nearby street. The woman's eyes widened as people began running in their direction. What's happening? Naruto asked, instinctively moving toward the commotion. Are you crazy? When people run, you run with them. The woman grabbed his arm, but Naruto gently pulled free. Sorry, and thanks again, he called, already moving against the tide of fleeing civilians. Turning the corner, he saw the cause of the panic. A man in a blue racing suit, the same one from the news report, stood in the middle of the street. At his feet lay a young woman, her body broken, blood pooling beneath her. Beside her, a young man with curly hair knelt in shock, his hands covered in blood as he tried futilely to piece her back together. Robin? Robin? The kneeling man's voice broke as he shook the woman's shoulders. The blue-suited man, A-Train, according to the news, looked annoyed rather than concerned. She was just standing in the middle of the road, he said defensively to someone on a phone. Not my fault. Yeah, PR's already here. No, Homelander doesn't need to, fine, whatever. Naruto felt Kurama's chakra surge within him, responding to his anger. This world has strange powers, but no honor, the fox growled. Naruto approached slowly, his eyes fixed on the grieving man. The so-called hero didn't even acknowledge him, too busy arguing on his phone. Hey, Naruto said softly, kneeling beside the curly-haired man. I'm sorry about your friend. The man looked up, his face twisted with grief and disbelief. She's my girlfriend. We were just holding hands, one step off the curb, and he. His voice broke again. What's your name? Naruto asked. Huey. Huey Campbell. He stared at his blood-covered hands. I can't believe this is happening. A-Train finally noticed Naruto. Who the hell are you supposed to be? Another wannabe? Naruto stood, turning to face the speedster. Up close, he could sense a strange energy emanating from the man, not chakra, but something artificial, something wrong. You killed her, Naruto said simply. And you don't care. A-Train scoffed. Listen, Naruto cosplay or whatever, accidents happen when you're saving the world. She shouldn't have been in the street. Naruto's eyes narrowed. How did you know I'm, the whiskers, orange outfit, blonde spiky hair? A-Train rolled his eyes. There was an anime convention last week. You're late to the party, kid. People in dark suits were approaching now, some with cameras, others with cleaning equipment. One spoke urgently into A-Train's ear while another approached Huey with papers. Mr. Campbell, we need you to sign this NDA immediately. Vought International is prepared to offer compensation for this unfortunate accident. Huey stared at the document, uncomprehending. Naruto placed a hand on the grieving man's shoulder. He needs time, Naruto said firmly. The suit ignored him. Mr. Campbell, signing now ensures prompt processing of your settlement. A-Train has an appearance in Philadelphia in an hour. Naruto's patience snapped. His hand shot out, grabbing the document and tearing it in half. I said, he needs time. The Vought representative's face darkened. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? This is a Vought International matter involving the Seven. A-Train stepped forward, a blur of movement that Naruto easily tracked with his trained eyes. The speedster stopped inches from Naruto's face. Don't know who you think you are, but you don't want to fuck with me, he threatened. I could turn your insides to jelly before you blink. Naruto didn't flinch. I've faced faster. A-Train laughed incredulously. Is this guy serious? One of the suits whispered urgently, A-Train, we have civilians recording. We need to wrap this up. The speedster glared at Naruto before stepping back. Whatever. Deal with this asshole. In a blur of motion, he was gone, leaving only a gust of wind. The Vought representative thrust a new document toward Huey. Mr. Campbell, please. This is standard procedure. Naruto helped Huey to his feet. You don't have to sign anything right now. Actually, he does, the representative insisted. Or Vought will be forced to pursue legal action for interference with A-Train's heroic duties. Huey looked at Robin's body, now being discreetly covered by Vought personnel. I just want to take her home, he said brokenly. That won't be possible, the representative replied coldly. The signature, Mr. Campbell. Naruto felt his anger building, but a subtle hand on his arm made him pause. An older man in a leather jacket had appeared beside them, his expression grim but controlled. Sign it, lad, the newcomer advised Huey in a British accent. Sign it and walk away with your friend here. These corporate cunts won't give you a better option today. The man handed Huey a business card while the Vought representative wasn't looking. But call me when you're ready for the real options. Huey, still in shock, scribbled his signature on the document. The representative nodded smugly and walked away as cleanup crews moved in with disturbing efficiency. Come on, the British man said, guiding both Huey and Naruto away from the scene. Not here. Once they were several blocks away, the man stopped. Billy Butcher, he introduced himself, extending a hand to Naruto. And you, my colorful friend, have just made some powerful enemies. Naruto accepted the handshake. Naruto Uzumaki. Butcher raised an eyebrow. Japanese, eh? Interesting getup. I'm guessing you're not with Vought. I'm not with anyone, Naruto replied cautiously. Butcher turned to Huey, who was staring blankly ahead. Sorry about your girl. Those 7 wankers think they're gods. Never even look down to see who they're stepping on. They'll just cover it up, Huey mumbled. Like it never happened. That's right, Butcher agreed. Unless someone makes them pay. Naruto studied the man carefully. There was pain behind Butcher's eyes, and a barely contained rage that reminded him of Sasuke. What's your interest in this? Naruto asked. Butcher's smile didn't reach his eyes. Let's just say I'm in the business of superhero accountability. A distant explosion interrupted their conversation. Smoke billowed from a building several blocks away, followed by screams. And there they go again, Butcher said bitterly. Creating disasters to solve them. Naruto's clone suddenly appeared beside them, causing Butcher to reach for something inside his jacket. What the fuck? Butcher exclaimed. Boss, the clone reported, ignoring Butcher's reaction, I found us a place to stay, but there's trouble downtown. Huey stared at the identical Narutos. How did you? Are you a Supe? I'm a shinobi, Naruto corrected. A ninja. Butcher recovered quickly. Well, well. You're full of surprises, Whiskers. He studied Naruto with new interest. Not registered with Vought, I take it. Independent operator. The clone dispelled itself, transferring its knowledge to Naruto. I need to go, he said, looking toward the smoke. People are in danger. They've got their precious 7 for that, Butcher scoffed. And how's that working out for everyone? Naruto countered, nodding toward Huey. Without waiting for a response, Naruto leapt upward, channeling chakra to his feet to run vertically up the side of the building. He heard Butcher's surprised curse fade below him. From the rooftop, Naruto could see the source of the explosion, a downtown high-rise with smoke pouring from its upper floors. He formed his familiar cross-shaped hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of clones appeared around him, each awaiting instructions. Spread out and help evacuate civilians, Naruto ordered. Stay hidden from cameras when possible. We don't need attention yet. The clones nodded and dispersed, leaping across rooftops toward the burning building. Naruto followed, covering the distance with chakra-enhanced jumps that would have impressed even Gai-sensei. Arriving at the scene, Naruto assessed the situation. Fire had engulfed several floors of the office tower. Emergency responders were arriving, but couldn't reach the upper levels. A news helicopter hovered nearby, its camera likely broadcasting the disaster live. Naruto created more shadow clones, sending them inside to locate trapped civilians while he climbed the exterior. Through windows, he could see his clones guiding people toward emergency stairwells or carrying those who couldn't walk. On the 40th floor, Naruto found a group of office workers huddled in a conference room, smoke seeping under the door. "Help is here," he announced, entering through the window. "My clones are clearing a path to the stairs." A woman pointed to an elderly man lying on the floor. "Mr. Perlman can't walk. His heart." Naruto knelt beside the man, feeling for a pulse. It was weak but present. He carefully lifted him. "I'll get him out. The rest of you follow my clone," he instructed as another Naruto appeared at the door, giving a thumbs up. Rather than risk the stairs with the elderly man, Naruto leapt from the window, carefully controlling his descent by running down the building's exterior. Emergency workers gaped as he delivered the man to a waiting ambulance. "Who are you?" a paramedic asked as she took over care. "Just someone helping out," Naruto replied, already turning to head back up. For the next 20 minutes, Naruto and his clones worked methodically, evacuating dozens of trapped office workers. He was carrying a young woman with a broken ankle down the side of the building when he sensed a new presence, a powerful one, approaching fast from above. Looking up, Naruto saw him, the blonde man from the television screens, floating in mid-air with his cape billowing dramatically. Homelander had arrived. The leader of the Seven hovered, surveying the scene with laser-like intensity before his eyes narrowed on Naruto. Even from a distance, Naruto could feel the man's scrutiny like a physical weight. Naruto continued his descent, depositing the injured woman with paramedics before leaping back to a nearby rooftop, out of public view but still able to monitor the situation. One by one, his shadow clones completed their tasks and dispelled themselves, each transferring its experiences back to him. All civilians were now safe, with only minor injuries reported. From his vantage point, Naruto watched as Homelander descended to street level, where news crews immediately surrounded him. The superhero's smile seemed practiced, perfect for the cameras as he gave a statement about heroic rescues that Naruto knew he hadn't performed. First time seeing America's golden boy up close. Naruto turned to find Butcher standing behind him, somehow having gained access to the rooftop. "You're quite the climber," Naruto observed. Butcher shrugged. "Service elevator and a building security pass. Less flashy than running up walls." He moved beside Naruto, looking down at Homelander's impromptu press conference. "That right there is the most dangerous man in the world." "He's powerful," Naruto acknowledged. "But why dangerous?" "Because he's a god who thinks humans are ants," Butcher replied bitterly. "And there's not a single person who can stop him if he decides to squash us." He studied Naruto carefully. "Unless..." Naruto met his gaze. "What?" "Those copies of yourself. The wall climbing. You moved pretty fucking fast too. What exactly are you capable of, Whiskers?" "Enough," Naruto said simply. "But I'm not looking for a fight. I just want to understand this world and find my way home." Butcher's eyebrow raised. "This world? Where exactly do you think you're from?" Naruto hesitated, then decided honesty was his best approach. "I'm from Konohagakure, the village hidden in the leaves. Another reality, as far as I can tell." "Fucking hell," Butcher muttered. "Either you're mental or..." He shook his head. "Actually, alternate reality might explain a few things. Your powers aren't Compound V based, are they?" "Compound V? The shit that makes these so-called heroes super." Butcher gestured toward Homelander. "Chemical compound developed by Vought. Turns ordinary people into extraordinary assholes." Naruto shook his head. My abilities come from chakra, life energy, and training. Plus. He paused, unsure how much to reveal. Careful, kid, Kurama warned. We don't know who to trust yet. Plus what? Butcher pressed. It's complicated, Naruto finished. What's your interest in all this? You seem to know a lot about these heroes. Butcher's face darkened. Let's just say Homelander took someone from me. Someone I can never get back. He turned to face Naruto fully. I run a small operation. People who know what these Supes really are. We keep tabs, gather intel, occasionally, intervene when necessary. Like with Huey, Naruto realized. The lad's hurting. Might want some justice. Butcher shrugged. I can provide an opportunity for that. Below, Homelander had finished his press statement and was now rising into the air again, scanning the surrounding buildings. For a moment, his gaze seemed to fix directly on their position. We should move, Naruto suggested. I don't think he can see through walls, but he might have enhanced senses. Butcher looked surprised. Good instinct. His hearing's exceptional. He gestured toward a rooftop door. After you, Whiskers. I think we have a lot to talk about. Naruto followed Butcher down to street level and into a nondescript van parked several blocks from the incident. Inside, Naruto found Huey sitting with two other men, one large and bearded, the other thin with glasses. Boys, meet our new friend, Butcher announced. This is Naruto. Apparently, he's a ninja from another dimension. The bearded man snorted. Yeah, and I'm Mother Teresa. Frenchie, Butcher said, nodding to the thinner man. The bearded one. And you've met Huey. Huey looked up, his eyes still red. I saw you on the news. They're calling you the Orange Streak. Saying you might be a new Supe. Already got the merchandising department working overtime, added, showing a tablet with breaking news coverage. Vought doesn't waste time capitalizing on new heroes, even unauthorized ones. Naruto frowned. I'm not a hero for hire. That's what they all say, Frenchie remarked in a French accent. Until the money comes. Butcher leaned against the van's interior. So, Naruto. Dimensional traveler, ninja extraordinaire. What's your story, and why should we trust you? Naruto considered his options. These men seemed to be operating against Vought, but that didn't automatically make them allies. Still, he needed information and connections in this world. I was fighting a war, he began. Against a goddess who wanted to trap everyone in an eternal dream. We won, but something went wrong with the sealing technique. Next thing I knew, I was falling from the sky into your city. Convenient amnesia about the middle bit, noted skeptically. I'm not expecting you to believe me, Naruto replied. But that's the truth. I have abilities from my world, chakra control, jutsu techniques, and... He hesitated again. Still playing it close, eh? Kurama commented. And what? Butcher prompted. I have a partner, Naruto said carefully. A being sealed inside me who lends me power when needed. The van fell silent. Like a demon? Frenchie asked, suddenly interested. A tailed beast, Naruto corrected. The nine-tailed fox, Kurama. Butcher exchanged looks with him in possession. Wonderful. It's not possession, Naruto clarified. We're partners. I access his chakra, but I remain in control. Most of the time, Huey spoke up, surprising everyone. That's what the anime says, right? Sometimes the Nine-Tails takes over. Naruto stared at Huey. You know about me? Naruto's a popular anime and manga series here, Huey explained, some life returning to his voice. I watched it in college. That's why A-Train thought you were cosplaying. Fucking hell, Butcher muttered. You're saying he's a fictional character come to life. Or, suggested reasonably, his world exists and somehow inspired fiction here. Wouldn't be the strangest thing we've seen. Naruto processed this bizarre revelation. So in this world, my life is, entertainment. Pretty much, Huey confirmed. Though if you're real, I have so many questions about the ending. Later, Butcher interrupted. Right now, we need to decide what to do with our interdimensional friend here. He fixed Naruto with an intense stare. Homelander noticed you today. That makes you either very valuable or very dead, depending on your next moves. I just want to help people, Naruto insisted. And find a way home. Noble, Frenchie commented. But naive in this world, mon ami. Butcher nodded. The Frenchman's right. Vought doesn't allow unauthorized heroes. They'll either recruit you or eliminate you. Let them try, Naruto said confidently. Leaned forward. You don't understand. These aren't just powerful individuals. They're backed by a multi-billion-dollar corporation with government contracts, military connections, and media control. They can make you disappear without ever touching you. Naruto had faced organizations like this before, the Akatsuki, Danzo's Root, groups that operated in shadows with far-reaching influence. I understand more than you think, he replied. But I won't hide while people get hurt. Butcher studied him for a long moment before a slow smile spread across his face. Well then, Whiskers. Maybe we can help each other. He extended his hand. Temporary alliance. You help us gather intel on the Seven, we help you navigate this world and find your way home. Naruto considered the offer. These men were clearly driven by personal vendettas, but they also seemed genuinely concerned about the damage being done by false heroes. Deal, he said, shaking Butcher's hand. But no killing unless absolutely necessary. Butcher's smile tightened. We'll see how long that principle lasts once you get to know them better. The van doors opened, and Frenchie slipped out. We should move. This location is compromised if Homelander did spot us. As they prepared to relocate, Naruto's enhanced hearing picked up a news report from a passing television. Mysterious orange-clad hero rescued at least 27 people from the Vought Plaza fire today before the Seven arrived. Vought International has issued a statement reminding citizens that unauthorized superhero activity is illegal under the Superhuman Registration Act. They're already spinning it, noted, following Naruto's gaze. Making it sound like you broke the law by saving lives. Welcome to America, Butcher said dryly. Where even being a hero needs corporate sponsorship. Naruto's jaw set with determination. This world was different from his own, darker and more cynical. But the core principles remained the same: protect the innocent, stand against corruption, never give up. So, he asked as they drove away from the scene, what's our first move? Butcher's eyes gleamed with purpose. Intelligence gathering. Vaught's hosting a charity gala tomorrow night. All the Seven will be there, plus executives, investors. Perfect opportunity to learn their dynamics, weaknesses. How do we get in? Huey asked. You don't, Butcher replied. Too risky for you after today. But our ninja friend here. He glanced at Naruto. How good are you at transformation techniques? Naruto smiled, forming a hand sign. You could say I'm an expert. The Vought Tower lobby gleamed with marble floors and chrome fixtures. Executives, celebrities, and politicians mingled beneath crystal chandeliers, sipping champagne while photographers captured carefully orchestrated moments of spontaneous generosity. Naruto, transformed into a perfect replica of a Vought board member whose identity Frenchie had obtained, navigated the crowd with practiced ease. His headset, disguised as a hearing aid, allowed Butcher's team to hear everything. See anything interesting, Whiskers? Butcher's voice came through the tiny receiver. Lots of important-looking people, Naruto replied softly. No sign of the seven yet. They make grand entrances, MM's voice explained. Always fashionably late. Naruto approached the bar, maintaining his cover while scanning security positions. Vought guards were stationed at every entrance, with additional plainclothes personnel circulating through the crowd. Mr. Montgomery. A sharp voice cut through the ambient noise. Naruto turned to find a severe-looking man approaching, tall, distinguished, with the bearing of someone accustomed to authority. Mr. Edgar, Naruto responded, recalling the name from Butcher's briefing. Stan Edgar, CEO of Vought International. I wasn't aware you'd returned from Tokyo, Edgar remarked, his eyes calculating. Early flight, Naruto improvised. Wouldn't miss tonight's event. Edgar's expression remained neutral, but something in his gaze suggested suspicion. Indeed. We have much to discuss regarding the Osaka facility. My office, first thing Monday. Looking forward to it, Naruto replied smoothly. As Edgar moved away, trumpets sounded, announcing the arrival of the seven. Guests turned expectantly toward the main doors. First came Queen Maeve, her armor gleaming under the lights. The Deep followed, then Black Noir, silent and imposing in his dark costume. A train zipped in, circling the room before stopping at a designated position. Starlight entered next, her costume emitting a subtle glow. Finally, Homelander descended from above, floating down through an opening in the ceiling as the crowd applauded enthusiastically. America's heroes, a woman beside Naruto sighed dreamily. Aren't they magnificent? Naruto studied each member carefully. Beyond the pageantry, he could sense tension, Maeve's rigid posture, Starlight's forced smile, A-Train's nervous energy. Only Homelander appeared completely at ease, basking in adoration. There's something, Naruto agreed noncommittally. The ceremonial part of the evening began, with Edgar making a speech about heroism and corporate responsibility. Naruto used the distraction to circle the perimeter of the ballroom, mapping exits and security patterns. As he passed near a service corridor, a hand suddenly gripped his arm, pulling him into the shadows. Naruto's combat instincts nearly triggered a counterattack before he recognized his assailant, Starlight, the blonde hero from the Seven. I know you're not Montgomery, she whispered urgently. He called in sick this morning. Naruto maintained his transformation but prepared to fight or flee if necessary. What do you want? To know who you are, she replied, her eyes intense. And if you're the one who saved those people today? Why would that matter to you? Naruto countered. Starlight glanced around nervously. Because if you are, you should leave now. Homelander is looking for you, and trust me, you don't want to be found. Before Naruto could respond, alarms blared throughout the building. Red emergency lights flashed as security personnel began shouting instructions. Terrorist threat detected. All guests proceed to designated safety areas. The Seven will handle the situation. Panic erupted as elegantly dressed attendees rushed toward exits. Through his earpiece, Naruto heard Butcher cursing. It's a setup, Butcher warned. They're using this to flush you out or justify extreme measures. Get out now. Starlight grabbed Naruto's arm again. This isn't a real attack. It's Vought's play to test the orange streak. Naruto met her gaze. How do you know that? Because I overheard Homelander and Edgar discussing it earlier. Her expression hardened. I didn't sign up for this kind of manipulation. Making a split-second decision, Naruto released his transformation, revealing his true appearance. Starlight's eyes widened. You're really him, she whispered. The orange ninja from the news. Naruto Uzumaki, he introduced himself. And you're right, I should go. He formed a quick hand sign. Shadow clone jutsu. A clone appeared beside him. Find out what's really happening, Naruto instructed it. I'll help evacuate civilians. The clone nodded and darted away as Naruto turned back to Starlight. Are you with them or against them? She hesitated, conflict evident in her expression. I joined to help people. But Vought isn't what I thought it was. Then help me protect the innocent people here, Naruto suggested. Whatever game Vought is playing, we don't have to play along. Starlight straightened, resolve replacing uncertainty. Let's go. They emerged from the corridor to find the ballroom in chaos. Most guests had fled, but some were trapped behind overturned tables as men in tactical gear fired weapons into the air. Those aren't real terrorists, Starlight whispered. They're Vought Black Ops, staging an attack. Naruto nodded, analyzing the situation. They're herding people toward the south exit. Why? His question was answered as Black Noir appeared at that exit, watching silently as frightened guests rushed past him. His head turned deliberately, scanning each face. He's looking for you, Starlight realized. They want to see what you'll do. Naruto formed more shadow clones, sending them to help guests find alternative exits while he and Starlight moved toward a group of people pinned down by terrorist fire. I'll draw their attention, Naruto told her. You get those people out. Before she could respond, Naruto leapt into the open, drawing the staged attacker's focus. Hey! Looking for someone? He called out, deliberately making himself visible. The terrorists immediately redirected their fire toward him. Naruto moved with blinding speed, dodging bullets while closing the distance. He didn't want to harm these men, they were following orders, even if those orders were corrupt. Using taijutsu, Naruto disarmed the first attacker with a precise strike to the wrist, followed by a sweep that took the man's legs out from under him. He moved to the next opponent, blocking a punch and countering with an open palm strike that sent the man sliding backward. From the corner of his eye, Naruto saw Starlight guiding civilians toward a service exit, her powers illuminating the path. She was keeping her word. As Naruto engaged the third attacker, he sensed a new presence, cold, controlled, deadly. Black Noir had abandoned his post and was now approaching silently from behind. This one is dangerous, Kurama warned. His energy is different from the others. Naruto flipped backward, narrowly avoiding Black Noir's strike. The silent hero moved with precision that impressed even Naruto's shinobi standards, no wasted motion, no telegraphed attacks. I don't want to fight you, Naruto stated, assuming a defensive stance. Black Noir tilted his head slightly but didn't respond. Instead, he drew a blade from his suit and lunged forward with inhuman speed. Naruto parried with a kunai, the clash of metal echoing through the now empty ballroom. Black Noir pressed the attack, each strike aiming for vital points with lethal intent. This wasn't a test anymore, the silent hero was trying to kill him. Naruto created shadow clones that encircled Black Noir, attacking from multiple angles. The hero adapted quickly, his fighting style shifting to counter the numerical disadvantage. He destroyed 2 clones with brutal efficiency before focusing again on identifying the real Naruto. He's good, Naruto muttered to himself as he exchanged rapid blows with his opponent. But predictable. Naruto had faced countless enemies, studied innumerable fighting styles. Black Noir was exceptional, but his patterns were becoming clear. After analyzing several exchanges, Naruto identified the rhythm in Noir's attacks. When Black Noir committed to his next combination, Naruto was ready. He redirected the hero's momentum, adding his own chakra-enhanced force to send Black Noir crashing through a decorative column. The silent hero recovered quickly, but Naruto was already forming hand signs. Wind style, air bullet. The compressed air blast caught Black Noir mid-lunge, throwing him backward into the wall with enough force to crack the marble. The hero slumped momentarily before rising again, his costume torn but his determination undiminished. Persistent, Naruto acknowledged, preparing for the next exchange. A slow clapping interrupted their battle. Naruto turned to see Homelander floating several feet above the ground, his expression a mix of amusement and calculation. Impressive, America's hero remarked. Very few people can stand against Black Noir, let alone gain the upper hand. He descended until his feet touched the floor. You must be the orange streak everyone's talking about. Naruto Uzumaki, he corrected, maintaining his fighting stance. And this charade has gone far enough. These people could have been hurt in your staged attack. Homelander smiled, but the expression didn't reach his eyes. Sometimes we need to create controllable danger to prevent uncontrollable catastrophe. Surely a warrior like yourself understands. I understand manipulating people through fear, Naruto replied. That's not heroism, it's tyranny. Something dangerous flashed in Homelander's eyes, there and gone in an instant. Strong words from someone operating illegally on American soil. Unauthorized superhuman activity is a federal crime. I'm not a superhuman, Naruto stated. And I don't need authorization to help people. Homelander's smile tightened. Everyone needs authorization in this world, Mr. Uzumaki. He gestured broadly. But it doesn't have to be adversarial. Vought International is always looking for exceptional talent. Your abilities could be put to good use under proper guidance. As a corporate puppet? Naruto challenged. As a legitimate hero, Homelander countered smoothly. With resources, legal protection, and public support. He stepped closer. Think about it, what can you accomplish alone, hunted and vilified, compared to what you could achieve with America's premier superhero team? Before Naruto could respond, his shadow clone returned, dispersing itself and transferring its knowledge. The clone had discovered armed men positioning themselves around the building's perimeter, a contingency plan if the audition failed. Naruto needed to end this confrontation without escalation. He wasn't ready to reveal his full capabilities, especially the Nine-Tails power, until he better understood this world's dynamics. I appreciate the offer, Naruto said diplomatically, but I work better independently. Homelander's expression hardened slightly. Independence is an illusion in today's world, Mr. Uzumaki. One way or another, you'll find yourself serving a system. His eyes glowed faintly red. The only question is whether you do it willingly or not. The threat was unmistakable. Naruto held Homelander's gaze, refusing to be intimidated. I should go, Naruto said finally. People need help after your training exercise. By all means, Homelander gestured magnanimously toward the exit. But remember, I'll be watching. We all will. Naruto backed away slowly before turning and walking deliberately toward the doors. He could feel Homelander's gaze burning into his back, measuring, calculating. Outside, emergency vehicles surrounded the tower as confused guests gave statements to police. News crews captured the chaos while Vought representatives distributed prepared statements about a terrorist threat neutralized by the Seven's rapid response. Naruto slipped past the perimeter, using a transformation jutsu to blend with the dispersing crowd. Several blocks away, he found Butcher's van waiting. That was too fucking close, Butcher growled as Naruto climbed inside. They were setting a trap. I know, Naruto replied. But I learned something interesting. He described his encounter with Starlight. She helped me. Not all of them are corrupt. Starlight's new, explained. Still has some conscience left. Give her time, Vought will crush it out of her. Maybe, Naruto conceded. But maybe not. People can surprise you. Frenchie handed Naruto a tablet showing news coverage of the event. Already, the narrative was being shaped: brave heroes, thwarted terrorists, and mention of an unknown vigilante, who interfered with the Seven's operation. They're painting you as the bad guy, Huey observed bitterly. Just like they'll do with Robin's death. Naruto understood manipulation all too well. In his world, entire wars had been orchestrated through carefully controlled information. The truth has a way of surfacing, he said confidently. No matter how hard they try to bury it. Butcher snorted. Optimistic little fucker, aren't you? In my experience, truth only surfaces when you drag it up kicking and screaming. Then that's what we'll do, Naruto replied simply. The van fell silent as they drove through nighttime streets, each processing the evening's events in their own way. Naruto gazed out at the unfamiliar city, its towering buildings and endless lights so different from Konoha's warm, organic architecture. This world is darker than ours, Kurama observed. Their heroes serve themselves rather than others. Not all of them, Naruto thought back. Starlight seems different. One decent person doesn't redeem a corrupt system, the fox countered. These 7 are dangerous, especially their leader. I sensed his power, it's considerable. We've faced worse, Naruto reminded him. Perhaps. But we were in our world, with allies who understood our abilities. Here, we're alone. Naruto watched as they passed a billboard featuring Homelander's smiling face above the slogan, "Protecting America's Way of Life." Not completely alone, he replied, looking at the determined faces of the boys. And getting less alone every day. The van turned down a narrow alley and stopped beside an industrial building. As they exited, Butcher placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. You did good tonight, Whiskers. Learned valuable intel, showed restraint, got out alive. His expression turned serious. But Homelander doesn't forget, and he doesn't forgive perceived challenges to his authority. He'll come for you eventually. I'll be ready, Naruto assured him. Butcher studied him for a moment. You know, I'm starting to think you might actually be. He gestured toward the building. Come on. We've got a war to plan. As they entered the makeshift headquarters, Naruto couldn't help but reflect on the parallels to his own journey. Once again, he found himself fighting against those who abused power, standing up for the vulnerable, trying to change a broken system. Different world, same mission. In the distance, atop Vought Tower, a solitary figure hovered, his cape billowing in the night wind as his glowing red eyes scanned the city below. Homelander had meant what he said, he was watching. And he didn't like what he'd seen tonight. The orange streak wasn't just another Supe to be controlled or eliminated. He represented something Homelander hadn't encountered before, a power outside the system, unbound by Vought's influence, unimpressed by his status. A potential equal. And in Homelander's world, there was no room for equals. Chapter 2, The Chakra Advantage. Dawn broke over New York City, painting the skyline in hues of amber and gold. Naruto sat cross-legged on a warehouse rooftop, eyes closed in meditation as the city awakened below. 3 days had passed since the confrontation at Vought Tower, and he'd used that time to establish routines, gather intelligence, and acclimate to this strange new world. Your chakra flow is unbalanced, Kurama observed within him. Still troubled by yesterday's discovery? Naruto opened his eyes, gazing across at the distant silhouette of Vought headquarters gleaming in the morning light. Wouldn't you be? Yesterday, Frenchie had shown him footage recovered from Vought's databases, graphic evidence of experiments conducted on children using Compound V, dozens of test subjects, most dying in agony as their bodies rejected the serum. Those who survived developed unstable powers, becoming tools for Vought's ambitions. It reminds me of Orochimaru, Naruto murmured. Sacrificing innocence for power. At least Orochimaru conducted his own experiments, Kurama replied. These Vought people outsource their cruelty while maintaining clean public images. The rooftop door creaked open behind him. Naruto didn't turn, having already sensed Huey's approach. Morning, Huey said, awkwardly balancing 2 coffee cups as he crossed the rooftop. Butcher wants to meet in an hour. Something about new intelligence. Naruto accepted the offered coffee with a nod of thanks. Huey looked better today, still grieving Robin, but the hollow shock in his eyes had been replaced by purpose. You're adapting well to all this, Naruto observed. Huey gave a humorless laugh. Not sure, well, is the right word. But what choice do I have? Can't exactly go back to my normal life now. No one ever can, Naruto agreed, once they've seen behind the curtain. They sat in companionable silence, watching the city below. Huey had become something of a cultural translator for Naruto, explaining everything from smartphones to social media to the bizarre concept of celebrity superheroes. I still can't believe you're real, Huey said suddenly. When I watched Naruto in college, it never occurred to me that somewhere, in some universe, you actually existed. Naruto smiled. In my world, we don't have television shows about your life. Trust me, my life wasn't interesting enough for TV until a week ago. Huey shook his head. Speaking of which, you should see what they're saying about you now. He pulled out his phone, showing Naruto the latest news coverage. Headlines ranged from Orange Vigilante, Hero or Menace, to Vought offers reward for information on unauthorized Supe activity. They've put a price on your head, Huey explained. $2 million to anyone who helps capture the dangerous unregistered superhuman disrupting authorized heroic activities. Naruto handed the phone back. Let them try. That's what worries me, Huey admitted. Lots of desperate people in this city who do anything for that kind of money. The door opened again, and emerged onto the rooftop. Time to move, he announced. Frenchie spotted Vought surveillance drones in the area. Naruto nodded, standing fluidly. I'll meet you at the backup location. Without waiting for a response, he formed a hand sign and vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving Huey staring in amazement. Still cool every time he does that, Huey muttered. Clapped his shoulder. Come on. While Ninja Boy takes the scenic route, we've got to use the stairs like normal people. The backup location was an abandoned subway maintenance facility beneath Manhattan, accessible only through service tunnels that hadn't appeared on official maps in decades. Butcher had transformed part of it into a functional base, computers, weapons, surveillance equipment, and a makeshift medical area where Frenchie could patch up injuries away from hospital records. Naruto arrived to find the team already assembled around a digital display showing Vought Tower schematics. Nice of you to join us, Whiskers, Butcher greeted him. Sleep well in your little rooftop meditation garden. Well enough, Naruto replied, studying the displayed plans. What's the target? Butcher tapped the screen, zooming in on a secure level near the top of the tower. Research and Development, Floor 82. According to our source, Vought's keeping something interesting there, a new Compound V variant they've been developing since your arrival. A countermeasure, Frenchie elaborated, his accent thickening with excitement. Something specifically designed to neutralize powers they cannot explain. How would they even know how to counter my abilities? Naruto asked. Shook his head. They don't, exactly. But they've been analyzing footage from the fire rescue and the gala. They know about the shadow clones, your enhanced strength and speed. They're developing a shotgun approach, something that might work against multiple power types. And you want me to, what? Destroy it? Naruto frowned. That feels short-sighted. They just make more. Not destroy, Butcher corrected. Steal. We need to know what we're up against, and Frenchie here can reverse engineer anything they've cooked up. Naruto considered the plan. Getting in won't be easy. After my last visit, security will be heightened. Which is why you won't be going as yourself, Butcher replied with a thin smile. We have someone on the inside now. He gestured toward a side room. The door opened, and Starlight stepped out, her expression a mixture of determination and uncertainty. Hello again, she said to Naruto. I hope I'm not making a huge mistake. Naruto's surprise must have shown on his face. Butcher's smile widened. Turns out America's sweetheart has had enough of Vought's bullshit. She approached us last night. After what I saw at the gala, Starlight explained, I started digging. Found financial records showing millions being funneled into something called Project Foxhunt. She looked directly at Naruto. 3 guesses what, Or who, that's targeting. We've vetted her as much as possible, assured Naruto, noticing his cautious expression. Electronic monitoring devices, tracking implants. She's clean. Naruto studied Starlight carefully. His instincts about people were rarely wrong, and everything about her seemed genuine, the conviction in her eyes, the slight nervousness in her posture, the underlying anger at betrayal. Why risk helping us? He asked directly. Starlight crossed her arms. Because I joined the Seven to save people, not help a corporation profit from fear. Because I watched A-Train laugh about killing an innocent woman. Because I've seen what Homelander really is when cameras aren't rolling. Her voice hardened. And because Vought forced me to wear a costume that makes me look like a stripper at a 4th of July parade, then threatened my career when I complained. Frenchie let out a low whistle. La femme has fire. Naruto nodded, satisfied. What's the plan, then? Butcher gestured for Starlight to continue. I have security clearance for R&D, she explained, approaching the digital display. I can get you in as my guest, a specialist consultant. Once inside, I'll create a distraction while you locate and extract samples of the compound. Won't facial recognition be a problem? Huey asked. Not if I use a transformation jutsu, Naruto replied. I can take on anyone's appearance. About that, interjected, sliding a folder across the table. We have the perfect identity for you. Dr. Kenji Watanabe, biochemistry consultant from Tokyo University. Vaught's been trying to recruit him for months. Naruto opened the folder, studying the photograph of a middle-aged Japanese man with glasses and a serious expression. The real Watanabe declined their latest offer yesterday, Frenchie explained. But Vaught's executives haven't all been informed yet. Perfect timing. There's just one problem, Naruto pointed out. I don't know anything about biochemistry. What if someone asks technical questions? Butcher shrugged. Starlight runs interference. If anyone gets too nosy, you excuse yourself to the bathroom and create a clone to make your escape while she covers for you. The plan was straightforward but depended on perfect timing and execution. Any mistake would trigger Vaught's substantial security forces, potentially trapping both Naruto and Starlight. When do we move? Naruto asked. Tomorrow morning, Starlight answered. I've scheduled a 9 a.m. tour of the research facilities. Standard procedure when 7 members take an interest in Vaught's scientific advancements. Huey looked concerned. Isn't this incredibly risky for you? If they discover you're helping us, they'll do what? Starlight challenged. Kill me. That would be a PR nightmare. More likely they'd discredit me, claim I had a mental breakdown. She smiled grimly. But they'd have to catch me first. The determination in her voice impressed Naruto. This world's heroes might be manufactured, but real courage couldn't be synthesized in a lab. We should prepare, he suggested. I'll need to study Dr. Watanabe's mannerisms, speech patterns. Nodded. Already compiled a video file from his lectures and interviews. You've got about 18 hours to become a convincing Japanese biochemist. And while Wonder Boy crams for his science test, Butcher added, the rest of us will set up contingencies. If this goes sideways, we need extraction plans, diversions, the works. As the team dispersed to their assignments, Starlight approached Naruto. Can we talk? In private? Curious, Naruto followed her to a quiet corner of the facility. Once they were alone, her confident facade faltered slightly. There's something else you should know, she said, lowering her voice. Homelander has become obsessed with finding you. I've never seen him like this. He's ordered round-the-clock surveillance, deployed Black Moor to track your movements, even brought in specialized equipment to detect energy signatures similar to what you displayed. Why the fixation? Naruto wondered. There must be other unregistered powered individuals. None that stood up to Black Noir and walked away, Starlight pointed out. But it's more than that. He sees you as competition, maybe? A challenge to his authority? She shook her head. Whatever it is, he's taking it personally. Naruto considered this information. Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful. There's one more thing. Starlight hesitated. In my world, this world, the Naruto series ends with you becoming Hokage, leading your village, having a family. You find peace. Her expression turned sympathetic. If you're stuck here, you might never get to live that future. The revelation hit Naruto harder than he expected. He'd been so focused on survival and adaptation that he hadn't fully processed what he'd lost, not just his friends and village, but his destiny. Maybe this is my path now, he said finally. To bring a different kind of peace to a different world. Starlight studied him with newfound curiosity. You really are him, aren't you? The same determination to help others, even at personal cost. She smiled slightly. I watched the anime too, in high school. Never imagined I'd meet the real thing. Still getting used to that part myself, Naruto admitted. Being fictional here. Not anymore, she replied. Now you're very real, and Vought's very real problem. The next morning, Naruto stood before a mirror in the base's washroom, practicing the transformation. He'd spent hours studying Dr. Watanabe's videos, noting how the scientist pushed up his glasses when thinking, how his accent shaped certain English words, his slight limp from an old skiing accident. Transform. With a puff of smoke, Naruto's reflection changed. Where the blonde shinobi had stood moments before, now appeared a distinguished Japanese scientist in his 50s, wearing an impeccable charcoal suit and wire-rimmed glasses. Impressive, Huey commented from the doorway. You even got the gray at his temples right. Details matter, Naruto replied in Watanabe's voice, slightly gravelly with a distinct Tokyo accent. How do I look? Like you should be giving a TED talk on molecular biology, Huey confirmed. Starlight's here. Time to move. Naruto followed Huey to the main area, where Starlight waited in her civilian clothes, jeans, a simple blouse, hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. She downplayed her appearance to attract less attention. Dr. Watanabe, she greeted him formally, playing her role already. Thank you for agreeing to this consultation. The pleasure is mine, Miss Starlight, Naruto responded in character. Your company's research has intriguing implications. Butcher approached, handing Naruto a small earpiece. Comms check. Frenchie and MM will be monitoring from the surveillance van. Huey and I will be in position near the tower if extraction becomes necessary. Remember, MM added, R&D access requires biometric scanning. Starlight's credentials get you through the first layers, but for the secure labs, I'll handle it, Starlight assured him. Not my first time bending Vought's rules. Naruto slipped the earpiece in, adjusting his transformation to incorporate it seamlessly. How do I look? Like a proper boring scientist, Butcher confirmed. Just don't do any of your flashy ninja shit unless absolutely necessary. In and out, clean and quiet. Naruto nodded, understanding the stakes. See you on the other side. Vought Tower loomed over Midtown Manhattan, its gleaming glass exterior projecting power and invincibility. As their car approached the security checkpoint, Naruto focused on maintaining his transformation while reviewing the building's layout in his mind. Ready? Starlight asked quietly as they pulled up to the gate. Born ready, Naruto replied in Watanabe's voice. Security personnel approached the vehicle, scanning Starlight's ID badge. Good morning, Ms. January. Your guest. Dr. Kenji Watanabe, she responded professionally. Biochemistry consultant from Tokyo University. He's here to review our latest research initiatives. The guard checked a tablet. I don't see him on today's schedule. Direct request from Mr. Edgar, Starlight replied smoothly. You can call his office to confirm. The mention of Edgar's name worked immediate magic. The guard straightened, suddenly deferential. "That won't be necessary, ma'am. Please proceed to reception for visitor processing." As they pulled forward, Naruto heard Frenchie's voice through his earpiece. "First hurdle cleared. Nicely done." The lobby of Vought Tower was a monument to corporate success: marble floors, modern art installations, and a massive atrium featuring statues of the Seven in heroic poses. Employees and visitors moved through security checkpoints while promotional videos displayed the Seven's latest exploits on enormous screens. At the reception desk, Naruto presented his passport and credentials, maintaining Watanabe's slight stoop and professional demeanor. "Biometric scan, please," the security officer requested, indicating a palm reader. This was the first real test. Naruto placed his transformed hand on the scanner, channeling chakra to create the subtle electrical pattern that would match Watanabe's records. It was a technique he'd rarely used, requiring precise control and concentration. The scanner hesitated, then flashed green. Identity confirmed. "Welcome to Vought Tower, Dr. Watanabe." Relief washed through him as the officer printed a visitor badge. "Ms. January will escort you. Please remember all labs are under surveillance, and some areas may require additional clearance." "Of course," Naruto replied with Watanabe's formal nod. "Security is paramount in sensitive research." They proceeded to the elevators, maintaining their professional facades until the doors closed behind them. "That was tense," Starlight murmured as she selected the 82nd floor. "How did you fool the biometric scanner?" "Chakra manipulation," Naruto explained quietly. "I can simulate electrical patterns by controlling my energy flow." "Handy trick," she commented. "We might need more of those where we're going." The elevator ascended swiftly, floor numbers flashing by. Through his earpiece, Naruto heard MM's voice, approaching R&D level. "Be advised, we're detecting increased security protocols today. Something's got them on alert." Naruto and Starlight exchanged concerned glances as the elevator slowed. When the doors opened, they were greeted by an unexpected sight: the Deep, standing with arms crossed, flanked by two security officers. "Annie. What a surprise," he said with manufactured cheerfulness. "Taking an interest in our research division suddenly?" Starlight maintained her composure admirably. "Dr. Watanabe expressed interest in our biochemical engineering program. Mr. Edgar suggested a tour might help finalize his recruitment." The Deep's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied Naruto. "Funny, I just spoke with Edgar. He didn't mention any VIP tours today." Through the earpiece, Butcher cursed. "He's fishing. Don't take the bait." Naruto stepped forward, embodying Watanabe's dignified confidence. "Perhaps Mr. Edgar has more important matters to discuss than my humble visit. I assure you, I can return another day if this is inconvenient." The strategic humility worked. The Deep, clearly enjoying the perceived power dynamic, relaxed slightly. "No, no. Any friend of Vought is welcome. I'd be happy to accompany you both. We've made some fascinating breakthroughs recently." This complication threatened the entire mission. With the Deep accompanying them, creating a distraction would be more difficult, and accessing restricted areas nearly impossible. "That's very kind," Starlight replied, her smile not reaching her eyes, but unnecessary. "I'm sure you have more important duties than babysitting scientists." "Actually, I've been assigned to R&D oversight this week," the Deep countered smugly. "After that unpleasantness at the gala, Homelander wants 7 members monitoring all sensitive areas." His expression hardened slightly. Insurance against unauthorized visitors. They had no choice but to accept his escort. As they proceeded through the research department, Naruto observed everything: security camera positions, researcher movements, potential exits. The Deep led them through increasingly advanced laboratories, each requiring higher security clearance. "And here," the Deep announced with theatrical flourish, is our Pharmacological Enhancement Division. Some of our most cutting-edge work happens in this lab. The large space contained dozens of scientists working at advanced equipment. Glass containment units housed various colored compounds, and one section was clearly dedicated to animal testing. Impressive, Naruto commented in Watanabe's measured tones, scanning for anything resembling the compound they sought. This is where we refine and improve Compound V, the Deep explained, his voice lowered. Not that we advertise that fact publicly. Of course not, Starlight replied coolly. Wouldn't want people knowing you're experimenting on children. The Deep's face darkened. Careful, Annie. That kind of talk is how careers end at Vought. While they verbally sparred, Naruto noticed a sealed door at the rear of the laboratory, marked, authorized personnel only, project clearance required. 2 armed guards stood at attention beside it. What's through there? He asked casually. The Deep's attention snapped back to him. Nothing that would interest you, Doctor. Specialized research, very hush-hush. Fox, Frenchie's voice came through the earpiece. That's got to be it. Project Fox Hunt. Naruto needed a distraction, something significant enough to separate the Deep from them without triggering a full security alert. An idea formed, risky but potentially effective. Actually, he said, adjusting his glasses as Watanabe would, I'm particularly interested in adaptation research. How Compound V might be modified to counter external threats or unknown power sources. The Deep's expression changed subtly, surprise, then suspicion. That's very specific, Doctor. May I ask why that area interests you? Scientific curiosity, Naruto replied smoothly. Tokyo University has been researching similar applications, though without your advanced resources. I see. The Deep's hand moved slightly toward his communication device. Perhaps we should discuss this with security clearance verification first. Time was running out. The Deep was growing suspicious. Naruto caught Starlight's eye and gave an almost imperceptible nod. She understood immediately. Oh. Starlight suddenly clutched her stomach, doubling over. Something's wrong. I feel, she collapsed to her knees, drawing everyone's attention. Scientists rushed over as the Deep knelt beside her. What happened? Did you touch something? No, she gasped convincingly. It started in the elevator. Maybe food poisoning. While all eyes focused on Starlight, Naruto created a shadow clone hinged as a lab technician. The clone slipped away toward the restricted area while Naruto maintained his position as the concerned Dr. Watanabe. Perhaps she should visit the medical bay, Naruto suggested with professional concern. The Deep helped Starlight to her feet. I'll take her down. Dr. Watanabe, please wait here. Someone will escort you shortly. Of course, Naruto agreed politely. As they left, Naruto maintained his position, appearing to study a nearby research display while his clone approached the restricted door. The guards remained alert, but the commotion had drawn their attention momentarily. The clone transformed into a perfect replica of the Deep, approaching the guards with authoritative stride. Security override, the disguised clone announced. Possible contamination issue related to Starlight's symptoms. I need to check the specialized compounds immediately. The guards hesitated only briefly before one used his access card on the reader. Yes, sir. Do you need assistance inside? No, the clone replied in the Deep's entitled tone. This is 7 business now. Maintain your posts. Once inside, the clone found exactly what they were seeking, a laboratory dedicated entirely to Project Fox Hunt. Display screens showed footage of Naruto's previous encounters, analyzed frame by frame. One wall featured theoretical power classifications and potential countermeasures. In a sealed containment unit, vials of blue-tinted compound glowed faintly. The clone quickly collected samples, securing them in a specialized container from his pocket. He also photographed research notes using a tiny camera Frenchie had provided. Meanwhile, in the main laboratory, Naruto noticed security personnel entering, speaking urgently into communications devices. Something had gone wrong. Dr. Watanabe, a stern-voiced security officer, approached him. "Please come with us immediately." Through his earpiece, Naruto heard Butcher's tense voice. "They've discovered Starlight's deception. The real Deep just reported finding her alone in the elevator. Covers blown." Naruto maintained his composure. "Is something wrong, officer?" "Security protocol," the man replied flatly. "All visitors are being escorted from sensitive areas pending verification." Naruto allowed himself to be led toward the elevator, knowing his clone needed more time. As they walked, he subtly formed a hand sign behind his back, creating another shadow clone that transformed into a lab beaker and fell to the floor with a crash. The distraction gave Naruto his opportunity. As security personnel turned toward the noise, he substituted himself with his transformation jutsu, becoming a nondescript researcher while a clone maintained Dr. Watanabe's appearance with the guards. In the confusion, Naruto slipped away, heading toward the restricted area to rendezvous with his first clone. When he arrived, he found the guards unconscious and the door ajar, evidence that his clone had encountered resistance and been forced to act. Inside, he found his clone securing the last of the samples. "We need to move," the clone reported. "They've locked down the elevators. Black Noir is on his way up." Naruto nodded, taking the samples. "Get to Starlight if you can." "I'll take an alternate route." The clone nodded and transformed into a security officer before heading out. Naruto himself moved to a window, assessing his options. 82 floors up meant a direct exterior escape would be challenging, even with his abilities. "Frenchie," he whispered into his communicator. "I have the samples but I'm cut off. Need extraction options." "North stairwell," came the immediate response. "It connects to a maintenance shaft on floor 79. That leads to the building's waste disposal system." "Understood." Naruto transformed into a security officer and moved quickly through the laboratory. Alarms were now blaring, and announcements called for all personnel to remain at their stations for identity verification. He reached the north stairwell without incident, but as he began descending, he sensed movement above, fast, controlled, deadly. Black Noir was coming. Naruto increased his pace, taking stairs 4 at a time. 3 floors down, he located the maintenance access panel Frenchie had described. As he worked to open it, he heard the stairwell door above crash open. Without looking back, Naruto dove into the narrow maintenance shaft, sealing the panel behind him. The dark, cramped passage sloped downward at a steep angle. Using chakra to control his descent, he navigated through the building's hidden infrastructure. "Status update," MM's voice came through his earpiece. "On my way down," Naruto whispered. "Black Noir is in pursuit. Any word from Starlight?" "She created a diversion in the lobby," Frenchie replied. "Very flashy, very public. Drew security attention away from the lower exits. She's clear, heading to rendezvous point B." The shaft ended at a large waste processing room. Massive compactors processed the tower's garbage while conveyor belts moved recyclables toward sorting machines. Naruto emerged cautiously, still maintaining his security officer disguise. As he moved toward the loading dock exit, a throwing star embedded itself in the wall inches from his head. Naruto spun to find Black Noir standing on a catwalk above, more weapons ready in his hands. "So much for stealth," Naruto muttered, dropping his transformation. "No point maintaining the disguise now." Black Noir dropped silently to the floor, drawing his blades. Unlike their previous encounter, the silent hero seemed even more focused, more lethal in his intent. "I don't suppose you'd just let me walk out of here?" Naruto asked, already knowing the answer. Black Noir responded by hurling 3 more stars in rapid succession. Naruto deflected them with a kunai, then formed a quick hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 clones appeared, immediately spreading out to flank Black Noir. The hero adapted instantly, engaging the nearest clone with ruthless efficiency while remaining aware of the other's positions. Naruto used the distraction to secure the samples more carefully inside his jacket. Those vials were the mission priority, everything else was secondary. Black Noir destroyed 2 clones in quick succession, moving with a fluidity that impressed even Naruto. The 3rd clone managed to land a solid kick to the hero's chest, sending him sliding backward into a processing machine. Before Noir could recover, Naruto formed another set of hand signs. Earth-style, mud wall. Chakra-infused concrete erupted from the floor, creating a temporary barrier between them. It wouldn't hold long, but Naruto only needed seconds. He dashed toward the loading dock, where massive doors led to exterior garbage collection areas. Behind him, the concrete wall shattered as Black Noir burst through, now moving with cold fury. Naruto reached the loading dock controls and slammed the emergency open button. The massive door began rising, painfully slow. Too slow. Black Noir closed the distance with frightening speed. Naruto turned to face him, knowing he couldn't escape without confrontation. As the hero launched a flying kick, Naruto caught his leg and used the momentum to hurl him into a stack of compacted waste. The door had risen enough to allow escape. Naruto dove through the opening, rolling onto the external loading platform. Service vehicles were parked below, with the street beyond. Freedom was tantalizingly close when Naruto sensed movement to his right. He turned just in time to see the Deep emerging from a side entrance, accompanied by a squad of armed security. "There he is!" the Deep shouted. "Don't let him escape." Caught between Black Noir behind and the Deep ahead, Naruto assessed his options. The samples had to reach Butcher's team, regardless of his own fate. "Butcher," he whispered into his communicator, "East loading dock. I'm pinned down. Contingency Plan B." "Roger that, Whiskers," came the immediate response. "Cavalry's coming. Hold position 30 seconds. 30 seconds with 2 members of the 7 closing in." Naruto formed multiple hand signs in rapid succession. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 20 clones appeared, surrounding him in a defensive formation. The Deep faltered momentarily at the display of power, but Black Noir charged forward without hesitation, cutting through clones with mechanical precision. The Deep recovered from his surprise and joined the attack, using his enhanced strength to grapple with several clones at once. Water pipes burst from the walls at his command, the pressurized streams powerful enough to disperse clones on contact. Naruto counted the seconds mentally while maintaining his clone army. 25, 26. Black Noir broke through the defensive line, blade aimed for Naruto's throat. At the same moment, the Deep manipulated a water stream to trap Naruto's legs in rapidly freezing ice. 29, 30. A deafening explosion rocked the loading area as the perimeter wall blew inward. Through the smoke and debris came Butcher, wielding what looked like a modified shotgun, with and Frenchie close behind, all heavily armed. "Special delivery for Vought's finest." Butcher shouted, firing what Naruto recognized as compressed compound V canisters, non-lethal but extremely disorienting to Supes. The diversion worked. Black Noir turned to engage the new threat, giving Naruto the opening he needed. Breaking free from the ice with a chakra-enhanced movement, he leapt toward Butcher's position. "The samples!" Frenchie called out. Naruto tossed the secured vials to Frenchie, who caught them deftly and retreated toward their escape vehicle, an unmarked van with the engine running. "Time to go, Whiskers!" Butcher shouted, laying down covering fire as security forces regrouped. Naruto created one final massive wave of shadow clones, 50 or more, flooding the entire loading area. In the confusion, the real Naruto and Butcher's team made their escape, piling into the van as floored the accelerator. As they sped away from Vought Tower, Naruto released his remaining clones, feeling the strain of maintaining so many for so long. His chakra reserves remained substantial, but the intense combat and multiple transformations had taken their toll. "Did we get everything?" he asked, catching his breath. Frenchie held up the sample container with a triumphant grin. "We." 3 different variants of their new compound, plus research notes. Enough to understand what they are developing. "And Starlight?" Naruto pressed. "Already clear," confirmed from the driver's seat. "She created quite the light show in the main lobby, claimed her powers were malfunctioning due to stress. By the time they realized it was a diversion, she was gone." Butcher gave Naruto an appraising look. "Not bad for a day's work, Whiskers. Though your subtle approach could use some refinement." Naruto slumped against the van wall, finally allowing himself to feel the fatigue. "If you wanted subtle, you shouldn't have brought explosives to the extraction." "Fair point," Butcher conceded with a wolfish grin. "But I've never been one for half measures." Back at their underground base, Naruto found Huey monitoring communications and Starlight pacing anxiously. When she saw him enter, relief washed over her face. "You made it," she said, tension draining from her shoulders. "When I heard Black Noir was involved, it got complicated," Naruto acknowledged. "But mission accomplished." Frenchie immediately set up his portable laboratory equipment, preparing to analyze the stolen samples. "This will take time," he warned. "Complex biochemistry is not something to rush." Butcher gathered everyone around the central table. "While our French friend plays with his chemistry set, we need to discuss next steps. Vought now knows we have an inside source. They'll be looking for the leak." Starlight crossed her arms defensively. "I covered my tracks. As far as they know, I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. The Deep actually helped my story, he confirmed I was alone when he found me." "Still," cautioned, "your position is compromised. Staying with the 7 might be too dangerous now." "No," she insisted. "I'm more valuable inside. They suspect me, sure, but they can't prove anything. And now I have the perfect cover. I'll tell them I think Watanabe himself was the orange streak in disguise, using me to gain access." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "That could work. They already believe I have transformation abilities." "It's settled then," Butcher declared. "Starlight maintains her cover, feeds us what intel she can without risking exposure. Meanwhile, we analyze these samples and prepare countermeasures." As the team dispersed to their respective tasks, Naruto approached Starlight. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For taking that risk." "Worth it," she replied. "But there's something you should know. During the chaos, I overheard Homelander talking to Edgar. They're accelerating some kind of contingency plan called Homeland Security. Whatever it is, it has Homelander excited, and that's never good news." Naruto absorbed this information with concern. "We'll figure it out. In the meantime, be careful. Your safety matters more than any information you could provide." She studied him curiously. "You really mean that, don't you? Even though we barely know each other." "Everyone's life has value," Naruto stated simply. "That's not a philosophy in my world, it's a fact." Starlight smiled slightly. "No wonder Homelander sees you as a threat. You represent everything he pretends to be but isn't." Their conversation was interrupted as Frenchie called out excitedly from his workstation. "Incroyable! You must see this." Everyone gathered around as Frenchie projected microscopic images of the compound samples on a display screen. "This is unlike any compound V variant I've seen," he explained, highlighting molecular structures. "It contains properties designed to disrupt external energy sources, what they might call your chakra, while simultaneously enhancing the physical capabilities of whoever takes it. They're creating super soldiers specifically designed to counter me," Naruto realized. "Not just counter," Frenchie corrected grimly. "Potentially mimic. Look at these receptor patterns, they're attempting to replicate the energy signatures they detected during your battles." Vought doesn't just want to neutralize you, they want to understand and harness your power. Whistled low. Man, you really got under their skin. How long until it's operational? Butcher asked the critical question. Frenchie shrugged. Hard to say. These samples are still experimental, unstable. But with Vaught's resources? Weeks, perhaps. Maybe less. Then we need to accelerate our plans, Butcher declared. No more reconnaissance. Time to hit them where it hurts. Naruto frowned. Meaning what, exactly? Meaning, Butcher elaborated, we take the fight to them. Their distribution centers, their research facilities. Disrupt their operations so thoroughly they can't focus on developing weapons against you. That's a significant escalation, Naruto cautioned. It puts civilians at risk. Vought employees aren't all complicit in the company's crimes. Butcher's expression hardened. This isn't your shinobi world with its moral codes and honor, Whiskers. This is war against a corporation that treats human lives as commodities. Which is exactly why we can't do the same, Naruto countered firmly. If we endanger innocents, we're no better than they are. The tension in the room thickened as Butcher and Naruto faced off. The others watched uncomfortably, caught between these opposing philosophies. Perhaps, Starlight interjected, there's a middle approach. Targeted disruption of key facilities, but with advance evacuation warnings to ensure no casualties. Butcher scoffed. Giving them time to secure their assets and trap us? Brilliant strategy. Actually, spoke up, it could work in our favor. Force them to spread their security resources thin, respond to multiple threats simultaneously. Creates more opportunities for precision strikes at their core operations. Frenchie nodded enthusiastically. Psychological warfare. Make them fear attack everywhere, when we only intend to strike specific targets. Naruto considered this approach. It aligned better with his principles while acknowledging the pragmatic realities of their situation. I can help with that, he offered. Shadow clones can create diversions across the city simultaneously. Make Vought think they're facing an army when it's just one person. Butcher's expression remained skeptical, but he recognized the tactical advantage. Fine. We'll try it your way first. But when it fails, and it will, remember I warned you about half measures. The planning session continued late into the night, mapping potential targets and developing strategies. As others eventually sought rest, Naruto found himself alone with Huey, who had been uncharacteristically quiet throughout the discussion. You don't agree with the plan, Naruto observed. Huey looked up from the computer screen he'd been staring at. It's not that. I'm just processing. A week ago, my biggest worry was making commission at my electronics store job. Now I'm planning guerrilla warfare against the world's most powerful corporation. It's a lot to adjust to, Naruto acknowledged. In my world, civilians rarely get thrown into combat situations without training. That's just it, Huey said. Everyone else here has experience, Butcher's ex-military, has his background, Frenchie's, well, Frenchie. Even Starlight has her powers. What do I bring to this fight except motivation? Naruto considered this carefully. Sometimes motivation is the most powerful weapon. But if you want more. He stood and gestured for Huey to follow. Come with me. Curious, Huey accompanied Naruto to a cleared area of the facility that served as a makeshift training space. Old subway maintenance equipment had been pushed aside to create an open floor. What are we doing? Huey asked. Beginning your training, Naruto replied simply. I can't teach you ninjutsu without years of practice, but I can show you how to channel your body's natural energy more effectively. I don't have any special energy, Huey objected. Everyone has chakra, Naruto corrected. In my world, we learn to harness it through training. In yours, it remains mostly dormant. But the principles of focus, awareness, and controlled movement apply universally. For the next hour, Naruto guided Huey through basic stances and breathing techniques. Though Huey couldn't manipulate chakra as Shinobi could, he proved surprisingly adaptable to the physical discipline. The key, Naruto explained as he demonstrated a defensive movement, is to make your opponent's strength work against them. You don't have superhuman abilities, but proper leverage and timing can overcome raw power. Huey attempted to replicate the movement, stumbling slightly but showing improvement. Like using Vought's aggression against them? Exactly, Naruto confirmed. They expect direct confrontation. Their weakness is subtlety. By the time they finished, Huey was exhausted but energized in a way he hadn't felt since Robin's death. Thanks, he said sincerely. For taking me seriously. Everyone has potential, Naruto replied. In my experience, it's often the unlikely heroes who make the greatest difference. As Huey headed off to rest, Naruto sensed another presence. Turning, he found Starlight watching from the shadows. That was kind of you, she observed, stepping into the light. Giving him something to focus on besides revenge. Revenge is a hollow goal, Naruto replied. I've seen it consume too many good people. Starlight approached, her expression thoughtful. Could you teach me too? Not the fighting, I've had plenty of that training. But the chakra control you mentioned. It sounds similar to how my light powers work, but more refined. Naruto considered her request. It's possible. Your abilities might already be a form of natural energy manipulation, just through a different pathway than what I was taught. Tomorrow then? She asked. Before I have to return to Vought. Tomorrow, he agreed. She turned to leave but paused. Naruto, thank you. For showing that there's another way to be powerful without becoming what we fight against. After she left, Naruto moved to the facility's makeshift rooftop access, a maintenance hatch that opened onto a secluded section of an abandoned subway ventilation system. From there, he could see the night sky, the stars partially obscured by city lights and pollution. You're getting attached to these people, Kurama observed within him. Is that a problem? Naruto asked silently. It complicates things, the fox replied. Especially if we find a way home. Naruto hadn't allowed himself to dwell much on that possibility. The longer he remained in this world, the more it felt like his presence here had purpose, as if some greater design had brought him to this place where heroes had forgotten what heroism truly meant. Maybe there isn't a way back, he said finally. Maybe this is where I'm needed now. Perhaps, Kurama conceded. But don't forget who you are, Naruto Uzumaki. Your compassion is your strength, but in this world, it could also be exploited as weakness. I won't compromise my principles, Naruto insisted. Not even to win. Noble, the fox commented, but remember, Homelander and Vought don't share your scruples. When the real battle comes, it won't be like facing Pain or Madara. They won't seek understanding or redemption. They'll simply want you eliminated. Naruto watched as Vought Tower gleamed in the distance, its illuminated logo visible even from miles away. Let them try. Morning came with unexpected developments. Huey burst into the common area where Naruto was helping Frenchie analyze more of the compound samples. You guys need to see this, he announced, turning on the main display screen. The news showed live coverage of Homelander addressing a press conference outside Vought Tower. Behind him stood the remaining members of the Seven, including Starlight, who maintained a perfect camera-ready smile that didn't reach her eyes. Threat to national security, Homelander was saying, his expression grave yet somehow eager. Vought International takes the safety of American citizens seriously, which is why we're announcing today a new task force dedicated to apprehending the terrorist known as the Orange Streak. The camera panned to show Stan Edgar approaching the podium. Thank you, Homelander. As of this morning, Vought is offering a $5 million reward for information leading to the capture of this individual, who we now believe to be a foreign operative with enhanced abilities gained through illegal experimentation. Footage appeared on screen, security camera images of Naruto fighting Black Noir, creating shadow clones, scaling the tower's exterior. The images were carefully selected to make him appear menacing, dangerous. Furthermore, Edgar continued, we have evidence suggesting this individual has infiltrated government facilities and may be targeting critical infrastructure. The Department of Homeland Security has authorized Vought's new Homeland Security Initiative to coordinate the response to this unprecedented threat. They're painting you as a terrorist, observed, entering the room. Setting the stage for extreme measures. Butcher appeared in the doorway, his expression grimly satisfied. And there it is. Told you they wouldn't play fair. On screen, a reporter asked, is there any connection between this orange streak and the incident at last week's charity gala? We believe so, Homelander answered, stepping forward again. Intelligence suggests he may have been responsible for what we initially reported as a terrorist attack. His motives remain unclear, but his methods are decidedly hostile. Another reporter, is there any truth to social media claims that this individual helped rescue civilians during the Vought Plaza fire? Edgar smoothly intercepted this question. We've reviewed that footage extensively. What appeared to be civilian rescue efforts were likely attempts to secure hostages or gather intelligence. The 7 arrived in time to prevent any such plans from succeeding. Bloody hell, Butcher muttered. They're rewriting history in real time. The final question came from a serious-looking journalist. Sources within Vought have suggested this individual possesses abilities similar to those depicted in Japanese animation, specifically the Naruto series. Is there any connection? At this, Edgar's composure flickered briefly before he regained control. We don't comment on popular culture similarities. What I can tell you is that this individual possesses dangerous, unregistered abilities that pose a clear and present danger to American citizens. As the press conference concluded, Huey turned down the volume. They're going all in on demonizing you. Making sure no one questions whatever they do to bring you down. Standard Vought playbook, explained. Control the narrative, manipulate public fear, justify excessive force. Naruto remained silent, processing this development. Being labeled a villain wasn't new to him, he'd grown up as Konoha's pariah, feared and hated for containing the Nine Tails. But the scale of this propaganda campaign was different, leveraging modern media to turn an entire nation against him. We need to counter their narrative, he said finally. Frenchie looked skeptical. How? We don't control news networks or social media platforms. Vought has millions to spend on shaping public opinion. We don't need millions, Naruto replied, a plan forming in his mind. We just need the truth, and a way to share it that they can't control. Before he could elaborate, a secure communication alert sounded from their system. Huey quickly verified the source. It's Starlight. Video call, encrypted channel. Her face appeared on screen, tense and speaking quietly. I don't have much time. I'm supposed to be preparing for a publicity appearance. Listen carefully, the Homeland Security Initiative isn't just about you, Naruto. It's a cover for deploying enhanced soldiers throughout the city. They're using the manhunt as justification for what amounts to martial law by Vought forces. Christ, Butcher muttered. Corporate coup disguised as public safety. Exactly, Starlight confirmed. The first deployment happens tonight, 40 Vought operatives injected with temporary compound V variants. They're starting in areas where the orange streak has been spotted, establishing checkpoints, conducting searches. The samples we stole, Naruto realized. That's why they're accelerating the timeline. Starlight nodded. They're afraid you'll develop countermeasures. Edgar's authorized bypassing final safety protocols. These soldiers, their powers will be unstable, dangerous. How many civilians at risk? Asked the critical question. Thousands, potentially. These operatives aren't trained like the 7. They're military contractors with a god-complex and experimental powers. Her expression darkened. And they have shoot on-site orders for anyone resembling the orange streak or suspected of helping him. We need to stop this deployment, Naruto stated firmly. How? Huey asked. We can't fight 40 Compound V enhanced soldiers, plus regular security, plus potentially the 7. Naruto stood, his decision made. We don't fight them directly. We expose them. He turned to Butcher. You said Vought cares about public image above all else. So we give them an image problem they can't spin. Butcher's eyes narrowed with interest. What did you have in mind, Whiskers? A public statement, from me. Not hiding, not running. Telling my story directly to the people, challenging Homelander's narrative. Naruto's expression was determined. And then we show exactly what Vought's Homeland Security really means by documenting tonight's deployment. That's suicide, objected. The moment you go public, every Supe and security force in the city will be hunting you. Not if we control the circumstances, Naruto countered. Create a situation where they can't use full force without revealing their true nature. On screen, Starlight looked thoughtful. It could work. Especially if it happens somewhere very public, with lots of civilian witnesses and live coverage. Times Square, Frenchie suggested. The heart of the city, always crowded, cameras everywhere. Too obvious, Butcher countered. They'd secure it the moment they got wind of our plan. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. But what about Vought's own publicity event tonight? They're hosting a Heroes Among Us recognition ceremony at Madison Square Garden. All 7 attending, press coverage, thousands of civilians. Starlight's eyes widened. That could actually work. They can't cancel without raising questions. And they can't risk a full confrontation with so many witnesses. It's decided then, Naruto declared. I'll appear at the ceremony, tell my story, expose their plans. And we'll document the deployment from multiple angles, added, warming to the plan. Stream it live so they can't control the footage. Starlight looked alarmed. You realize Homelander might ignore the witnesses. If he feels threatened enough, he could just attack. I'm counting on it, Naruto said quietly. It's time he learned I'm not so easily eliminated. After finalizing details and ending the call with Starlight, the team began intense preparations. Frenchie modified communications equipment while coordinated positioning for maximum coverage of both the ceremony and the planned Vought deployment zones. Huey worked on securing untraceable broadcast channels that could bypass conventional media controls. During a brief break, Butcher cornered Naruto in a quiet section of their base. This plan of yours, he began, uncharacteristically serious, it's got balls, I'll give you that. But you're overlooking something critical. What's that? Naruto asked. Homelander isn't just powerful, he's unstable. Push him too far in public, and he might snap. If that happens, innocent people die. Butcher's expression darkened. I want the bastard exposed as much as anyone, but not at that cost. Naruto understood Butcher's concern. I don't intend to push him to violence. Just to truth. But if he attacks. He met Butcher's gaze steadily. I can protect the civilians. How? Butcher demanded. You're good, Whiskers, I'll grant you that. But Homelander can fly, has laser vision that cuts through steel, and strength that makes Black Noir look like a schoolgirl. What exactly is your contingency for that? Naruto hesitated. He'd been reluctant to reveal the full extent of Kurama's power, partly from caution, partly from the knowledge of how destructive it could be. I have abilities I haven't shown yet, he said finally. Power I use only when absolutely necessary. The 9 tails, Butcher guessed. The demon fox Huey mentioned. Not a demon, Naruto corrected. A tailed beast. And yes, in extreme circumstances, I can channel Kurama's chakra for significantly enhanced abilities. Enough to counter Homelander if necessary. Butcher studied him for a long moment. Just how much power are we talking about, exactly? In my world, Naruto said quietly, fully released, the nine tails could level mountains and create tsunamis with a swipe of its tails. I don't access that level of destruction, but even a fraction is substantial. Butcher's eyebrows rose. Fucking hell. And you've been holding this back while we scramble around playing spy games? This isn't my world, Naruto reminded him. I don't know all the consequences of using such power here. And once revealed, it can't be hidden again. Understanding dawned in Butcher's eyes. You're saving it for when Homelander needs a proper shocking. Smart. A grim smile spread across his face. Almost can't wait to see his face when he realizes he's not the biggest dog in the yard anymore. As Butcher walked away, Naruto felt Kurama stirring within him. He's right about one thing, the fox commented. Once we reveal my power, everything changes. Are you prepared for that? If it means protecting innocent people from Vought's schemes, Naruto replied mentally, then yes. Just remember, this world's heroes may wear capes instead of headbands, but power corrupts regardless of costume. Don't become what you're fighting against. Naruto recalled Jiraiya's warnings about the same danger, how easy it was for righteousness to become self-righteousness, for justice to become vengeance. I won't, he promised. No matter what happens tonight. Madison Square Garden blazed with lights as crowds gathered for Vought's Heroes Among Us ceremony. Security was visible but not overwhelming, Vought maintaining the illusion of accessibility while carefully screening attendees. News vans lined the surrounding streets, their satellite dishes reaching skyward to broadcast the celebration nationwide. Inside, the seven occupied a special section near the stage, where Homelander would soon present awards to selected, civilian heroes, carefully vetted individuals whose stories aligned with Vought's marketing narrative. Starlight sat among her teammates, her golden costume reflecting stage lights while her expression maintained professional enthusiasm. Naruto observed from a rooftop across the street, using a transformation jutsu to appear as a maintenance worker. Through his earpiece, he listened to the boys coordinating their positions. Checking in. Southeast corner secure, cameras in position. Frenchie here. Deployment zones under surveillance. First Vought trucks already moving into Harlem and the Lower East Side. Huey online. Broadcast relay ready. We go live whenever you give the signal. Butcher's voice came last. All set, Whiskers. Remember, once you start this dance, there's no walking off the floor. Naruto took a deep breath, centering himself. I understand. Beginning now. He formed a shadow clone to maintain his position on the rooftop while the real Naruto transformed into a nondescript attendee and made his way into the venue. Security was tight but focused primarily on conventional threats, weapons, explosives. They weren't scanning for chakra signatures or transformation techniques. Inside, Naruto positioned himself near a side exit, watching as Stan Edgar took the stage to thunderous applause. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vought International's third annual Heroes Among Us recognition ceremony. Edgar's practiced corporate warmth filled the arena. Tonight, we celebrate not only the seven, America's greatest heroes, but also ordinary citizens who have shown extraordinary courage. As Edgar continued his introduction, Naruto created multiple shadow clones, each hinged as different audience members scattered throughout the venue. When the time came, they would provide distraction and civilian protection if needed. Homelander ascended to the stage, his presence drawing even louder applause. His smile was perfect, calculated, as he waved to his adoring public. Thank you, Mr. Edgar, he began, his voice projecting sincerity that Naruto now recognized as entirely manufactured. It's my honor to recognize true heroism whenever I find it. While the seven may have extraordinary abilities, courage itself needs no superpowers. As Homelander continued, Naruto received an urgent update through his earpiece. Frenchie, his voice tense, Vought operatives deploying in residential areas now. They're breaking down doors, dragging people from homes. It's worse than we anticipated. This was the moment. Naruto released his transformation, revealing his true appearance as he stepped forward from the crowd. A gasp rippled through the audience as people recognized the terrorist from news reports. "Excuse me," Naruto called out clearly, his voice carrying across the suddenly hushed arena. "I believe you're talking about courage. Mind if I add to that conversation?" Security personnel immediately moved toward him, but froze when Homelander raised a hand, his expression shifting from surprise to predatory interest. Well, Homelander said into the microphone, his voice deceptively calm. "The Orange Streak himself, joining us for our celebration. Bold move." His eyes narrowed. Or incredibly foolish. Cameras swiveled to capture this unexpected development. Naruto could see the seven tensing, ready to act on Homelander's command. Only Starlight remained seated, her face showing calculated alarm that didn't reach her eyes. "I'm not here to fight," Naruto announced, raising his empty hands. "I'm here to tell the truth, about who I am, and what Vought is doing right now while everyone's attention is here." Homelander's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. "Security concerns don't make for good entertainment at an award ceremony. Perhaps you'd like to discuss this privately." "I think the public deserves to hear it," Naruto countered, continuing to walk slowly forward. "Especially since Vought's Homeland Security Initiative is currently dragging innocent citizens from their homes in Harlem and the Lower East Side." Murmurs spread through the crowd. Edgar had appeared at the side of the stage, speaking urgently into a communication device. "Dangerous accusations from a known terrorist," Homelander responded smoothly. "But I suppose we should hear him out before the authorities arrive. Please, enlighten us." It was a calculated move, giving Naruto enough rope to hang himself while security forces undoubtedly closed in. But that was part of the plan. Through his earpiece, Naruto heard Huey's confirmation, "We're live. Broadcasting to all channels now." Naruto addressed the audience directly. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm not a terrorist or a threat. I arrived in your world by accident and have been using my abilities to help people, the same abilities Vought now labels dangerous while developing their own versions to use against American citizens." He gestured toward the large screens that flanked the stage. "Right now, these screens could be showing you what's happening across the city, Vought operatives with experimental powers conducting warrantless searches and detentions under the cover of public safety." As if on cue, the screens flickered and changed. Frenchie and had successfully hijacked the feed. The audience gasped as footage appeared showing armed operatives with glowing eyes and enhanced strength breaking down apartment doors, dragging terrified residents into the street. "This is happening right now," Naruto continued as Homelander's expression darkened dangerously. "While you watch a celebration of heroism, real people are being terrorized by Vought's private army of artificially enhanced soldiers." Edgar had rushed to the stage, urgently signaling technicians to cut the hijacked feed. The screens flickered but continued showing the damning footage, Huey's technical skills proving effective. Homelander's facade of calm began cracking, his eyes glowing faintly red. "Enough of this theatrics," he snapped, his voice losing its practiced warmth. "Security, detain this individual immediately." Armed guards moved forward, but Naruto created a dozen shadow clones that formed a protective circle around the civilians nearest to him. "I don't want conflict," Naruto stated clearly, ensuring the cameras captured his words. "I want accountability. Vought has been lying about what makes a hero, creating artificial powers, staging disasters they can solve, all while treating human lives as commodities." The audience's reaction was shifting, confusion giving way to concern as they watched the unfolding scenes on the screens. Some began recording with their phones, others moving toward exits. Homelander, sensing the narrative slipping from his control, descended from the stage, cape billowing dramatically as he landed before Naruto. "You've made a serious miscalculation coming here," he said, his voice low but carrying in the hushed arena. "Whatever powers you think you have, whatever game you're playing, it ends now. Naruto stood his ground, meeting Homelander's gaze calmly. It doesn't have to be a confrontation. You could choose differently. Use your influence for real justice, not corporate interests. Homelander's laugh was cold, genuine in its disdain. Justice? You speak of justice while undermining the very heroes who maintain order. Your naivety would be amusing if it weren't so dangerous. The standoff continued as audience members recorded every word, every gesture. Through his earpiece, Naruto heard Butcher's urgent warning: satellite images show military-grade vehicles approaching from all directions. They're bringing in the heavy artillery, Whiskers. Time to wrap this up. Naruto nodded slightly, acknowledging both Butcher's warning and Homelander's challenge. I didn't come to fight, he repeated. But I won't allow innocent people to be harmed, either by you or by Vought's experiments. Bold words, Homelander replied, his eyes now glowing red more visibly. But ultimately meaningless without the power to back them up. In that moment, Naruto felt Kurama's chakra surging within him, responding to his resolve. He didn't need to fully unleash the Nine Tails, just enough to make his point. As Homelander took a threatening step forward, Naruto allowed Kurama's energy to flow through him in a carefully controlled measure. His eyes shifted to red with slitted pupils, his whisker marks darkening and deepening on his cheeks. A visible aura of orange-red chakra began to emanate from his body, forming the vague outline of fox-like energy around him. The transformation was subtle compared to his full Nine-Tails mode, but the power radiating from him was unmistakable. The air itself seemed to vibrate with energy, and those nearest, including Homelander, could feel the pressure of it like a physical force. Homelander faltered momentarily, genuine surprise crossing his features as he sensed something unfamiliar, power that rivaled his own, wild and ancient in nature. What are you? He demanded, the first notes of uncertainty entering his voice. Someone who believes real heroes protect the innocent, not corporate interests, Naruto replied, his voice deeper with Kurama's influence. Someone who won't be intimidated by power when it's used unjustly. The standoff had captured everyone's attention, audience members, news cameras, the seven watching from their reserved section. Black Noir had silently moved to a flanking position, but made no move to attack, seemingly assessing the strange energy emanating from Naruto. Naruto raised his voice, ensuring it carried to the cameras still broadcasting. To the citizens of New York, Vought has labeled me a threat because I represent something they can't control. But ask yourselves, who poses the greater danger? Someone using powers to help others, or a corporation weaponizing those same powers against its own citizens? Through his earpiece, Naruto heard Huey's urgent update: military-style vehicles 2 blocks out and closing. Whatever you're doing, finish it fast. Homelander, regaining his composure, moved with superhuman speed, closing the distance between them in a blur of motion. His hand shot out, grasping Naruto's throat with enough force to crush an ordinary human's windpipe. Enough speeches, he hissed, lifting Naruto off the ground. Time to show everyone what happens to those who challenge the seven. The audience gasped, some screaming, others rushing toward exits as the confrontation turned violent. Security personnel seemed frozen, uncertain how to respond to a conflict between superpowered individuals. Despite the grip on his throat, Naruto remained calm. Kurama's chakra protected him, creating a buffer between Homelander's fingers and his vulnerable flesh. With deliberate control, Naruto formed a Rasengan in his right hand, the swirling blue energy of compressed chakra growing to the size of a softball. Last chance, Naruto said calmly, despite the grip on his throat. Let go, and we can resolve this without violence. Homelander's eyes narrowed at the strange energy forming in Naruto's hand. For a moment, the arena held its collective breath, cameras capturing every detail of the standoff. Then, with calculated precision, Naruto brought the Rasengan forward, not striking Homelander directly, but connecting with the floor between them. The controlled explosion of chakra created enough force to separate them, sending Homelander sliding backward while Naruto landed gracefully several yards away. The demonstration had the intended effect, showing Naruto's power without causing unnecessary destruction or injuries. Homelander regained his balance, his expression a complex mixture of rage, calculation, and, most importantly, the first flicker of genuine concern. "This isn't over," Homelander stated, his voice carrying across the now silent arena. "Not by a long shot." "You're right," Naruto agreed. "It's just beginning." With perfect timing, the arena's emergency exits burst open as armed tactical teams poured in, weapons raised. Naruto created multiple shadow clones to ensure civilian protection while the real Naruto allowed Kurama's chakra to fade, returning to his normal appearance. "Remember what you saw here tonight," he called out to the audience and cameras. "Ask questions. Demand answers. Real heroes don't fear accountability." With those final words, Naruto formed a hand sign and vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving his shadow clones to guide civilians safely from the building before dispelling themselves. Outside, chaos had erupted as Vought security forces established a perimeter. News helicopters circled above, capturing footage of the largest mobilization of private security in New York's recent history. Through his earpiece, Naruto heard his team's updates. "Footage is everywhere," Huey reported excitedly. "Social media, news channels, they can't contain it. People are already demanding explanations about the raids. East Side deployment is withdrawing," Frenchie added. "They've ordered a strategic retreat now that they're being filmed by residents." Naruto made his way to their designated extraction point, a maintenance tunnel beneath an adjacent building where Butcher waited with transportation. "Well, Whiskers," Butcher greeted him with a wolfish grin, "you certainly know how to make a statement. The whole bloody city's talking about the man who made Homelander blink. Did we get everything we needed?" Naruto asked, climbing into the vehicle. "That and more," Butcher confirmed as they began moving through the tunnel system. "Vaught's PR department is having multiple coronaries right now. Their perfect hero image just got a very public dent." As they emerged from the tunnels several blocks away, joining normal traffic patterns, Naruto allowed himself to relax slightly. The plan had worked, they'd exposed Vaught's operations, challenged Homelander publicly, and planted seeds of doubt in the public's mind about their corporate heroes. "What happens next?" Naruto asked. Butcher's expression turned serious. "Now comes the dangerous part. Vought will be desperate to regain control of the narrative. They'll throw everything they have at discrediting you, hunting you down." "And Homelander?" Butcher's grip tightened on the steering wheel. "He's never been challenged publicly before. Never had his authority questioned in front of cameras. Trust me, his response won't be measured or reasonable." He glanced sideways at Naruto. "That little fox light show you put on, was that the full extent of your power?" Naruto shook his head. "Not even close." A slow, satisfied smile spread across Butcher's face. "Good. Because you're going to need every bit of it when he comes looking for a rematch." The aftermath of the Madison Square Garden confrontation exceeded even their expectations. By morning, footage of the encounter had gone viral worldwide, with Orange Streak and Vought exposed trending across all platforms. News channels replayed the moment when Naruto's chakra manifested, analyzing the strange energy and Homelander's uncharacteristic hesitation. More importantly, citizen journalists had documented the Vought security operations in residential areas, corroborating Naruto's claims. Questions were being raised about private corporations having militarized forces with enhanced abilities operating on American streets. At their underground base, the boys monitored the fallout with a mixture of satisfaction and caution. Huey had compiled a digital wall of news reports, social media reactions, and official statements from various authorities. Vought stock dropped 12% overnight, reported, reviewing financial data. Shareholders are panicking about potential investigations and liability. Frenchie looked up from his chemical analysis. More importantly, my sources say they've suspended the enhanced soldier program pending safety reviews. Your public exposure hit them where it hurts. Naruto sat cross-legged on a makeshift meditation mat, replenishing his chakra after the previous night's exertions. And Starlight? Any word? Emergency 7 meeting all morning, Huey answered, checking his phone. She can't risk contact yet, but sent a coded message, she's safe, maintaining her cover. Butcher paced the room, energy radiating from him like heat from asphalt in summer. Don't start celebrating yet. This is when Vought is most dangerous, when they're cornered. And Homelander. He shook his head grimly. His ego won't let this stand. As if summoned by Butcher's warning, the main screen flashed with breaking news. Homelander was holding an impromptu press conference outside Vought Tower, his expression solemn yet somehow vibrating with barely contained rage. Last night's incident at Madison Square Garden was a calculated terrorist attack against American values, he stated, looking directly into the cameras. This individual, this orange streak, demonstrated abilities consistent with foreign weapons programs designed to destabilize our nation. The camera panned to show Stan Edgar joining Homelander at the podium. Vought International is cooperating fully with federal authorities to address this national security threat, Edgar added smoothly. We have evidence suggesting this individual has been empowered through illegal experimentation specifically designed to counter America's superhero protectors. They're spinning it, observed. Making you sound like a foreign weapon rather than someone exposing their corruption. Homelander continued, his practiced sincerity back in place. To our citizens, rest assured that the 7 remain committed to your protection. We have implemented enhanced security measures and are working closely with law enforcement to apprehend this dangerous individual. The press conference concluded with Homelander making a direct address to the camera, and by extension, to Naruto himself, to the terrorist calling himself Naruto Uzumaki, you can run, you can hide, but I will find you. That's a promise. The threat hung in the air as the broadcast ended. For a moment, silence filled their underground base. Well, Butcher finally said, seems you've made quite the impression on America's favorite psychopath, Whiskers. Naruto rose from his meditation position. Good. The more focused he is on me, the less attention he pays to innocent people. Noble sentiment, commented, but Homelander doesn't work that way. He'll hurt others to draw you out, make examples of anyone suspected of helping you. Then we need to keep him occupied, Naruto decided. Continue exposing Vought's operations while drawing his attention away from civilians. A distraction play? Frenchie considered the strategy. Risky, but potentially effective. Their discussion was interrupted when Huey's secure phone buzzed with an incoming message. It's Starlight, he announced, reading quickly. Emergency situation. She needs to meet immediately. Could be a trap, Butcher warned. She included our verification code, Huey countered. And she says it's about something called Project Sage, top priority. Naruto made the decision. I'll go. Where's the meeting point? Abandoned subway station at Canal Street, Huey read. 30 minutes. I'm coming with you, Butcher insisted. If Vaught's setting a trap, you'll need backup. Naruto nodded his agreement. The rest of you, prepare contingencies. If we're not back in 2 hours, assume the worst. As they gathered equipment, pulled Naruto aside. Be careful with Butcher, he warned quietly. He has his own agenda with Homelander, something personal. Don't let his vendetta compromise your judgment. I know, Naruto assured him. I've seen that kind of hatred before. It doesn't end well. Just watch your back, advised. From Vought, from Homelander, and from Butcher if it comes to it. The abandoned Canal Street station lay forgotten beneath the bustling city, its platforms dusty with disuse. Naruto and Butcher approached cautiously, using service tunnels to avoid potential surveillance. I'll take point, Naruto whispered, creating a shadow clone to scout ahead. They moved silently through the darkness, guided by Butcher's tactical flashlight and Naruto's enhanced senses. The platform appeared empty when they arrived, but Naruto detected a presence, familiar chakra, anxious but determined. "She's here," he confirmed quietly. Starlight stepped from the shadows of an old maintenance alcove, her civilian clothes replacing the golden costume of her Vought persona. Her expression was tense, eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. "Thank you for coming," she said, keeping her voice low. "I couldn't risk regular channels for this." "What's Project Sage?" Butcher asked directly. "And why the urgent rendezvous?" Starlight glanced nervously over her shoulder before responding. "After last night, Homelander went ballistic, smashed through walls, nearly killed a Vought executive who suggested a more measured response. I've never seen him like that." "Wounded pride," Butcher commented. "Powerful motivator." "More than pride," Starlight corrected. "Fear." For the first time, Homelander encountered someone who might be his equal. His response was to immediately authorize Project Sage, Vought's contingency plan for neutralizing threats they can't control conventionally. "What exactly does this contingency involve?" Naruto asked. Starlight withdrew a small drive from her pocket. "I couldn't access the full details, but I got this from Edgar's private server. It references something called Compound S, a specialized neurotoxin designed specifically for beings with energy-based powers." Butcher took the drive, examining it carefully. "How close is it to deployment?" "That's why I called you here," Starlight replied grimly. "It's already in production. They're retrofitting conventional weapons with delivery systems as we speak. Initial deployment within 24 hours. Naruto absorbed this information, considering their options. "Can this compound affect me? My chakra isn't the same as the powers in your world." "They don't know that," Starlight pointed out. "They're working from analysis of your energy signature, designing something that targets any power outside their established parameters. We need to destroy their production facility," Butcher stated flatly. "Cut off the threat at its source." Starlight shook her head. "It's not that simple. The compound is being manufactured at multiple Vought facilities simultaneously. Taking out one location wouldn't stop production. Then we need their research," Naruto decided. "If we understand the compound, Frenchie might be able to develop a countermeasure." "The primary research is at Vought's secure facility in New Jersey," Starlight explained. "Underground bunker, military-grade security, plus at least one 7-member on rotation at all times." Butcher's expression darkened. "Sounds like a suicide mission." "Not necessarily," Naruto countered, a plan forming in his mind. "Not if we use their expectations against them." Before he could elaborate, Naruto's enhanced senses detected movement in the tunnels, multiple individuals approaching with practiced stealth. "We're not alone," he warned quietly. Starlight tensed. "I wasn't followed, I swear." "Believe you," Butcher replied grimly, drawing a concealed weapon. "But someone was." Naruto created 3 shadow clones that immediately took defensive positions around them. "How many?" he asked, extending his senses. "At least 12, one clone reported. Moving in standard tactical formation." "Vought security?" Starlight whispered. Naruto shook his head. "Different movement pattern. More disciplined." He turned to Butcher. "Get Starlight out through the south tunnel. My clones and I will handle this." "Like hell," Butcher objected. "I don't run from fights." "This isn't about your pride," Naruto responded firmly. "That drive has critical information. It needs to reach Frenchie, with or without us." Butcher hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "Fine. But don't get yourself killed, Whiskers. I've just started to enjoy your company." As Butcher and Starlight retreated toward the secondary exit, Naruto and his clones prepared to engage the unknown threat. He could sense them surrounding the platform now, moving with coordinated precision that spoke of extensive training. The first attacker emerged from the darkness, not Vought security as expected, but a figure in sleek tactical gear with no identifying markings. Before Naruto could react, the attacker fired a specialized weapon that launched not bullets but glowing projectiles that moved with unnatural speed. Naruto dodged the first volley, recognizing immediately that these were no ordinary weapons. The projectiles emitted a strange energy signature that disrupted the chakra flow where they passed. They already have Compound S weapons, he realized aloud. More attackers emerged, surrounding the platform with similar weapons. Naruto's clones engaged the nearest threats, using taijutsu to disarm them while avoiding direct contact with the glowing projectiles. One clone wasn't fast enough, a projectile clipped its shoulder, and Naruto felt the clone's chakra network immediately begin to destabilize before it dispersed in a puff of smoke. This is bad, Kurama warned within him. That compound directly attacks chakra pathways. Even a glancing hit could temporarily disrupt our connection. Naruto understood the implications immediately. These weapons weren't designed to kill, they were designed to neutralize his powers, rendering him vulnerable to conventional capture. Time to change tactics. Earth style, mud wall. Chakra-infused concrete erupted from the platform floor, creating barriers between Naruto and the attackers. With temporary cover established, Naruto formed more complex hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. The controlled hurricane force gust swept through the station, throwing several attackers against the walls while disrupting their formation. Using the confusion, Naruto created another wave of shadow clones that scattered in different directions, drawing fire while the real Naruto assessed the situation. These weren't ordinary operatives, their movements were enhanced, suggesting some form of compound V augmentation. Their coordination and equipment spoke of military or special forces background. As one attacker moved into Naruto's line of sight, the insignia on their tactical vest became visible, not Vought's logo, but a stylized eagle within a pentagon. Government operatives, Naruto realized. Not Vought. This complicated matters significantly. If federal agencies were now involved, the conflict had expanded beyond a corporate dispute into potential international concerns. No time to dwell on implications. Naruto needed to escape without seriously harming these operatives who, despite their methods, might simply be following orders rather than pursuing personal vendettas. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Transformation. 20 more clones appeared, each immediately transforming into exact duplicates of the tactical team members. The resulting confusion allowed Naruto to move toward the same exit Butcher and Starlight had used, leaving his clones to create further disorder without causing permanent harm. As he reached the tunnel entrance, Naruto sensed a new presence, powerful, controlled, approaching rapidly from above. The ceiling exploded inward as a figure descended through the concrete, landing with enough force to crack the platform beneath their feet. Black Noir stood before him, silent and lethal, twin blades already drawn. Perfect timing, Naruto muttered. The last opponent he needed while trying to make a clean escape. Black Noir didn't waste time with preambles. He attacked with brutal efficiency, blades moving in patterns designed to hurt rather than immediately kill, tactical precision aimed at limiting Naruto's movement options while the specialized weapons team regrouped. Naruto parried with kunai, recognizing the strategy. Sorry, not staying for a rematch today. He formed a Rasengan in his free hand, but rather than aiming it at Black Noir, he directed it toward the tunnel floor between them. The controlled explosion of chakra created enough distraction and debris for Naruto to slip past, sprinting into the darkness of the abandoned tunnel system. Behind him, he could hear pursuit organizing, methodical, professional, determined. These weren't Vought's corporate security forces but specialized operatives with advanced equipment and training. Through his earpiece, Naruto heard Butcher's tense voice, "Whiskers, what's your status?" Complicated, Naruto replied, continuing to move through the tunnels. Government operatives with specialized weapons. Black Noir on scene. Heading toward secondary extraction point. Government? Butcher sounded genuinely surprised. That's new. Starlight's clear, I've got her topside in the van. Get that drive to Frenchie, Naruto instructed. Don't wait for me. Already moving, Butcher confirmed. Don't get caught, Whiskers. If they have anti-chakra weapons, they've been planning this longer than we realized. Naruto increased his pace, using chakra to enhance his speed while navigating the maze-like tunnel system. He could sense pursuit falling behind, unable to match his superhuman movements through the darkness. All except one. Black Noir continued to track him with uncanny precision, never more than 100 yards behind despite Naruto's best efforts to lose him. The silent hero seemed to anticipate his path choices, cutting off potential escape routes with disturbing accuracy. He's hurting you, Kurama observed. Driving you toward a specific location. Naruto realized the fox was right, his seemingly random path through the tunnels had been subtly manipulated through strategic pursuit patterns. He was being channeled toward, what? The answer came as Naruto rounded a corner and found himself facing a dead end, a collapse in the tunnel that hadn't appeared on their maps. As he turned to backtrack, Black Noir emerged from the shadows, blocking the only exit. Clever, Naruto acknowledged. You know these tunnels better than my team does. Black Noir remained silent, drawing his blades once more. Behind him, Naruto could hear the tactical team approaching, their specialized weapons humming with charged energy. No choice but to fight through. Naruto allowed Kurama's chakra to flow into his system, enhancing his abilities without fully transforming. His eyes shifted to their slitted red form, whisker marks deepening as an orange aura began to emanate from his body. Black Noir hesitated momentarily, sensing the change in energy before resuming his attack with even greater intensity. His blades moved almost too fast to track, forcing Naruto to rely on instinct and Kurama's enhanced reflexes. The silent hero was good, possibly the most technically proficient fighter Naruto had encountered in this world. But with Kurama's chakra flowing through him, Naruto had advantages beyond mere skill. As their combat intensified, Naruto realized Black Noir was still fighting defensively, keeping him occupied until reinforcements arrived rather than attempting to defeat him outright. Time was working against him. Enough games, Naruto decided, channeling more of Kurama's chakra. The orange energy around him intensified, forming the beginning outline of a fox cloak. With enhanced speed, he created a specialized Rasengan variant, wind style, Rasen Shuriken. The complex jutsu formed in his hand, a swirling disk of chakra surrounded by wind nature energy, capable of cellular-level damage if deployed at full power. But Naruto had no intention of using its lethal potential. Instead, he directed it toward the ceiling above the tunnel entrance where the tactical team was about to emerge. The controlled destruction brought down tons of concrete and earth, sealing the approach tunnel without harming the operatives beyond. Now it was just Naruto and Black Noir, isolated from reinforcements. The silent hero assessed the changed situation with cold calculation, then did something unexpected. He sheathed one blade and reached into a specialized compartment on his tactical belt. What he withdrew made Naruto's eyes widen with recognition. A syringe containing glowing blue compound, Compound S. Black Noir's intention was clear, to neutralize Naruto's chakra abilities, rendering him vulnerable to conventional capture. The hero moved with renewed purpose, blade in one hand, syringe in the other, each attack now aimed at creating an opening for injection. Naruto maintained his distance, analyzing patterns while formulating a plan. He couldn't risk prolonged engagement with the syringe in play, but the collapsed tunnel behind him left limited options. Unless Naruto formed a familiar cross-shaped hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. A dozen clones appeared, immediately engaging Black Noir from multiple angles. As the hero fought through them with mechanical efficiency, the real Naruto turned to the collapsed tunnel end and began forming complex hand signs. Earth style, moving earth core. The technique, one he had rarely used since learning it from Kakashi, allowed manipulation of existing earth and stone. The debris at the tunnel end began to shift and part, creating a narrow passage through the collapse. Black Noir, recognizing the escape attempt, dispatched the remaining clones with brutal efficiency and charged toward Naruto, syringe raised for injection. At the last possible moment, Naruto substituted himself with one final clone, causing Black Noir to plunge the syringe into the clone's shoulder. The clone immediately dispersed in a puff of smoke as the real Naruto slipped through the newly created passage. From the other side of the collapse, Naruto heard something rare, Black Noir's voice, a single word uttered in frustration, impressive. Not waiting for pursuit to reorganize, Naruto continued through the tunnel system, eventually finding an access point to the city's storm drainage network. From there, he made his way to the surface several miles from the original confrontation point. Emerging through a maintenance hatch into a quiet alley, Naruto immediately transformed his appearance to that of a utility worker. His communicator had been damaged during the fight, so he couldn't contact the team directly. Following established protocols, Naruto made his way to one of several emergency rendezvous points, a 24-hour diner where a specific booth near the back exit served as a message drop. Inside, he ordered coffee and waited. An hour passed before a familiar face entered, Huey, looking nervously casual as he slid into the booth opposite Naruto. "You look like shit," Huey observed quietly. "Feel worse," Naruto admitted, his transformation jutsu hiding the physical toll of extensive chakra use. "Everyone else?" "Safe at the backup location." Butcher delivered the drive, Frenchie's analyzing it now. Huey glanced around before continuing. "That wasn't just Vought back there. CIA's counter-superhuman division got involved after Madison Square Garden. They're calling you a foreign power asset." Naruto absorbed this complication. "Government involvement changes things." "Massively," Huey agreed. "Butcher's contacts say there's a task force now, joint operation between intelligence agencies and Vought Security Division. They're treating you as a national security threat." "And the Seven?" "Officially supporting the government effort. Unofficially." Huey lowered his voice further. "Homelander's obsessed. Starlight says he's spending hours reviewing footage of your encounters, studying your abilities. He's taking it personally." "Good," Naruto replied. "Better his attention on me than on innocent people." Huey looked troubled. "That's the thing. Frenchie's preliminary analysis of that drive suggests Project Sage isn't just about neutralizing you. It's about replicating your abilities for military applications." This gave Naruto pause. The idea of his chakra powers being weaponized by this world's military forces was deeply concerning, potentially more dangerous than Vaught's corporate abuse of power. "We need to destroy that research," he decided. "Butcher agrees," Huey confirmed. "He's already planning an operation against the New Jersey facility Starlight identified. But there's more." "What?" "The compound they've developed, it targets chakra pathways, but the side effect is that it also enhances conventional compound V. They're using what they've learned from you to create a new generation of Supes, one specifically designed to counter your abilities." The implications were troubling. Naruto had unintentionally accelerated an arms race between powers, potentially making the situation worse rather than better. "When do we move on the facility?" he asked. "Tomorrow night," Huey replied. "Frenchie needs time to analyze the research fully, develop countermeasures against the compound." Naruto nodded. "I should head back with you then." "About that?" Huey looked uncomfortable. "Butcher thinks you should stay separated from the main team for now. If they're tracking your energy signature, you could lead them straight to our base." Though the logic was sound, Naruto sensed another motivation behind Butcher's decision. The man was planning something he didn't want Naruto to know about, something potentially drastic. "Where should I go until tomorrow?" Naruto asked. Huey slid a key across the table. "Starlight arranged a safe house. Address is on the tag. Will contact you there when it's time to move." As Huey prepared to leave, Naruto caught his arm. "Huey, watch Butcher carefully. Don't let him do anything extreme." Understanding flickered in Huey's eyes. You think he'd go against the plan? I think his hatred for Homelander runs deeper than his commitment to our methods, Naruto replied carefully. Just be vigilant. After Huey departed, Naruto finished his coffee and considered his options. The safe house offered security, but isolation from the team at this critical juncture concerned him. You don't trust the angry one, Kurama observed within him. Butcher has experienced great loss, Naruto replied mentally. I understand his pain. But revenge can corrupt even the purest intentions. And your intentions, Naruto? Are they still pure? The question gave him pause. He had come to this world by accident, yet found himself deeply invested in its struggles, forming bonds with its people. Was he fighting for justice, or had it become personal, a contest of wills between himself and Homelander? I want to protect innocent people, Naruto affirmed. Everything else is secondary. Then prove it, Kurama challenged. By doing what's right, not what's expedient. With that thought lingering in his mind, Naruto left the diner and made his way through the city toward the safe house address. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and, potentially, the confrontation that had been building since his arrival in this troubled world. Chapter 3, Red eyes in the dark rain pattered against the windows of the safe house, a converted industrial loft in Brooklyn with steel shutters and reinforced doors. Naruto sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed in meditation as the storm outside mirrored the turbulence within. 24 hours had passed since his encounter with Black Noir and the government operatives in the tunnels. 24 hours of waiting, planning, and increasingly troubling thoughts. You're brooding, Kurama observed within him. Not your usual style. Just thinking, Naruto replied mentally. This world is more complicated than ours in some ways. The enemies aren't always clear. Humans complicate everything, the fox grumbled. At least in our world, when someone tried to destroy a village, they didn't issue press releases about it first. A small smile crossed Naruto's face at Kurama's observation. The Nine Tails had a point, the battles here were fought as much through media and public perception as through direct confrontation. A soft electronic tone broke his concentration. The burner phone Huey had provided was receiving a message. Naruto checked it quickly, reading MM's terse update, operation delayed. New development. Stay put. Frustration coursed through him. Another delay while Vought continued developing weapons specifically designed to neutralize his abilities. Every hour they waited increased the risk. Naruto rose and moved to the window, peering through a gap in the shutters at the rain-slicked streets below. 3 stories down, a news van idled at the corner, its satellite dish raised despite the storm. Across the street, 2 men in nondescript clothing had been maintaining position for hours, occasionally speaking into concealed communicators. Surveillance is increasing, Naruto noted. They're narrowing down the search area. They can't detect me directly, Kurama reminded him. But your chakra usage leaves traces they're learning to track. The burner phone vibrated again. This time, the message was from an unknown number, TV Now. Channel 6. Cautiously, Naruto activated the safe house's small television, tuning to the specified channel. The screen showed a live press conference outside Vought Tower. Stan Edgar stood at a podium beneath an umbrella, his expression grave as cameras flashed around him. Working closely with federal authorities to address this unprecedented threat, Edgar was saying. Today, I'm pleased to announce that Vought International is expanding the 7 to include a hero specially qualified to counter foreign infiltrators. The camera panned to show a woman stepping forward to join Edgar at the podium. Tall and athletic with blonde hair styled in an undercut, she wore a dark blue and white costume with lightning bolt accents. Her confident smile carried an edge that sent warning signals through Naruto's instincts. America, meet Stormfront, Edgar announced. The newest member of the 7. The woman took the microphone, her charisma immediate and palpable even through the screen. Thank you, Mr. Edgar. And thank you, America, for this opportunity to serve. Her voice carried a passionate intensity as she continued. I joined the Seven at a critical moment in our nation's history, when foreign elements threaten our way of life, when terrorists with unnatural powers target our heroes. Her expression hardened as footage appeared on a screen behind her, carefully edited clips of Naruto's confrontations with Black Noir and Homelander. This individual, this Naruto, represents something we've feared for decades, the weaponization of superpowers by foreign interests against American citizens. Stormfront's voice rose with righteous indignation. While some ask what gives Vought the right to respond with force, I ask, what gives foreign operatives the right to bring their destructive powers to our streets? To endanger our children? The camera cut to Homelander, standing slightly behind her, his expression a carefully constructed mask of solemn agreement. But Naruto could see something else in his eyes, calculation, assessment, perhaps even wariness of this new teammate who commanded attention so effectively. I have one message for this orange-clad terrorist, Stormfront concluded, staring directly into the camera. Run all you want. Hide wherever you can. But know this, I've spent my career hunting down threats to America, and you've just become my #1 priority. The press erupted with questions as Naruto switched off the television, processing this development. A new player had entered the game, one specifically positioned as his nemesis in the public narrative. The burner phone vibrated once more. Starlight, emergency meeting. Usual tunnel entrance. 1 hour. Come alone. Naruto weighed his options. Leaving the safe house meant exposing himself to the increasing surveillance, but something in Starlight's message conveyed urgency that couldn't be ignored. Decision made, he formed hand signs for a transformation jutsu, assuming the appearance of a middle-aged woman in a raincoat. With his chakra suppressed as much as possible while maintaining the transformation, Naruto exited through the service entrance, careful to avoid direct sight lines from the surveillance positions. The rain provided useful cover, reducing visibility and discouraging close observation. Moving with deliberate casualness, Naruto made his way toward the nearest subway entrance, joining the flow of commuters seeking shelter from the downpour. Underground, he navigated through the crowded platform, watching for signs of pursuit while making his way toward the maintenance access that would lead to their meeting point. Twice he spotted individuals who moved with the telltale precision of trained operatives, but his civilian disguise appeared to be holding. At the designated maintenance door, Naruto waited for a moment when no one was watching, then slipped through with practiced ease. The service tunnel beyond was dimly lit by emergency lighting, stretching into darkness. He released his transformation once safely inside, conserving chakra while moving swiftly through the labyrinthine passages. After 20 minutes of navigation, Naruto reached the abandoned platform that served as one of the boys' emergency meeting locations. The space was illuminated by portable lights, casting long shadows across decaying infrastructure. Starlight was already waiting, her civilian clothes soaked from the rain above. Her expression lightened with visible relief when she saw him. You made it. I wasn't sure you'd risk coming. Your message seemed urgent, Naruto replied simply. It is. She glanced behind him. Were you followed? Don't think so. Multiple transformations, circuitous route. He studied her tense posture. What's happened? Starlight ran a hand through her damp hair. Everything's accelerated. Stormfront isn't just a new member, she's a game changer. Her powers are electrical manipulation, but that's not what makes her dangerous. She has political connections reaching into the highest levels of government. The delayed operation? Naruto guessed. Butcher called it off because Vaught's security protocols suddenly quadrupled. Stormfront brought her own team, ex-military, special forces background. The New Jersey facility is now virtually impenetrable. Naruto absorbed this information. There's more, isn't there? Starlight nodded grimly. They're moving the research. Tonight. Transferring everything related to Project Sage to a classified location, government black site, from what I could gather. Once that happens. She didn't need to finish the thought. So it's now or never, Naruto concluded. Where's the rest of the team? That's the other problem. Starlight lowered her voice, though they were alone. Butcher's gone rogue. The intelligence about the research transfer came through his military contacts, but he didn't share it with the others. He's planning to hit the convoy himself, with explosives. Alarm raced through Naruto. Civilian casualties? Likely, Starlight confirmed. The transfer involves multiple vehicles, decoys, armed escorts. It's passing through populated areas. If Butcher attacks with the firepower he's assembled. Where are MM and the others? Looking for him. Frenchie tracked his phone to Red Hook, but then lost the signal. Naruto made a quick decision. When is the transfer happening? Midnight. 3 hours from now. Do you know the route? Starlight produced a folded map from her jacket. Best guess based on what I overheard. They'll take the Lincoln Tunnel, then the New Jersey Turnpike south. Naruto studied the map, memorizing key points. I need to find Butcher first, try to reason with him. Then stop that convoy without casualties. You can't do both, Starlight objected. Not with the entire city looking for you. I can with help, Naruto replied, forming his familiar hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 perfect duplicates appeared beside him. Find Butcher, Naruto instructed the clones. Start at Red Hook, expand the search radius. When you locate him, don't engage, report back immediately. The clones nodded and disappeared into the tunnel system as Naruto turned back to Starlight. I need more information about the convoy. Security details, vehicle types, potential civilian exposure points. I don't have much, she admitted. But I know someone who might. She hesitated, then added, it's risky though. Very risky. At this point, Naruto replied, what isn't? The rain had intensified to a near deluge by the time they reached their destination, a nondescript apartment building in Queens. Naruto, transformed again to avoid detection, followed Starlight through the service entrance and up 4 flights of stairs. Who exactly are we meeting? He asked quietly as they reached a door at the end of a dimly lit hallway. Someone who hates Vought as much as Butcher does, but with better information and fewer explosives. Starlight knocked a specific pattern on the door. After a moment, locks disengaged and the door opened slightly. A woman's voice came from within, you're late. Traffic, Starlight replied simply. Can we come in? The door opened fully to reveal a woman in her 30s with sharp eyes and the bearing of someone accustomed to high-pressure situations. She assessed Naruto's transformed appearance with professional suspicion before stepping aside. 30 minutes, she stated. That's all I can risk. Inside, the apartment contrasted sharply with its unremarkable exterior. One wall was covered with monitors displaying news feeds, surveillance footage, and data streams. Another held maps marked with pins and notations. A high-end computer setup occupied a corner workspace. Once the door was secured, Naruto released his transformation, revealing his true appearance. The woman's expression didn't change, suggesting she had expected this. Naruto Uzumaki, meet Grace Mallory, Starlight introduced. Former CIA, founded the original team that became the boys. Now officially retired, unofficially still fighting Vought. Mallory studied Naruto with calculated interest. So you're the dimensional traveler causing all the trouble. Smaller than I expected. Don't let appearances deceive you, Starlight commented. I've seen what he can do. So has everyone with an internet connection, Mallory replied dryly, moving to her computer. Your Madison Square Garden performance has over 40 million views. Made you famous and put a target on your back simultaneously. We need information, Naruto stated, getting to the point. Vought's moving project Sage Research tonight. Transferring it to a government facility. Mallory's fingers flew across keyboards, bringing up encrypted files. I know. Joint operation between Vought Security and a military contractor called Lockheed Defense Systems. 3-vehicle convoy, armored transport in the middle, decoy leading, security detail following. She displayed satellite imagery on the main monitor. They're moving something else too, something they're keeping off official channels. She highlighted a section of the image showing what appeared to be medical transport vehicles. My sources inside Vought mentioned test subjects being relocated with the research data. Test subjects? Naruto's concern deepened. People. Children, most likely, Mallory confirmed grimly. Vaught's been collecting kids with unusual genetic markers for years, potential Compound V candidates. With the research accelerating, they'd want live subjects for testing the new compounds. Starlight looked ill. They're experimenting on children with the anti-chakra compound. Among other things. Mallory brought up more classified documents. Project Sage isn't just about neutralizing your abilities. It's about understanding and replicating them. Creating a new generation of government-controlled Supes who can manipulate energy similar to your chakra. Naruto's resolve hardened. The convoy needs to be stopped. Not destroyed, intercepted. The research secured, the children freed. Easier said than done, Mallory cautioned. This is a high-priority transfer with top-level authorization. They've got air support, satellite surveillance, and a direct line to the 7 for emergency response. And your friend Butcher is planning to blow it all to Kingdom Come without considering the collateral damage. Then we need to stop him too, Naruto stated. Mallory studied him with new interest. You'd oppose your own ally to protect Vought personnel? I'd oppose anyone who endangers innocent lives, Naruto corrected. The drivers, guards, and especially those children aren't responsible for Vaught's crimes. They deserve protection, not collateral damage status. A ghost of a smile touched Mallory's lips. Refreshing perspective. Most who fight monsters eventually become monsters themselves. She turned back to her systems, bringing up detailed route information. The convoy leaves the New Jersey facility at midnight exactly. This is their primary route, she traced a line across the map. With these 3 contingency options depending on traffic, weather conditions, or security concerns. Where would be the optimal interception point? Naruto asked, studying the routes. Mallory considered for a moment. Here. Industrial area, minimal civilian exposure, limited approach vectors they'd need to secure. They'll be vulnerable for approximately 90 seconds while navigating this interchange. And Butcher? Starlight pressed. Any idea where he might set up for an attack? Knowing Billy, he'd go for maximum damage at minimum risk. Mallory indicated a different point on the route. Bridge crossing here. Plant explosives on the support structures, detonate as the convoy passes. Entire convoy goes into the river, mission accomplished, Butcher escapes in the confusion. Naruto frowned at the callousness of such a plan. Dozens would die, including the children being transported. Billy Butcher stopped caring about collateral damage a long time ago, Mallory replied. Not after what Homelander took from him. Before Naruto could ask for clarification, one of his shadow clones appeared in a puff of smoke, immediately transferring its gathered knowledge before dissipating. Found him, Naruto announced. Butcher's at a storage facility near the harbor. He's got enough explosives to take down a small building, plus anti-Supe weapons. That confirms our theory, Starlight said grimly. He's going to hit the bridge. Mallory checked her watch. You've got less than 2 hours before the convoy moves. Whatever you're planning, you need to execute it soon. Naruto nodded, decision made. Starlight, find MM and the others. Get them to the industrial interchange Mallory identified. I'll deal with Butcher, then meet you there. What exactly are you planning? Starlight asked. A rescue operation, Naruto replied simply. Not a battle. Mallory studied him with the assessment of someone who had seen too many self-proclaimed heroes fail. You realize the Seven will respond the moment you engage the convoy? Homelander will come personally. I'm counting on it, Naruto said quietly. As they prepared to leave, Mallory placed a hand on Naruto's arm. One more thing you should know. The new Seven member, Stormfront, she's not what she appears. Her public persona is manufactured, just like her origin story. Meaning? I have fragments of classified files suggesting she's been around much longer than Vought claims. Possibly one of the earliest successful Compound V subjects. Mallory's expression darkened. Whatever she is, she's dangerous in ways even Homelander might not fully understand. Naruto absorbed this warning. Thank you for the information. And for your help. Don't thank me yet, Mallory replied. If you succeed tonight, you'll make enemies more powerful than Vought. The kind that don't hold press conferences before they try to eliminate you. Outside, the storm had intensified further, lightning occasionally illuminating the city skyline. Naruto and Starlight paused beneath the building's awning. Be careful with Butcher, Starlight cautioned. When it comes to fighting Vought, he doesn't recognize limits. I understand obsession, Naruto assured her. I've faced it before, in friends and enemies alike. Starlight hesitated, then impulsively reached out to grasp his hand. This isn't just about stopping a research transfer anymore. If they're experimenting on children, we'll save them, Naruto promised. All of them. Their eyes met, and for a moment, something unspoken passed between them, shared purpose, growing trust, perhaps something more. Then Starlight released his hand and stepped into the rain. I'll gather the others, she said. Meet you at the interchange. As she disappeared into the stormy night, Naruto prepared for his own mission. Forming the necessary hand signs, he transformed once more and set off toward the harbor, determination driving each step. The storage facility loomed dark and forbidding against the storm-racked sky, its weathered exterior concealing the deadly preparations within. Naruto approached cautiously, senses extended to detect any surveillance or traps Butcher might have established. He found none, suggesting either overconfidence or a man too focused on revenge to consider his own security. Neither boded well for the coming confrontation. Inside, Naruto navigated through rows of storage units until he detected movement and muted light from beneath a partially raised door. Releasing his transformation, he approached directly, making enough noise to announce his presence. Didn't expect company, Butcher's voice emerged from within. Especially not from you, Whiskers. Naruto ducked under the door to find Butcher surrounded by an alarming array of weapons and explosives. Multiple detonators were being wired into sophisticated trigger mechanisms, while specialized anti-Supe weapons lay prepared nearby. Planning a war? Naruto asked quietly. Butcher didn't look up from his work. Planning justice. Something long overdue in this fucked up world. His hands continued their methodical preparation. How'd you find me? Does it matter? Suppose not. Butcher finally looked up, his eyes hard with purpose. What I do wonder is why you're here instead of hiding in your safe little hole. To stop you from making a terrible mistake, Naruto replied honestly. The convoy you're targeting, it's carrying children, Butcher. Test subjects Vought is experimenting on. This gave Butcher pause, if only momentarily. Collateral damage. Unfortunate, but unavoidable in war. There's always another way, Naruto insisted. We can intercept the convoy, free the children, secure the research without mass casualties. Butcher's laugh was harsh, devoid of humor. Still clinging to your ninja fairy tales about clean victories? This isn't your world, Whiskers. Here, victory comes bloody or not at all. I know about your loss, Naruto said carefully. Mallory mentioned what Homelander took from you. The atmosphere in the room changed instantly, temperature seemingly dropping as Butcher's expression hardened into something dangerous. You know nothing, he said, voice deadly quiet. Nothing about what he did. What he destroyed. I know pain, Naruto countered. I know what it's like to want revenge so badly it consumes everything else. I've watched that path destroy good people. Good people, Butcher repeated mockingly. There are no good people left in this fight, just survivors and casualties. He turned back to his explosives. Now, unless you're planning to physically stop me, which would be a fascinating contest, I admit, I've got work to finish. Naruto remained still, considering his options. Physical confrontation would likely result in the very explosions they were trying to prevent. Reason wasn't working. That left one approach, truth. The children in that convoy, he said quietly. One of them is like me. This caught Butcher's attention. What do you mean, like you? A container, Naruto clarified. Someone with a power sealed inside them they didn't choose. Mallory's intelligence mentioned specific genetic markers. Vought is looking for people with natural energy affinities similar to chakra. They've found at least one. Butcher's hands stilled over his work. And how exactly would you know that? I can sense it, Naruto explained. When my clone found you, it passed near the Vought facility. There's someone there with an energy signature different from the Compound V users, raw, untamed, similar to how Kurama's chakra feels. For several long moments, Butcher was silent, internal conflict visible in the tension of his shoulders. Finally, he asked, these children, if they survive, what happens to them? More Vought puppets? More Homelanders? Not if we save them, Naruto replied. Not if we give them a choice Vought never would. Butcher studied him with calculated assessment. And what's your stake in this, really? Why risk everything for kids you've never met? Because no one should be used as a weapon against their will, Naruto answered simply. Because I know what it's like to be feared for a power you didn't ask for. Something shifted in Butcher's expression, not softening exactly, but a recognition of common ground however limited. He set down the detonator he'd been wiring. All right, Whiskers. Let's say I entertain this alternative approach. What exactly did you have in mind that doesn't end with all of us in Vought body bags? Relief washed through Naruto, though he kept it from showing. Targeted interception at the industrial interchange. Minimal civilian exposure, multiple escape routes. The others are already getting into position. The others? Butcher's eyebrow raised. Moving pieces around the board without consulting the king, are we? There wasn't time, Naruto replied truthfully. And I wasn't sure you'd listen. Butcher considered this, then unexpectedly laughed, a genuine sound that transformed his face momentarily. You know, Whiskers, in another life, you'd have made one hell of a commander. He began selecting certain weapons from his arsenal. Fine. We do it your way, for now. But if it goes sideways. It won't, Naruto promised. Famous last words, Butcher muttered, but he was already packing the equipment they would need, leaving the most destructive explosives behind. The industrial interchange stood deserted in the midnight downpour, its access roads temporarily closed due to unexpected maintenance, courtesy of Frenchie's hacking abilities. Huey, and Frenchie had established positions around the perimeter, monitoring approach routes while maintaining communications blackout to avoid detection. Naruto and Butcher arrived to find Starlight already waiting, her civilian clothes exchanged for her Vought costume, a tactical decision that would provide both combat advantage and plausible deniability if things went wrong. Convoys 10 minutes out, she reported as they joined her in the makeshift command post, an abandoned security booth overlooking the interchange. 3 vehicles as expected, plus air support, helicopter maintaining distance but within response range. Vought security detail? Butcher asked, all business now that he'd committed to the plan. 16 operatives total. 4 in the lead vehicle, 8 with the primary transport, 4 trailing. All armed with conventional weapons plus specialized anti-Supe equipment. And the 7? Naruto inquired. On standby at Vought Tower. Response time approximately 7 minutes once alerted. Starlight's expression was grim. Homelander insisted on taking point if any incident occurs. Butcher checked his weapons with methodical precision. So we have a 7-minute window to disable 3 armored vehicles, neutralize 16 trained operatives, extract multiple children and research materials, then disappear before America's favorite psychopath arrives. He smiled thinly. Straightforward enough. There's one more complication, Starlight added reluctantly. Stormfront volunteered to accompany the convoy as additional security. She's riding in the primary transport. This changed the tactical situation significantly. A member of the 7 already on site meant their window for action would be measured in seconds rather than minutes. Stormfront's powers? Naruto asked. Electrical manipulation, similar to mine but more offensive in application. She can generate plasma bursts capable of cutting through steel. Also exhibits enhanced strength and durability consistent with Compound V subjects. Naruto processed this information quickly. I'll handle Stormfront. Butcher, you and the others focus on securing the children from the medical transport. Starlight covers our escape route and manages communications. And the research data? Butcher pressed. Secondary objective, Naruto stated firmly. The children come first. Butcher looked like he might object, but nodded grudgingly. Your operation, your call. As they finalized positions, Naruto created multiple shadow clones, sending them to strategic points around the interchange. Each would serve a specific function during the operation, some providing distraction, others focusing on protection and extraction. Through the driving rain, headlights appeared on the approach road, the convoy maintaining precise spacing as it navigated toward the interchange. Naruto could make out the silhouettes of the vehicles, a lead SUV, the primary armored transport in the middle, and the medical vehicle following behind. Remember, Naruto said quietly as they prepared to move, non-lethal approach wherever possible. These guards are following orders, not making policy. Your moral compass is touching, Whiskers, Butcher replied, checking his stun weapon. Let's see how long it lasts once the shooting starts. The moment the convoy entered the interchange, Naruto gave the signal. Simultaneously, his shadow clones activated prepared traps, not explosives as Butcher had planned, but precision interventions designed to disable rather than destroy. The lead vehicle suddenly found its path blocked by a barrier of earth that erupted from the pavement, an earth-style jutsu deployed by one of Naruto's clones. As the driver braked hard, the trailing vehicles were forced to stop as well, creating a momentary window of vulnerability. Naruto moved with shinobi speed, covering the distance to the convoy in seconds. Guards were already emerging from the vehicles, weapons raised as they scanned for the source of the disturbance. Contact front, one shouted, firing at a shadow clone that appeared briefly before vanishing. Confusion spread through their ranks as more clones appeared and disappeared at different points, creating the illusion of multiple attackers. In the chaos, Naruto reached the medical transport undetected, quickly neutralizing its guards with precise taijutsu strikes that rendered them unconscious without permanent injury. Inside, he found what Mallory's intelligence had suggested, 6 children, ranging from approximately 8 to 14 years old, secured in specialized containment units. Their expressions registered shock as Naruto appeared, followed quickly by hope. I'm getting you out of here, he assured them, breaking the restraints with chakra-enhanced strength. Can everyone walk? The children nodded, except for one, a young girl with dark hair who seemed weaker than the others. Without hesitation, Naruto lifted her gently. Stay close to me. We're leaving together. Outside, the operation was proceeding according to plan. Butcher and had secured the perimeter while Frenchie disabled the convoy's communications systems. Huey was already guiding the first extracted children toward their escape vehicles. Then everything changed. The roof of the primary transport vehicle tore open as if made of paper, and a figure emerged through the rainstorm, Stormfront, her costume gleaming with electrical energy that crackled around her in deadly arcs. Well, she called out, somehow projecting her voice over the storm. The famous orange streak, right on schedule. Naruto handed the weakened girl to one of his clones. Get them to safety, he instructed. I'll handle this. Stormfront descended from the vehicle, electrical energy intensifying around her hands. I was hoping you'd try something like this, she said, her smile predatory. Much more satisfying to capture you in the field than wait for you to make a mistake. I'm not here for a fight, Naruto stated clearly. Just for the children you're experimenting on. Children? Stormfront laughed, the sound somehow more chilling than the storm around them. You mean valuable research subjects with unique genetic potential. Don't worry, Vought takes excellent care of its investments. Without warning, she unleashed a blast of electrical energy that cut through the air with blinding speed. Naruto dodged with practiced ease, the attack missing him by inches and striking a nearby light pole, which melted on impact. Impressive reflexes, Stormfront acknowledged, generating more energy between her palms. But how long can you keep dodging? Naruto formed hand signs in rapid succession. Water style, water wall. Drawing moisture from the abundant rainfall, he created a barrier of swirling water between them, a tactical choice against her electrical abilities. As expected, when Stormfront launched another attack, the electricity dispersed through the water, temporarily neutralized. Interesting trick, she commented, genuine curiosity in her expression. Not compound V-based, is it? Something else entirely. Through his earpiece, Naruto heard Butcher's urgent update, children secure. Moving to extraction vehicles now. Primary transport still contains research materials. Get the children clear, Naruto instructed. I'll handle the research and follow. Stormfront circled slowly, studying him with calculated interest. You know, Vought's offering 8 figures for your capture. But I'm more interested in understanding how you do what you do. Her eyes narrowed. That energy signature you emit, it's unlike anything in our database. That's because it doesn't belong in your world, Naruto replied, maintaining his defensive stance while watching for openings. My world, she repeated, something strange flickering in her expression. You really are from somewhere else, aren't you? Not just a foreign operative with experimental powers. Before Naruto could respond, she attacked again, this time not with electrical energy but with surprising physical speed, closing the distance between them in a blur of movement. Her strike connected solidly with his chest, sending him sliding backward across the wet pavement. The impact was substantial, far stronger than a normal human, confirming Starlight's assessment of enhanced physical abilities in addition to her electrical powers. Naruto recovered quickly, countering with a series of taijutsu strikes that Stormfront partially blocked, though several connected with enough force to drive her back. Her fighting style was disciplined and efficient, suggesting extensive combat training. Not bad, she acknowledged, a thin line of blood at the corner of her mouth. But I'm just warming up. She unleashed her full electrical attack, not a focused beam this time but an omnidirectional discharge that illuminated the entire interchange with blinding light. Naruto leapt upward, avoiding the worst of it, but still felt the painful jolt as some of the energy connected with his leg. Landing on a nearby structure, Naruto reassessed his options. Stormfront was formidable, perhaps not at Homelander's level, but dangerous nonetheless. Continuing this confrontation while extracting the research would put the rescued children at risk if it drew additional Vought resources. Decision made, Naruto created more shadow clones that immediately engaged Stormfront from multiple angles, forcing her to divide her attention. Using the distraction, he moved toward the primary transport, where the research data would be secured. Inside the armored vehicle, he found what he sought, specialized storage devices containing Project Sage research, along with samples of the compound itself. Working quickly, Naruto secured everything in a storage scroll, a technique that drew on his sealing knowledge from the Uzumaki clan. Primary objective secured, he reported through his communicator. Beginning extraction. Negative, came Frenchie's urgent response. 7 incoming. Repeat, 7 incoming. Homelander airborne, ETA 30 seconds. The situation had just become critical. Naruto exited the transport to find Stormfront dispatching his last shadow clone, her attention immediately shifting to him as he emerged with the scroll. "Going somewhere?" she called out, electricity crackling between her fingers. "The party's just getting started." Above them, the clouds parted briefly as a figure descended through the rain, cape billowing, eyes already glowing red. Homelander arrived on the scene, hovering above the interchange with arms crossed in his characteristic pose. "I thought I recognized your energy signature," he called down to Naruto, his voice carrying an edge of satisfaction. "Couldn't resist interfering with official Vought business, could you?" Naruto assessed his position quickly. Most of the children were safely away with Butcher and the others. The research was secured in his scroll. His primary objectives were accomplished, but extraction had just become significantly more complicated. "This isn't business," Naruto replied, standing his ground. "It's human experimentation on children. Even in this world, that should be unacceptable." Homelander descended to stand beside Stormfront, the two seven members creating a formidable blockade between Naruto and his escape route. "Such moral certainty from someone who doesn't even belong here," Homelander commented. "Perhaps you should have stayed in your own dimension, Naruto Uzumaki." "Perhaps your world needed an outside perspective," Naruto countered. "Enough talk," Stormfront interjected, electrical energy intensifying around her. "Let's finish this." "No," Homelander countermanded, placing a restraining hand on her arm. "I want him alive. Vought has questions that need answering, particularly about that interesting energy he produces." The momentary disagreement between the seven members provided an opening Naruto intended to exploit. Creating additional shadow clones would only delay the inevitable at this point. Against both Homelander and Stormfront, more decisive measures were required. "Time to show them something real," Kurama suggested within him. Naruto nodded imperceptibly, then allowed Kurama's chakra to flow through his network. The transformation was controlled but visibly dramatic, his eyes shifting to slitted red, whisker marks deepening on his cheeks as an orange-red energy aura began to emanate from his body. Both Homelander and Stormfront tensed at the visible manifestation of power, sensing the dramatic increase in energy output. Rain sizzled into steam where it contacted Naruto's chakra cloak. "What the hell is this?" Stormfront muttered, electricity instinctively intensifying around her in response. Homelander's expression shifted from confidence to focused calculation. "Interesting. Your power levels just increased exponentially." His eyes narrowed. "But don't think a light show will save you from the inevitable." Naruto didn't waste energy on further dialogue. With Kurama's chakra enhancing his speed and strength, he moved with blinding velocity, appearing behind Stormfront before either seven-member could react. A precise chakra-enhanced strike sent her flying forward, crashing through the disabled lead vehicle. Homelander responded immediately, eyes glowing as he unleashed his heat vision. Naruto dodged the deadly beams, which cut through abandoned vehicles like they were made of butter. The display of destructive power confirmed what Naruto had suspected: Homelander wasn't holding back anymore. "He's faster than he looks," Kurama noted as Naruto narrowly avoided another heat vision attack. "And those eyes are problematic." Using the Kyuubi's enhanced reflexes, Naruto formed a Rasengan in his right hand, the swirling chakra growing rapidly as he infused it with wind nature energy. The resulting Rasen Shuriken hummed with destructive potential. "That's new," Homelander observed, hovering cautiously at a distance. "What other tricks are you hiding, I wonder?" Instead of attacking directly, Naruto hurled the Rasen Shuriken toward the ground between them. On impact, it expanded into a vortex of wind nature chakra, creating a massive dust cloud that temporarily obscured visibility throughout the interchange. Under this cover, Naruto moved to retrieve something he prepared earlier, a specialized sealing tag attached to the underside of the primary transport. Activating it with a pulse of chakra, he created a localized disruption in the electromagnetic spectrum, a technique that would temporarily disable Vought's tracking systems. Stormfront recovered from her impact, electricity surging around her with renewed intensity. "Enough games," she shouted, unleashing a massive electrical discharge into the dust cloud, attempting to hit Naruto through area saturation. The attack illuminated the interchange like daylight, revealing Naruto's position as he completed the sealing technique. Homelander immediately capitalized, moving with superhuman speed to close the distance between them. The collision was devastating, Homelander's full strength against Naruto's Kurama-enhanced defense. The impact created a shockwave that cleared the remaining dust and debris, leaving them facing each other in a small crater of fractured concrete. For the first time, something like uncertainty flickered in Homelander's expression as he realized his attack hadn't produced the expected result. Naruto stood his ground, the Nine-Tails chakra having absorbed much of the impact. "What are you?" Homelander demanded, genuine curiosity beneath his anger. "Someone who won't allow children to become weapons," Naruto replied simply. Stormfront joined Homelander, electrical energy crackling between them as they presented a united front. "Whatever he is, he's not leaving here," she stated with cold certainty. Naruto assessed his position. The primary mission objectives were complete. Continuing this confrontation risked escalation that could endanger the rescued children if Homelander decided to pursue them instead. "I've accomplished what I came for," Naruto announced. "This doesn't need to continue." "That's where you're wrong," Homelander replied, his composure returning. "This ends with you in Vought custody, your abilities studied and replicated. One way or another." Naruto formed a series of hand signs in rapid succession. Earth style, swamp of the underworld. The ground beneath Homelander and Stormfront suddenly transformed into a chakra-infused quagmire, immediately beginning to pull them downward with surprising force. While this technique wouldn't hold them long, it created the momentary advantage Naruto needed. With Kurama's chakra still flowing through him, Naruto made his move, not to escape, but to deliver a message. He appeared directly before Homelander, who was already beginning to free himself from the earthen trap. "Listen carefully," Naruto said, his voice deepened by Kurama's influence. "I don't want war with you or Vought. But I won't stand by while innocents suffer. The children you were experimenting on are now beyond your reach. The research data is secured. Consider this an opportunity to reconsider your priorities." Homelander's eyes glowed with fury. "You dare lecture me? I am this world's protector. It's God." "A god who serves corporate interests isn't a god at all," Naruto replied calmly. "Just a powerful prisoner in a gilded cage." The comment struck deeper than expected, something vulnerable and enraged flashing across Homelander's perfect features before he could suppress it. With a roar of effort, he broke free from the earthen trap, lunging toward Naruto with murderous intent. Naruto was prepared. As Homelander closed the distance, Naruto formed one final jutsu, a specialized version of the flying Raijin technique he had been developing based on his father's legacy. While not perfected, it would serve his immediate need. The moment before Homelander's strike connected, Naruto vanished in a flash of yellow energy, reappearing instantly at a marked location several hundred yards away where the extraction vehicles waited. From this distance, he could see Homelander's expression of disbelief and fury as he realized his target had literally disappeared from in front of him. Stormfront, now free from the earth trap, scanned the surroundings with rage evident in her stance. "Time to go," Naruto told the waiting team as he entered the vehicle. "Mission accomplished." As they pulled away, gave him an incredulous look. "Did you just go toe-to-toe with Homelander and Stormfront simultaneously?" "Not by choice," Naruto replied, allowing Kurama's chakra to recede, returning to his normal appearance. The strain of maintaining the Nine-Tails energy while executing complex jutsu was significant, even with his substantial reserves. "Are the children safe?" Already at the secondary location with Frenchie, Butcher confirmed from the driver's seat. "Quite the collection of special youngsters you've liberated. One of them keeps staring at shadows like they might bite her." "What about the research data?" Huey asked from the back seat. Naruto produced the scroll, handing it to him. "Everything we need to understand Project Sage and develop countermeasures. Frenchie should be able to make sense of it." As they navigated through side streets, avoiding main thoroughfares where Vought would be establishing checkpoints, Naruto's attention was drawn to something unexpected, a subtle energy signature emanating from the weakened girl he had carried from the transport. Now that he had time to focus, he recognized the pattern, wild, untamed, but unmistakably similar to a tailed beast's chakra. "The girl," he said quietly. "The one who couldn't walk. Where is she?" "With the others," Butcher replied. "Asian kid, right? Doesn't speak much from what I saw." "I need to see her as soon as possible," Naruto stated. Butcher glanced at him in the rearview mirror. "Any particular reason?" "She's special," Naruto explained carefully. "Her energy signature, it's like mine, but untamed. She has power she can't control, probably doesn't understand." "Another Jinchuriki?" Huey asked, using the term from the anime he'd watched. "Not exactly," Naruto clarified. "But similar concept. Someone with powerful energy sealed within them, affecting their development. In my world, we learn to control such power through training. Here." He shook his head. Vought was probably trying to weaponize her abilities without understanding them. "One more crime to add to their extensive list," Butcher commented darkly. "Though I must admit, Whiskers, your plan worked better than I expected. Children rescued, research secured, minimal casualties." "Don't sound so disappointed," said dryly. Butcher's laugh was surprisingly genuine. "On the contrary. It's refreshing to see competence in action. Though I'm still processing our ninja friend here standing toe-to-toe with both Homelander and Stormfront. That's not something anyone's walked away from before." "I didn't defeat them," Naruto pointed out. "Just delayed them long enough to complete the mission." "That alone puts you in rarefied company," Butcher assured him. "Though they'll be coming for you with everything they've got now. No more kid gloves from Vought or the Seven." Naruto nodded, understanding the implications. The confrontation had forced him to reveal more of his abilities than planned, including a glimpse of Kurama's power. Vought would analyze every second of footage, developing new countermeasures and strategies. But more concerning was what he'd seen in Homelander's eyes during their brief close-quarters encounter, not just anger or wounded pride, but something deeper, more primal. Fear, perhaps. Fear disguised as fury, but unmistakable to someone who had faced truly powerful enemies before. A cornered predator was always the most dangerous. Dawn was breaking as they reached their new base of operations, an abandoned subway maintenance facility deep beneath the city, converted by Frenchie into a functional headquarters with medical equipment, communications systems, and living quarters. The rescued children had been settled in a sectioned-off area, receiving medical attention and much-needed rest after their ordeal. Frenchie had already begun analyzing the secured research data, his workstation surrounded by digital displays showing complex molecular structures. "Fascinating and disturbing in equal measure," he reported as Naruto approached. "This Project Sage, it is not merely about countering your abilities. They are attempting to create synthetic chakra through compound V modifications." "How close were they to succeeding?" Naruto asked. Frenchie gestured to a molecular simulation. "The basic theory is sound, but implementation remains flawed. Their understanding of how energy pathways function is incomplete. They know the what but not the how or why. That won't stop them from trying again," pointed out, joining them. "We've delayed their progress, not ended it. But we've bought time," Naruto replied. "And saved children from being their test subjects." Speaking of the children, Naruto made his way to the medical area where they were being treated. Most were sleeping, exhausted from their ordeal and the late-night rescue operation. In the farthest bed, however, the dark-haired girl he'd carried from the transport sat awake, her eyes alert and wary. Naruto approached slowly, projecting calm and non-threatening body language. The girl watched him intently, something like recognition flickering in her expression. "Hello," Naruto greeted her softly. "My name is Naruto. Do you remember me from earlier?" The girl nodded but didn't speak. Up close, Naruto could see she was older than he'd initially thought, perhaps 13 or 14, though small for her age. Asian features suggested East Asian heritage, possibly Korean or Japanese. "What's your name?" Naruto asked gently. The girl hesitated, then made several quick hand gestures, not random movements, but deliberate signs. Naruto recognized it as a form of sign language, though not one he was familiar with. "She can't speak," came a voice from behind him. Starlight had entered the medical area, still in her Vought costume though she'd removed the cape and gloves. "Her name is Kimiko. That's all we know so far." Naruto nodded understanding. "Kimiko," he repeated, addressing the girl directly. "I'm glad you're safe now." Something changed in Kimiko's expression, surprise, perhaps, at being addressed as a person rather than a subject. She made another series of hand gestures, more complex this time. "I don't understand your signs," Naruto admitted. "But I understand something else about you." He tapped his abdomen, where his own seal containing Kurama resided. "You have something powerful inside you. Something that makes you different." Kimiko's eyes widened, her hands momentarily stilling. Slowly, deliberately, she pulled down the collar of her hospital gown, revealing what appeared to be a surgical scar on her chest, directly over her heart. But Naruto's enhanced perception recognized it wasn't just a scar but a crude seal of some kind, etched into her flesh through medical intervention. "They put something inside you," Naruto said quietly. "Energy you can't control." Kimiko nodded, her expression a complex mixture of fear, hope, and long-suppressed rage. "I can help you," Naruto continued. "I've lived with a sealed entity my entire life. Learn to work with it rather than against it." "You think she's like you?" Starlight asked softly. "A Jinchuriki?" "Not exactly," Naruto replied, still maintaining eye contact with Kimiko. "But similar enough that I might be able to help her understand and control whatever they've done to her." Kimiko made another series of signs, frustration evident when neither Naruto nor Starlight could understand. "We'll find someone who knows your language," Starlight promised her. "In the meantime, you're safe here. No one will experiment on you again." The girl's expression remained skeptical, the wariness of someone who had learned through painful experience not to trust promises of safety. Naruto recognized that look all too well, he had worn it himself as a child in Konoha. "I understand," he told her simply. "I know what it's like when people fear what's inside you. When they see the power but not the person." Something shifted in Kimiko's expression, a subtle recognition of shared experience that transcended language barriers. She reached out tentatively and touched Naruto's whisker marks, her head tilting questioningly. "Yes," Naruto confirmed. "These are from my tenant, Kurama, the nine-tailed fox. He's been with me since I was born." Kimiko tapped her chest, where the seal-like scar was located. "Yours was placed there," Naruto guessed. "Recently? As part of Vought's experiments?" She nodded, then held up 3 fingers. 3 years ago," Starlight interpreted. "Before Project Sage began." Kimiko made a drinking motion, then pointed to her veins. "They gave you something," Naruto understood. "Not just standard compound V." The girl nodded again, then made a gesture like something exploding outward from her chest. "Energy that overwhelms you," Naruto said quietly. "Takes control when your emotions are strong." Kimiko's eyes widened in surprise and relief at being understood. She nodded vigorously. "I can teach you techniques to manage it," Naruto offered. "Not to suppress it, but to work with it. To find balance." For the first time, something like hope appeared in Kimiko's expression. She reached out again, this time grasping Naruto's hand in both of hers, a gesture of acceptance and trust that needed no translation. Starlight watched the exchange with a mixture of wonder and sadness. "I can't believe Vought was doing this to children," she said quietly. "Creating their own versions of you. Not just of me," Naruto clarified. They're attempting to reproduce various energy manipulation abilities. Kimiko's enhancement seems focused on pure physical force, raw power rather than controlled chakra. The others likely have different manifestations. Their conversation was interrupted as Frenchie appeared at the medical area entrance, his expression urgent. "You need to see this," he said, gesturing for them to follow. Vought is already responding to last night's operation. In the main area of their underground base, all displays were showing breaking news coverage. Homelander and Stormfront stood side by side at a Vought Tower press conference, their expressions solemn as they addressed the cameras. Last night, a terrorist organization led by the foreign operative known as Naruto Uzumaki attacked a secure medical transport, Homelander announced, his voice carrying practiced concern. This attack resulted in the abduction of several children under Vought's protective care, children with specialized medical needs requiring constant supervision. The camera panned to show images of the children, carefully selected photographs that made them appear vulnerable and dependent rather than experimental subjects. These children are in grave danger without their medication and treatment protocols, Stormfront added, her expression a masterpiece of controlled anguish. To the families of these innocent victims, we promise, the Seven will not rest until your children are safely returned and those responsible face justice. The frame expanded to show Stan Edgar joining them at the podium. Vought International is offering a $10 million reward for information leading to the recovery of these children. We have reason to believe they are being held in dangerous conditions by individuals with no medical training or understanding of their specialized needs. They're painting us as the villains, Huey said incredulously. Making it sound like we kidnapped sick kids from medical care. Standard Vought playbook, commented grimly. Control the narrative, make the perpetrators look like saviors and the saviors look like monsters. On screen, Stormfront's expression hardened as she looked directly into the camera. To Naruto Uzumaki and his accomplices, you have 24 hours to return these children to proper medical care before we implement more, decisive measures. Her smile contained nothing of humor. And believe me, we know exactly where to look. The press conference ended with Homelander making a similar direct appeal to camera, to the citizens of New York, remain vigilant. Report any sightings of this dangerous individual immediately. The safety of innocent children depends on your cooperation. Butcher switched off the display, his expression darkly amused. Well, that didn't take long. From heroes to child abductors in less than 6 hours. Vought's PR department earns their exorbitant salaries. This changes our situation, Naruto observed. They're using the children as leverage, trying to force us into the open. More than that, Starlight added. They're turning public opinion against you. Making it so civilians will report sightings, potentially even attempt citizens' arrests. The decisive measures concern me more, said. Stormfront doesn't make idle threats. Frenchie returned to his workstation, pulling up additional information. Vought security forces are already establishing checkpoints throughout the city, concentrating on subway entrances and underground access points. They suspect we're operating below ground. We need to relocate, Butcher decided. Somewhere they wouldn't expect. Somewhere with medical facilities for the children but secure enough to withstand scrutiny. I might know a place, Starlight offered reluctantly. But it's complicated. It would mean involving my mother. Your mother? Huey looked surprised. Isn't that risky? She owns property upstate, a former church retreat with cabins, a main house with medical facilities from when it served as a wellness center. Starlight's expression was conflicted. It's isolated, defensible, and not connected to any of us in records Vought could access. Would she help us? Naruto asked the critical question. She hates what Vaught's become, Starlight replied. And she'd do anything to protect me. But involving her puts her at risk too. Butcher considered the option with tactical assessment. How soon could we move there? I'd need to contact her securely, have her prepare the property. Maybe 12 hours. Too long, objected. Vaught's net is already closing. We need immediate relocation. Naruto considered their limited options. What about a two-stage approach? Move to a temporary location first, then to the retreat once it's prepared. Mallory might have a safe house we could use as an intermediate point, Butcher suggested. I'll make contact. As the team began organizing the complicated logistics of moving 6 children plus equipment and supplies, Naruto returned to Kimiko's side. The girl was watching the activity with evident anxiety, the commotion triggering visible stress responses. It's okay, he assured her, sitting beside her bed. We're moving somewhere safer, that's all. Somewhere Vought can't find you. Kimiko's hands moved in rapid signs, her frustration at not being understood evident in her expression. I wish I could understand you better, Naruto said apologetically. But maybe there's another way we can communicate. He placed his hand gently on hers, then channeled a small amount of chakra, not to influence or control, but to create a connection. In his world, this technique could sometimes facilitate rudimentary emotional communication between those with compatible chakra signatures. To his surprise, it worked better than expected. As their energies briefly connected, Naruto felt a rush of Kimiko's emotions, fear, confusion, anger, but also a fierce determination and protective instinct toward the other children. Most strikingly, he sensed the foreign energy within her, wild, primal, reminiscent of a tailed beast but fundamentally different in nature. Kimiko's eyes widened as she experienced a similar connection to Naruto's emotions and Kurama's contained power. For a moment, they shared understanding beyond words or signs, recognizing in each other the burden and potential of containing powers beyond ordinary human comprehension. When Naruto withdrew his hand, Kimiko stared at him with new awareness. She made a single, simple gesture, pointing to herself, then to Naruto, then making a motion of joining. Yes, he confirmed. We're similar. Different, but connected by what we carry. For the first time, Kimiko smiled, a small expression that transformed her face from wary survivor to something approaching her true age. She repeated the joining gesture, this time including the other children in the motion. You want to protect them, Naruto realized. You feel responsible for them. Kimiko nodded firmly. We'll protect them together, Naruto promised. All of us. The next 12 hours passed in carefully orchestrated chaos as the boys implemented their evacuation plan. Mallory had provided access to a temporary safe house, an abandoned Cold War-era communications bunker beneath a decommissioned military facility in New Jersey. From there, they would move to Starlight's mother's property once preparations were complete. Throughout the city, Vought security forces continued expanding their search operation, aided by military contractors and local law enforcement operating under emergency authorization. News coverage remained constant, with hourly updates on the kidnapped children and frequent profiles of Naruto portraying him as a dangerous foreign operative. Most concerning, footage from the convoy interception had been carefully edited and released to the public, showing Naruto using Kurama's chakra against Homelander and Stormfront, but removing context that would explain his actions. The narrative being constructed was clear: a dangerous, unpredictable individual with destructive powers targeting America's heroes. By nightfall, the first phase of evacuation was complete. The children, along with essential medical equipment and supplies, had been successfully relocated to Mallory's bunker. Frenchie remained with them, continuing his analysis of the Project Sage research while monitoring their medical conditions. The second phase, moving to the upstate retreat, was scheduled for the following evening. Naruto had stayed with Kimiko throughout the transition, helping her manage the stress of movement and unfamiliar surroundings. The connection they had established seemed to provide her with a stability she hadn't experienced since Vought's experiments began. In turn, she helped calm the other children, who looked to her as a de facto leader despite her inability to speak. She's remarkable, Starlight commented, watching as Kimiko taught one of the younger children a simple hand sign game. After everything Vought did to her, she still cares about protecting others. Some people respond to pain by becoming stronger, Naruto replied. Not harder, but more determined to prevent others from suffering the same fate. Starlight studied him with thoughtful consideration. Like you. Before Naruto could respond, Butcher called for their attention. We've got a situation, he announced, activating the bunker's main display screen. Live broadcast from Vought Tower. The screen showed Homelander standing alone at a podium, his expression more serious than previous appearances. Behind him was a digital counter displaying 18 hours 42 minutes and 16 seconds, and counting down. Citizens of New York, Homelander began without preamble. Yesterday, I issued a 24-hour deadline for the return of the abducted children. That deadline expires tomorrow at noon. His expression hardened. At that time, if the children have not been safely returned to Vought medical care, I will personally implement countermeasures throughout the city. The camera zoomed in slightly as Homelander continued, his voice taking on a chilling quality. To be absolutely clear, I will no longer allow this terrorist to hide among innocent civilians. Beginning at noon tomorrow, I will systematically inspect every building, every tunnel, every potential hiding place in this city. Those who have harbored this individual or his accomplices will face the same justice he does. He's threatening to tear the city apart, said quietly. Worse, Huey added. He's telling civilians to turn us in or be considered accomplices. On screen, Homelander's expression shifted to something resembling regret, though the emotion didn't reach his eyes. I take no pleasure in these measures. But when children's lives are at stake, extraordinary actions become necessary. He looked directly into the camera. And to Naruto Uzumaki, this is your final opportunity to demonstrate any remaining humanity. Return the children, surrender yourself, and perhaps some measure of leniency might be possible. The broadcast ended with the countdown continuing, a visual reminder of the deadline that now dominated every news channel and digital billboard throughout the city. He's not bluffing, Starlight said quietly. He'll do exactly what he's threatening. I've seen him when he feels challenged, there are no limits to what he'll justify. Butcher's expression was grimly satisfied. He's rattled. All that careful image management, and now he's publicly threatening to tear apart his own city. Our ninja friend here has gotten under his skin in a way no one else has managed. This isn't about winning a psychological battle, Naruto objected. Innocent people will be caught in the middle if Homelander carries out these threats. So what do you propose? Butcher challenged. Surrender the children to Vaught's tender mercies. Offer yourself as a sacrificial lamb. Neither, Naruto replied firmly. But we need to change the battlefield. Draw his attention away from the city, away from civilians. A direct confrontation. Looked skeptical. That's playing into his hands. He wants you in the open where the seven can coordinate an attack. Not necessarily, Starlight interjected, thoughtful. What if we could expose Vaught's actual activities while simultaneously addressing Homelander's ultimatum? Force them to defend their actions rather than just hunting Naruto. You have something specific in mind? Butcher asked. Starlight nodded slowly. The Project Sage research data we recovered, it contains detailed documentation of what they were doing to those children. Medical records, experiment protocols, authorization chains leading directly to Stan Edgar and the Vought board. Evidence that contradicts their public narrative, Huey realized. Exactly. If we could release that information while simultaneously demonstrating that the children are safe and receiving proper care. Starlight looked to Naruto. It wouldn't stop Homelander, but it would complicate Vaught's position significantly. Naruto considered the approach. We'd need to present the evidence in a way that couldn't be immediately discredited or suppressed. A live broadcast, suggested. Something that bypasses traditional media channels Vought controls. I might know how, Huey offered. Remember the equipment Frenchie designed for exposing Compound V last year? The untraceable broadcast system. We still have it in storage. The plan began taking shape, a counternarrative to challenge Vaught's carefully constructed lies. They would need to move quickly, coordinating multiple elements while continuing the evacuation of the children to their final safe location. As the team dispersed to their assignments, Naruto found himself alone with Starlight. She looked exhausted, the strain of maintaining her cover at Vought while aiding their operations taking a visible toll. "You should rest," he suggested gently. "Tomorrow will be challenging." "Can't," she replied with a tired smile. "Too much to organize with my mother for the retreat." She hesitated, then added, "Besides, every time I close my eyes, I see Homelander's face, the way he looked during that broadcast. Like he's actually hoping for an excuse to do what he's threatening." "I've seen that look before," Naruto acknowledged. "In my world, there were those who saw power as an end rather than a means, who defined themselves solely through their ability to dominate others." "How do you fight someone like that?" Starlight asked, the question carrying weight beyond tactical considerations. "Not just physically, but, fundamentally. How do you counter someone who views mercy as weakness and restraint as failure?" Naruto considered his response carefully. "By remembering what you're fighting for. By refusing to become what you oppose, even when it might seem expedient." He met her gaze directly. "Homelander wants me to behave like the monster he portrays me as, to lash out, to destroy, to prioritize power over people. The moment I do that, he's already won, regardless of the physical outcome." Something in his words seemed to resonate with Starlight. She nodded slowly, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. "That's what drew me to you from the beginning, you know. Not the powers or the abilities, impressive as they are. It was watching someone with extraordinary strength choose restraint, choose protection over dominance." A slight blush colored her cheeks as she realized the implication of her words. "I mean, I understand," Naruto assured her with a warm smile. "And I appreciate it more than you know." Their moment of connection was interrupted as Huey appeared in the doorway. "Sorry to interrupt, but we've got movement on the surface. Vought security vehicles establishing a perimeter within 2 miles of this location." "That's not possible," Starlight said, immediately alert. "This facility isn't in any Vought database I have access to." "They're not targeting it specifically," Huey clarified. "They're establishing checkpoints throughout the entire area, systematic search pattern expanding outward from the city." Accelerating the timetable, Butcher concluded, joining them. "Homelander's not waiting for his deadline after all." "We need to move the children now," Naruto decided. "The second phase evacuation can't wait until tomorrow." "Agreed," Butcher nodded. "MM's already prepping transport. Frenchie's got the kids ready to move on 15 minutes notice." "What about our counternarrative plan?" Starlight asked. "Still viable, but needs modification," Butcher replied. "Rather than broadcasting from here, we execute from the retreat location once established. More defensible position, better control of variables." As they quickly reorganized their plans, Naruto sought out Kimiko. He found her already helping the younger children prepare for movement, her awareness of the situation evident despite the language barrier. "We're leaving earlier than planned," he explained, knowing she understood even if she couldn't respond verbally. "Vought forces are getting closer." Kimiko nodded, making several quick signs before pointing to her chest, where her seal was located. "Your power," Naruto interpreted. "You're concerned about controlling it during the stress of evacuation?" She nodded again, her expression conveying the seriousness of her concern. "I can help," Naruto offered. "A temporary sealing technique to help stabilize the energy until we reach safety. It won't last long, but it should get us through the next few hours." Kimiko considered this, then nodded decisively, pulling aside her clothing to expose the seal on her chest. Naruto prepared the necessary hand signs, focusing his chakra for the delicate procedure. "This won't hurt," he assured her, "but you may feel pressure as the energies align." Carefully, he applied a secondary sealing technique, not to further suppress her power, but to harmonize it temporarily with her own natural energy. The approach was similar to techniques used in his world when Jinchuriki needed to transport themselves through situations where chakra flares could be dangerous. As the technique took effect, visible relief washed over Kimiko's features. The constant strain of containing unstable energy eased, allowing her natural strength and focus to resurface. She touched the modified seal with wonder, then made a gesture of gratitude. "It's temporary," Naruto reminded her. "Once we're safe, I'll teach you proper techniques for long-term management." Their moment was interrupted as appeared in the doorway. "Transport's ready. We move in 5 minutes. Everyone limited to essential items only." The evacuation proceeded with methodical efficiency, children loaded into specially equipped vehicles, medical equipment secured, communication systems disassembled for relocation. Butcher supervised the operation with military precision, while Frenchie ensured all research data and samples were properly contained for transport. Naruto created shadow clones to assist, particularly in providing security for the convoy as it prepared to depart. Through his clones' observations, he confirmed Vought's search pattern was indeed closing in on their location, though not yet with precision targeting. Their search radius is approximately 16 miles, a clone reported after reconnaissance. Moving in a systematic grid pattern with air support. Current focus appears to be transportation infrastructure, bridges, tunnels, highway junctions. "They're assuming we'll try to leave the area entirely," Butcher interpreted. "Not expecting us to relocate within the search perimeter. That gives us an advantage," Starlight noted. "If we move perpendicular to their search pattern rather than away from it, we might slip through the gaps in their coverage." The strategy was sound, though execution would require perfect timing and coordination. As final preparations were completed, Naruto joined Butcher in the lead vehicle. "Once we're mobile, I'll create shadow clones to run interference," Naruto explained. "Multiple decoys moving in different directions to confuse their tracking systems." "Good thinking," Butcher agreed. "Though I'm still concerned about air surveillance. Homelander himself might be conducting overflights." "I've prepared for that too," Naruto assured him. "Transformation techniques to mask our energy signatures. Not perfect, but should reduce detection probability." As the convoy prepared to depart, Naruto performed the necessary jutsu, creating both shadow clone decoys and a specialized camouflage technique that would help shield them from energy-based detection methods. The effort required significant chakra expenditure, but the protection it provided was worth the cost. The evacuation began under cover of darkness, vehicles moving carefully through service roads and maintaining communications silence. Starlight had gone ahead to meet her mother and finalize preparations at the retreat location, while Huey coordinated their counternarrative broadcast equipment from the middle vehicle. For the first hour, their progress remained undetected, Vought search patterns focusing on areas further from their actual route. Through shadow clone surveillance, Naruto monitored security movements, providing real-time intelligence as they navigated through the complex grid of roadblocks and checkpoints. Then, without warning, one of his shadow clones dispersed, destroyed by a precise energy blast from above. The clone's final observation transferred to Naruto immediately, Stormfront, conducting aerial surveillance approximately 2 miles east of their current position. "We've got a problem," Naruto informed Butcher. "Stormfront is airborne near our route. One of my clones was detected and eliminated." "She know our position?" Butcher asked sharply. "Not yet, but the clone's destruction will narrow her search area." Butcher made a quick tactical decision. "We split the convoy. Primary vehicles continue to the retreat. Decoy group heads east to draw her attention." "I'll go with the decoy," Naruto stated. "My presence will make it more convincing, and I can engage Stormfront if necessary." Though Butcher clearly wanted to argue, he recognized the strategic necessity. "Fine. Take the third vehicle. Will drive. Rendezvous at the retreat when you can shake her." The convoy separated at the next junction, the main group continuing north toward the retreat while Naruto, and 2 shadow clones in the third vehicle turned east, deliberately moving toward Stormfront's last known position. This is either brilliant or suicidal, commented as they accelerated down a county road. Probably both. If Stormfront focuses on us, the children have a better chance of reaching safety undetected, Naruto replied. That's what matters. They drove in tense silence for several minutes before spoke again. You know, I've fought alongside Butcher for years. Seen him go up against Supes, corporations, government agencies. Never seen him defer tactical decisions to anyone until you came along. Naruto considered this. We have different approaches, but similar goals. He understands that sometimes restraint is more effective than force. Butcher. Understanding restraint? Laughed without humor. That's not the man I know. The Butcher I know would have blown that convoy sky high, children or no children, if he thought it would hurt Vought and Homelander. People can change, Naruto observed. Often when they find something worth fighting for rather than against. Before could respond, a blinding flash of light struck the road ahead, creating a crater that forced them to swerve violently. Above them, silhouetted against the night sky, Stormfront hovered with electrical energy crackling around her hands. End of the road, boys, her amplified voice called down. Did you really think that little disguise technique would fool me for long? Brought the vehicle to a controlled stop as Naruto quickly assessed their options. Get to cover, he instructed. I'll handle Stormfront. Like hell, objected. We stick together. The children need you more than I do, Naruto countered firmly. If something happens to me, they'll need someone who understands what Vought did to them. Another energy blast struck nearby, closer this time, a warning shot demonstrating Stormfront's precision. Hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Don't do anything stupid, ninja boy. We need you alive. As took cover in nearby woods, Naruto stepped into the open, releasing the chakra camouflage technique he'd been maintaining. Immediately, he sensed Stormfront's attention focusing on him with predatory intensity. Just you and me now, he called up to her. Away from civilians, away from cameras. Isn't that what you wanted? Stormfront descended until she hovered just 30 feet above the ground, electrical energy illuminating her satisfied expression. I did want a private conversation, she acknowledged. Though I expected more resistance. Getting tired of running, Naruto? I never run from a fight worth having, he replied calmly. Just from one's not worth the collateral damage. Noble, she commented, sounding almost sincere. Misguided, but noble. You really aren't what Vought claims, are you? Not some foreign agent or terrorist. I'm exactly what I've claimed to be, Naruto stated. Someone who won't allow children to be experimented on or innocent people to be manipulated through fear. Stormfront studied him with evident curiosity. You know, we're not so different, you and I. Both possessing powers beyond ordinary human capability. Both seeing the flaws in the current system. Her expression hardened slightly. The difference is that I understand what power is for, to reshape the world according to better values. Stronger values. And whose values would those be? Naruto challenged. The worthy, she replied simply. Those with the vision and strength to lead rather than follow. She descended further, close enough now that Naruto could see the intensity in her eyes. Vought wants to contain you, study you. I'm more interested in understanding you. Your potential. For what purpose? A better world, Stormfront stated with absolute conviction. One where power isn't hidden behind corporate logos and focus-grouped costumes. Where the truly exceptional lead openly rather than pretending to serve. Naruto recognized the dangerous ideology beneath her words, the same thinking that had driven figures like Madara, Uchiha and Pain in his own world. The belief that power justified dominance, that the strong had not just the right but the obligation to rule. I've heard this philosophy before, he replied. It always ends the same way, with innocent people suffering while the self-proclaimed worthy decide who lives and who dies. Stormfront laughed, the sound carrying genuine amusement. Of course you'd say that. The hero's response, predictable and limiting. Her expression turned evaluative. But I've seen what you can do. That energy you manifested against Homelander, that wasn't just some technique. It was something else. Something primal. She was probing, Naruto realized, seeking information about Kurama's power. Whether from scientific curiosity or strategic calculation, her interest in the Nine-Tails chakra represented a danger beyond the immediate confrontation. Why don't we focus on the present situation? Naruto suggested, deliberately redirecting. You found me. What happens now? Now. Stormfront smiled. Now we negotiate. Those children you took, they're valuable research subjects, yes, but replaceable. What Vought really wants is you. Your abilities, your energy manipulation techniques, your passenger. She gestured to his abdomen, where Kurama's seal was located. Return the Project Sage research materials, and perhaps we can arrange something mutually beneficial. And if I refuse? Then Homelander continues with his plan, she stated simply. Systematic destruction of potential hiding places throughout the city. Civilian casualties regrettable but inevitable. All blamed, of course, on the terrorist who refused to surrender. The threat was clear and entirely credible. Naruto had no doubt Homelander would follow through, especially with his authority and public image already committed to the ultimatum. There's another option, Naruto countered. I face Homelander directly. Away from the city, away from civilians. A conclusion to this conflict without collateral damage. Stormfront's expression registered genuine surprise, followed by calculated interest. You believe you can defeat him? Even after your brief encounter at the interchange? I believe in resolving conflicts directly rather than through proxies and innocent bystanders, Naruto replied carefully. If Homelander truly believes in his cause, he should be willing to face me personally rather than terrorizing an entire city. For a long moment, Stormfront hovered silently, evaluating this unexpected proposal. Then, surprisingly, she laughed, a sound containing genuine amusement. You continue to surprise me, Naruto Uzumaki. Most opponents of Vought either hide in shadows or lash out indiscriminately. Direct confrontation is, refreshingly straightforward. She descended fully to ground level, electrical energy diminishing but not disappearing entirely. I could simply attack you now, she observed casually. Attempt to subdue you myself. You could try, Naruto acknowledged without bravado. Something in his calm confidence seemed to intrigue her further. But that would deprive us of seeing what you might do against Homelander at full capacity. She nodded, decision apparently made. Very well. I'll convey your challenge. A direct confrontation, away from civilians. Dawn tomorrow, Naruto specified. Rockaway Beach. Uninhabited section, minimal risk to bystanders. Dramatic, Stormfront commented with apparent approval. The rising sun witnessing the fall of either America's greatest hero or its most wanted terrorist. She studied him with renewed interest. You realize he won't come alone. The 7 will be present, along with Vought security forces. This isn't a duel, it's an execution. I understand the risks, Naruto assured her. Stormfront's smile held genuine anticipation. I believe you do. Which makes me wonder what you're planning. She rose into the air once more, electrical energy crackling around her. Dawn tomorrow, Rockaway Beach. Don't be late, Homelander detests tardiness almost as much as he detests challenges to his authority. As she disappeared into the night sky, emerged from his concealment, expression incredulous. Did you just challenge Homelander to what amounts to a superhero showdown at dawn? Something like that, Naruto acknowledged. That's either the bravest or stupidest thing I've ever witnessed, declared. Probably both. It serves multiple purposes, Naruto explained as they returned to their vehicle. Redirects attention from the search for the children, gives us time to implement our counter-narrative plan, and provides a controlled environment for confrontation. Controlled? Looked skeptical as he started the engine. 7 against 1 isn't what I'd call controlled. Trust me, Naruto said simply. I have a plan. They drove in silence for several miles, taking an indirect route toward the retreat location. Eventually, asked the question that had clearly been bothering him. Are you actually planning to fight Homelander? Full-on battle with the most powerful Supe in existence? If necessary, Naruto replied. And you think you can win? Mm's tone suggested he found the prospect difficult to imagine, despite having witnessed Naruto's abilities. Naruto considered his response carefully. In my world, I learned that victory isn't always defined by who remains standing at the end. Sometimes it's defined by what truths are revealed, what perspectives are changed. He looked out at the passing landscape. Homelander believes absolute power makes him invulnerable. Sometimes the most important victory is simply proving that belief wrong. Studied him briefly before returning his attention to the road. Well, if anyone can do it, it's probably you. Just. He hesitated, uncharacteristic concern in his voice. Just remember you've got people counting on you to come back. Those kids, especially Kimiko. They need someone who understands what they're going through. The observation touched Naruto deeply, a reminder of the connections he'd formed in this world, the responsibilities he'd assumed beyond the immediate conflict with Vought and Homelander. I'll remember, he promised quietly. Dawn approached with ominous beauty, red gold light spreading across the horizon as Naruto stood alone on the deserted stretch of Rockaway Beach. Waves crashed rhythmically against the shore, nature's indifferent backdrop to the confrontation to come. The past 12 hours had been a whirlwind of preparation and coordination. The children had reached the retreat safely, now under the protection of Frenchie, and Starlight's mother, a formidable woman whose fierce protective instincts matched her daughter's. The counter-narrative broadcast was prepared, ready to activate remotely once the confrontation began. Butcher and Huey were positioned nearby with specialized equipment and contingency plans. Most importantly, Naruto had spent time with Kimiko, establishing a more stable sealing technique to help her manage the volatile energy within her. Their communication remained limited by language barriers, but the connection between them transcended conventional understanding, two beings who carried burdens others couldn't comprehend, finding recognition and respect in shared experience. Now, as the sun's first rays touched the water, Naruto centered himself through brief meditation. Within him, Kurama stirred with anticipation. They're coming, the fox observed. Multiple powerful signatures approaching from the west. I know, Naruto acknowledged. Are you ready for this? To show these pretenders what real power looks like. Kurama's anticipation was palpable. I've been ready since we arrived in this world. Remember, Naruto cautioned, this isn't about destruction or dominance. It's about truth. About showing a different kind of strength. Fine, fine, the fox grumbled good-naturedly. Your way first. But if they push us too far, then we respond appropriately, Naruto agreed. But on our terms, not theirs. On the horizon, multiple figures appeared, first as distant silhouettes, then resolving into recognizable forms as they approached. Homelander in the lead, flying with arms extended in his characteristic pose. Flanking him were other members of the Seven, Stormfront, Black Noir, Queen Maeve, and the Deep. Behind them, Vought security helicopters maintained distance while news helicopters hovered even further back, cameras undoubtedly capturing every moment. Quite the reception committee, Butcher's voice came through Naruto's concealed earpiece. Vought's pulled out all the stops for your execution party. As expected, Naruto replied quietly. Is our broadcast ready? Huey's standing by, Butcher confirmed. Say the word, and we go live to every digital platform simultaneously. Vought's PR department won't know what hit them. Homelander descended to the beach first, landing with calculated precision 30 yards from Naruto's position. His expression conveyed controlled anger beneath a thin veneer of professional composure. The other members of the seven arranged themselves in formation behind him, a clear display of unified strength. "Naruto Uzumaki," Homelander called out, his voice projecting effortlessly across the distance. "I must admit, I didn't expect you to appear as promised. Terrorists rarely honor their commitments." "I'm not a terrorist," Naruto replied calmly. "Just someone who believes children shouldn't be experimental subjects and heroes should actually protect people." Homelander's smile tightened fractionally. Noble sentiments from someone who abducted children under medical care and attacked authorized security personnel. "We both know the truth about those children," Naruto countered. "About Project Sage. About what Vought was really doing." "Careful accusations," Stormfront interjected, stepping forward beside Homelander. "Especially without evidence. Evidence like complete research files documenting experimental protocols," Naruto suggested. "Medical records showing unauthorized procedures. Authorization signatures from Vought executives including Stan Edgar." Uncertainty flickered briefly across Homelander's perfect features. "Whatever fabricated documents you think you have, not fabricated," Naruto interrupted. "And currently being broadcast to approximately 30 million viewers across all major social media platforms. Along with testimony from the children themselves, medical verification of experimental procedures, and detailed explanation of Project Sage objectives." Homelander's composure faltered visibly as he touched his earpiece, apparently receiving confirmation of Naruto's claim. Beside him, Stormfront's expression darkened dangerously. "You're bluffing," she stated, electrical energy beginning to crackle around her hands. "Am I?" Naruto replied calmly. "Check your phones. Check the news helicopters circling above us. The truth about Vought's experiments is being revealed right now, in real time. The question is, what happens next?" Homelander's expression transformed as the implications registered fully, rage breaking through his carefully maintained facade. "You think exposing classified research changes anything? You think the public will choose you over us? Over me?" His eyes began to glow red. "All you've done is remove the last constraints on how I deal with you." "Wait," Queen Maeve interjected unexpectedly. "Homelander, if what he's saying is true, if those broadcasts contain actual Vought research files, we need to consider our response carefully. The public is watching. The public sees what we tell them to see," Homelander snapped, not taking his eyes off Naruto. "Once this threat is eliminated, the narrative returns to our control." "Does it?" Naruto challenged. "Or does eliminating me simply confirm everything the broadcasts are revealing? That Vought creates problems to solve them, that the seven serve corporate interests rather than public safety, that you personally value dominance over protection?" The strategic question landed with precise impact. Homelander was intelligent enough to recognize the public relations trap, attacking Naruto now, on camera, after revelations about unethical experimentation would irreparably damage the Seven's carefully constructed image. For a moment, calculation warred with rage in Homelander's expression. Then something shifted, a decision made that sent warning signals through Naruto's instincts. "You're right about one thing," Homelander said finally, his voice dangerously quiet. "Image matters. Narrative matters." His smile returned, but now contained something truly disturbing. "Which is why when we apprehend you, the public will learn how you used those children as human shields. How in your desperation, you caused their tragic deaths while attempting to escape justice." The implication was immediately clear and horrifying. Homelander wasn't just threatening Naruto anymore, he was declaring his intention to find and kill the rescued children to maintain Vought's narrative control. "They're safely beyond your reach," Naruto stated firmly. "No one is beyond my reach," Homelander replied with absolute conviction. "I can fly higher, move faster, and see further than any human on this planet. Those children will be found. The only question is how many others die in the process." The threat crystallized everything about Homelander that made him truly dangerous, not just his physical powers, but his willingness to sacrifice innocence to maintain his position and image. In that moment, Naruto knew with certainty that this conflict could no longer be resolved through negotiation or mutual understanding. Some battles needed to be fought, not just for victory, but for truth. "I've tried to avoid this confrontation," Naruto said quietly. "Tried to find a resolution that didn't involve direct conflict. But if you're threatening children to preserve your public image, you've left me no choice." Finally, Homelander's smile widened with genuine anticipation. Honesty. This was always going to end in confrontation. Your moral posturing just delayed the inevitable. Naruto took a deep breath, centering himself before what would come next. "Butcher," he said quietly into his communicator, "execute Phase 2. Get everyone to safety. Whatever happens here, protect those children." "Copy that, Whiskers," came the grim reply. "Good hunting." With that final communication complete, Naruto faced Homelander and the Seven directly. "Last chance to reconsider your approach," he offered, though he knew the gesture was futile. "To choose a better path than the one Vought has set for you." "Enough talk," Homelander declared, rising slightly into the air. "Neutralize him." The attack came from multiple directions simultaneously, Stormfront unleashing electrical energy from his left flank while the deep manipulated ocean water into a towering wave from behind. Black Noir charged directly, blades drawn, while Queen Maeve circled to cut off potential escape routes. Naruto remained perfectly still until the last possible moment. Then, with practiced precision, he allowed Kurama's chakra to flow through his network. The transformation was immediate and dramatic, orange-red energy erupting around him in visible manifestation as his eyes shifted to slitted red and whisker marks deepened on his face. The initial wave of attacks met this energy barrier and scattered, Stormfront's electricity dispersing, the deep's water evaporating on contact, Black Noir thrown backward by the sheer force of chakra now radiating from Naruto's body. For a moment, absolute silence fell across the beach as the Seven registered what they were witnessing, power unlike anything they'd encountered before, raw and ancient in nature, transforming the unassuming young man into something that radiated both danger and majesty. "What is this?" Homelander demanded, genuine uncertainty entering his voice for perhaps the first time in public memory. "This," Naruto replied, his voice deeper with Kurama's influence, "is what you wanted to replicate through Project Sage. What you experimented on children to understand. The power of a tailed beast, Kurama, the nine-tailed fox." As if in response to his name, Kurama's chakra intensified further, forming the distinct outline of a fox around Naruto's human form, complete with swirling tails that lashed the air with tangible force. The Seven regrouped quickly, professional training overcoming momentary shock. Stormfront unleashed her full electrical attack, only to watch in disbelief as Kurama's chakra absorbed and dispersed it without effect. Black Noir attempted a second approach, moving with incredible speed, but found himself batted away by one of the chakra tails with casual ease. "Enough games," Homelander declared, his eyes glowing bright red as he unleashed his heat vision at full power. The deadly beam struck Naruto directly, or rather, struck Kurama's chakra cloak. Instead of penetrating or dispersing, the energy seemed to be absorbed, chakra tails swirling to capture and contain the attack before redirecting it harmlessly skyward. Homelander's expression shifted from confidence to something Naruto had never seen there before, the first flicker of genuine fear. "Impossible," he muttered, increasing the intensity of his heat vision to no effect. "Nothing can withstand that." "Power isn't everything," Naruto replied calmly from within Kurama's protective energy. "Especially when it's never been truly challenged." With deliberate control, Naruto moved forward, not attacking, simply advancing step by step toward Homelander. The Seven launched coordinated attacks from multiple angles, each proving ineffective against Kurama's chakra. "Stay back," Homelander commanded, now visibly unsettled as he rose higher into the air. "Whatever you are, whatever power you've acquired, you're still an enemy of America. The people will always choose me." "Will they?" Naruto questioned, continuing his measured advance. Once they know the truth. Once they see that you're willing to sacrifice children to maintain your image. That your heroism is performance rather than principle. Homelander's response was rage, pure, unfiltered fury that manifested in a concentrated attack of heat vision more intense than any he'd previously displayed. The beam struck Kurama's chakra directly, momentarily creating a blinding confrontation of energies before being absorbed once again. You can't win this, Naruto stated simply. Not through force. Not through fear. Not through manipulation of public perception. The truth is already spreading, about Project Sage, about Vought's experiments, about what real heroism means. Enough. Homelander roared, abandoning all pretense of controlled response. He launched himself directly at Naruto, moving with such speed that the air itself seemed to distort around him. The collision was cataclysmic, America's most powerful superhero against Kurama's chakra-enhanced defense. The shockwave rippled outward, sending sand and debris flying in all directions as nearby news helicopters struggled to maintain position. When the dust cleared, the image captured by dozens of cameras and broadcast live across the nation revealed something unprecedented. Homelander, America's invincible hero, held immobile by glowing energy tendrils formed from Kurama's chakra. His expression registered something the public had never witnessed before: shock, disbelief, and unmistakable fear. "This isn't possible," Homelander gasped, struggling against restraints that refused to yield. "Nothing can hold me. Nothing." "Your power comes from Compound V," Naruto explained calmly, maintaining the restraining technique. "Artificial enhancement of human capability. Impressive, but fundamentally limited." He stepped closer, chakra tails swirling around them both. "Kurama's power comes from nature itself, the fundamental energy that connects all living things. A power you tried to replicate through Project Sage, but could never truly understand." The other members of the Seven watched in stunned silence, their own abilities proven ineffective against this unprecedented manifestation. Even Stormfront, despite her evident rage, maintained distance, calculating odds and recognizing an opponent beyond her current capacity to defeat. "What happens now?" Queen Maeve asked, breaking the tense silence. "You've made your point. You can restrain even Homelander. What's your endgame?" "Not destruction," Naruto replied, addressing both the Seven and the cameras recording every moment. "Not dominance. Just truth." He turned his attention back to Homelander, still struggling against Kurama's chakra. "The children you experimented on are safe, receiving actual medical care rather than being used as test subjects. The truth about Project Sage is public knowledge now, beyond Vought's ability to suppress. The choice before you isn't about defeating me, it's about what kind of heroes you choose to be going forward." "Noble sentiment," Stormfront commented with evident disdain. "But naive. The world doesn't work on principles, it works on power." "That's where you're wrong," Naruto countered. "Power without principle is just tyranny disguised as strength. Real power comes from protecting others, not controlling them." Throughout this exchange, Homelander had continued struggling against Kurama's restraints, his expression cycling through rage, disbelief, and growing desperation. Now, something new entered his eyes, a dangerous combination of humiliation and hatred. "You think this display changes anything?" he snarled. "You think holding me temporarily impresses anyone? The moment you release me, the moment you lower your guard, I will find those children. I will eliminate everyone who helped you. I will tear apart this city building by building until there's nothing left of your so-called truth." The threat was delivered with such raw conviction that even the other Seven members seemed disturbed. This wasn't the carefully scripted Homelander of public appearances, but something darker, more primal, the true nature beneath the heroic facade. And it was being broadcast live to millions of viewers. "I believe you," Naruto acknowledged quietly. "Which is why this can't end with just a demonstration." With careful precision, Naruto intensified Kurama's chakra flow, allowing the Nine-Tails' presence to manifest more fully. The fox-like energy construct grew larger, more defined, until it stood 3 stories tall on the beach, Naruto at its center and Homelander still restrained by its tails. "Shall I speak to them?" Kurama's voice rumbled, audible to everyone present. Naruto nodded, knowing what came next was necessary for this world to truly understand the nature of the power they had attempted to replicate through Project Sage. "Humans of this world," Kurama's voice projected with ancient authority. "I am Kurama, the nine-tailed fox. A being of chakra, sealed within Naruto Uzumaki. What your scientists attempted to recreate through experimentation is not technology or biology, it is nature's fundamental energy, the essence of life itself." The assembled 7 members stared in disbelief at the manifested entity speaking to them, not just energy or power, but a conscious being with evident intelligence and agency. "Your hero here," Kurama continued, tightening his grip on Homelander, "threatens children to preserve his image. Promises destruction rather than protection. This is not heroism, it is the tantrum of a child given power without responsibility." Homelander's rage intensified as he was lectured by the manifested fox, his struggles becoming more desperate. You dare judge me? I am a god to these people." "Gods serve creation," Kurama replied simply. "They don't demand its servitude." With that philosophical distinction delivered, Kurama looked to Naruto. "What now, partner?" His threats against the children were genuine. His nature is clear. Mercy may not be the wisest choice. The question cut to the heart of the dilemma Naruto had been wrestling with since arriving in this world. In his own reality, he had always sought redemption for enemies, understanding for adversaries, believing in the potential for change. But Homelander represented something different: power without restraint, ego without empathy, a genuine willingness to sacrifice innocence to maintain his position. Could such a being be redeemed? Should they even try, when children's lives hung in the balance? As if sensing his internal conflict, Homelander spoke again, his voice now a venomous whisper meant for Naruto alone. "The moment you release me, I will kill everyone you've come to care about in this world. The children first. Then your friends. I'll save Starlight for last, so she can watch the others die before her." The threat was delivered with such cold certainty that Naruto knew it wasn't bluster or manipulation, it was promise. A fundamental aspect of Homelander's character revealed when all pretense had been stripped away. Decision made, Naruto addressed the watching world directly. "I came to your reality by accident," he began, his voice carrying clearly across the beach and through the broadcast feeds. "I found a world where the appearance of heroism had replaced its substance, where corporations manufactured both problems and solutions, where power served profit rather than people. I tried to work within this system, to find common ground, to avoid conflict." He gestured toward Homelander, still restrained by Kurama's chakra. "But some conflicts can't be avoided when innocent lives are threatened. The children Vought experimented on deserve protection. The public deserves truth. And those with power must be held accountable." With deliberate control, Naruto intensified Kurama's chakra, forming a Rasengan unlike any he had previously revealed in this world, massive, swirling with wind nature energy, potentially devastating in its capacity. "This ends now," he stated with quiet finality. Homelander's eyes widened with what appeared to be genuine fear as the massive chakra orb approached him. The other 7 members moved as if to intervene but stopped short, either from recognition of their ineffectiveness or from calculating self-preservation. At the last possible moment, Naruto redirected the Rasengan, not into Homelander's body, but into the specialized communicator device embedded in his costume. The precision strike destroyed the technology without harming the man, severing his direct connection to Vought's command infrastructure. Simultaneously, Naruto applied a specialized sealing technique, not to kill or permanently harm, but to create a temporary suppression field around Homelander that would inhibit his connection to the Compound V enhancements providing his powers. The effect was immediate and visible. Homelander's struggle weakened, his abilities diminishing as the sealing technique interfered with the chemical processes that granted him superhuman capabilities. Not permanent neutralization, but temporary limitation, enough to demonstrate vulnerability without crossing the line into execution. What have you done to me?" Homelander gasped, genuine panic entering his voice as he felt his strength ebbing. "Reminded you what it feels like to be human," Naruto replied quietly. "Temporary, but perhaps educational." As Kurama's chakra receded slightly, maintaining restraint but reducing its overwhelming presence, Naruto addressed the other 7 members directly. "Each of you has a choice to make now. Continue serving Vought's interests at the expense of your humanity, or remember why you wanted to be heroes in the first place." Queen Maeve stepped forward, her expression complex but resolute. "The children, they're really safe. Being properly cared for?" "Yes," Naruto confirmed. "By medical professionals who understand what was done to them, who can help them recover both physically and emotionally." Something shifted in Maeve's stance, a decision made after long internal conflict. "Then I've made my choice." She turned to face the cameras directly. "I've been complicit too long. What Vought did to those children, what they've done to all of us, it ends today. At least for me." Stormfront's expression darkened with fury. "Traitor," she hissed at Maeve. "You turn against your own kind for this." "Invader?" "My kind isn't defined by having powers," Maeve replied steadily. "It's defined by how I use them. Something I forgot until today." The dynamic on the beach had shifted dramatically, the unified front of the 7 fractured as Maeve's declaration hung in the air. Black Noir remained impassive, impossible to read behind his mask. The Deep looked uncertain, calculating odds and allegiances. Stormfront alone maintained her posture of defiance and rage. Homelander, partially restrained but still dangerous, laughed bitterly. "So self-righteous, Annie. So noble now that the tide has turned. Where was this principle when Vought was making you rich and famous?" Buried beneath fear and compromise, Maeve acknowledged without flinching. "Not anymore." Through his earpiece, Naruto received Butcher's urgent update, military aircraft approaching from multiple vectors. "Someone's called in the big guns. ETA 3 minutes. Decision time." Naruto could maintain Kurama's manifestation, potentially engage whatever forces were incoming, escalate this confrontation to truly catastrophic levels. Or he could make a different choice, one that aligned with the principles he had been advocating. "This confrontation has served its purpose," he announced, addressing everyone present. "The truth about Project Sage is public. The children are safe. And everyone watching has seen what real power looks like, both in ability and in restraint." Gradually, deliberately, Naruto allowed Kurama's chakra manifestation to recede, not disappearing entirely, but reducing to a protective aura around his body. The massive fox construct dissipated, returning to its contained state within Naruto's seal. Homelander remained partially restrained, the sealing technique still suppressing his abilities. "You're a fool," he spat. "Showing mercy now just guarantees your destruction later." "Perhaps," Naruto acknowledged. "But I won't become what I'm fighting against. Not even to win." With those words, Naruto released the final restraints, stepping back as Homelander collapsed to his knees on the beach, still weakened by the sealing technique but no longer physically restrained. "The suppression effect is temporary," Naruto informed him. "Your powers will return gradually over the next few hours. What you do with them when they return, that's your choice. And everyone will be watching to see what kind of hero you really are." Before Homelander could respond, Naruto formed the hand signs for a specialized transportation technique, a variation of the flying Raijin that would take him to a prepared marker near the children's retreat location. "This isn't over," Homelander managed to say, his voice hoarse with rage and humiliation. "No," Naruto agreed, meeting his gaze one final time. "It's just beginning. For all of us." With that, Naruto vanished in a flash of yellow energy, leaving the 7 and the watching world to process what they had witnessed, a confrontation that had revealed fundamental truths about power, responsibility, and what it truly meant to be a hero. Behind him, on the beach, the cameras continued recording as military aircraft appeared on the horizon, too late to participate in a battle that had already been decided not through destruction, but through truth. Chapter 4, The Power of the Nine. Sunrise painted gold across the retreat's weathered buildings as Naruto sat cross-legged on the dock, the lake before him still as glass in the early morning calm. 3 days had passed since the confrontation at Rockaway Beach, 3 days of aftermath, adaptation, and unanswered questions. Behind him, life stirred within the former church retreat that now sheltered the rescued children. Smoke curled from the main house chimney where Frenchie prepared breakfast. In one of the outbuildings converted to a medical facility, M.M. would be checking vitals and administering treatments. The routine they'd established provided stability for children who had known only the clinical sterility of Vought's laboratories. "You're brooding again," Kurama observed within him. "Second-guessing your decisions." "Not second-guessing," Naruto replied mentally. "Just, processing." "Everything changed at that beach." "You revealed my power publicly," Kurama acknowledged. "Made us a more significant target. But also created fear where there was none before." "Not just fear," Naruto corrected. "Understanding. People needed to see the truth, about Vought, about Homelander, about what real power looks like when it's used to protect rather than dominate." Footsteps on the wooden dock interrupted their internal dialogue. Naruto didn't turn, having already recognized Starlight's distinctive chakra signature approaching. "Thought I might find you out here," she said, settling beside him on the weathered planks. Her hair was loose around her shoulders, golden in the morning light, civilian clothes replacing her Vought costume. "Another early meditation session?" "Just thinking," Naruto replied. "How are the kids?" "Better every day. Kimiko helped the youngest one through a nightmare last night. For someone who can't speak, she communicates remarkably well." Starlight pulled her knees to her chest, gazing across the lake. "My mom's teaching her more advanced sign language. She's learning faster than anyone expected." "She's remarkable," Naruto agreed. "All of them are, considering what they've endured." They sat in companionable silence for several moments, watching the mist rise off the water's surface as morning heat touched the cool lake. "Have you seen the news?" Starlight finally asked. "Some," Naruto acknowledged. "Enough to know the world's still processing what happened." "Processing doesn't begin to cover it," Starlight replied with a soft laugh. "Vought's stock has dropped 60% in 3 days. The Justice Department has announced formal investigations into Project Sage. 5 Vought board members have resigned. And the 7. She shook her head in wonder. "The 7 is fracturing before everyone's eyes." Naruto had been monitoring developments through occasional news broadcasts, but minimizing exposure to avoid becoming distracted from their immediate priorities, the children's safety and recovery. "Maeve's public break with Vought was unexpected," he commented. "She wasn't the only one." Starlight's expression brightened slightly. "A-Train's gone public too, releasing documents about Vought's cover-ups. He's claiming whistleblower status to protect himself legally. Even the Deep is making noise about ethical concerns now that the tide has turned." "And Homelander?" Naruto asked the critical question. Starlight's expression sobered. "That's complicated. He hasn't been seen publicly since the beach. Vought claims he's recovering from injuries sustained while protecting America from foreign threats. But my contacts inside the tower say he's..." She hesitated, searching for the right words. "He's not stable." The humiliation broke something in him, something that was already cracked to begin with. "And Stormfront?" "Appointed interim leader of the 7 in Homelander's absence. She's on every news channel, spinning narratives about national security and necessary measures against external threats. She's leveraging the chaos to consolidate power." This aligned with Naruto's assessment of Stormfront: pragmatic, opportunistic, and ideologically driven in ways the other 7 members were not. While Homelander craved adoration and control, Stormfront seemed to pursue something more systematic: a restructuring of power based on her particular worldview. Dangerous, Naruto observed quietly. More than you know, Starlight agreed. She's meeting with military officials, congressional leaders, advancing the narrative that your abilities represent a national security concern requiring unprecedented countermeasures. Naruto absorbed this information, considering its implications for their situation. The children's safety remained the priority, but the broader conflict had evolved beyond Vought alone. Government entities were now directly involved, complicating every aspect of their position. Any word from Butcher? He asked. Starlight's expression tightened slightly. That's partly why I came looking for you. He called last night from New York. He's pursuing something. Wouldn't give details except to say it's connected to Homelander's current vulnerability. Naruto frowned, recognizing the dangerous path Butcher might be traveling. With Homelander weakened and isolated, Butcher's long-standing vendetta could override strategic considerations or collaborative agreements. You think he's planning something reckless, Naruto guessed. I think he's being Butcher, Starlight replied with grim understanding. Using chaos as cover for his personal mission. MM's worried too, says Butcher's gone dark before when pursuing his own agenda. Before Naruto could respond, Huey appeared at the dock's edge, slightly out of breath. There you are. Frenchie's picked up something on the secure communications channel. You both need to see this. They followed him to the main house where Frenchie hunched over sophisticated monitoring equipment set up in what had once been a dining room. Multiple screens displayed intercepted communications, satellite imagery, and news broadcasts. Military movement, Frenchie explained without preamble, gesturing toward a satellite feed. Not standard deployment patterns. Special units, advanced equipment. Moving in coordinated formation toward. He highlighted a geographical area on the digital map. That's less than 30 miles from here, MM observed, joining them at the displays. Too close for coincidence. Frenchie nodded grimly. And this, he switched to an intercepted communication transcript, is from Vought's secure server. Authorization for deployment of S protocol assets in coordination with military units. S protocol? Huey questioned. Sage protocol, Starlight translated, her expression darkening. The weaponized version of the anti-chakra compound. I thought we stopped their research by securing the Project Sage data, Huey said. We secured one set of data, Frenchie corrected. But Vaught's research structure is compartmentalized. They would have backups, parallel development tracks. They've accelerated the timeline, Naruto realized. After the beach confrontation, they're prioritizing countermeasures against my abilities. MM studied the deployment patterns with professional assessment. This isn't just a search operation. It's too coordinated, too precise. They have intelligence on our location. Impossible, Frenchie objected. Our communications are secure, our movements carefully masked. Unless. Starlight's expression shifted as a troubling possibility occurred to her. Unless they're not tracking our communications or movements. What if they're tracking the energy signature itself? Kurama's chakra has a unique pattern they've been studying since you arrived. The theory made strategic sense. After witnessing Kurama's full manifestation at the beach, Vought would have extensive data on the Ninetales energy signature, data they could use to develop more precise tracking methods. How long do we have? Naruto asked, refocusing on immediate priorities. MM analyzed the deployment patterns. Based on current movement, 6 hours before they reach optimal positioning. Maybe less if they accelerate. We need to evacuate, Huey stated the obvious conclusion. Get the children somewhere safer. Where? Starlight challenged. If they can track Kurama's energy signature, changing physical locations won't help for long. And these kids need stability, medical support, they can't keep running indefinitely. Naruto considered their limited options, weighing strategic necessities against ethical responsibilities. The children's welfare remained paramount, but continuing to flee would only drain resources while delaying the inevitable confrontation. We don't run, he decided. Not all of us. The children evacuate with Huey, Frenchie, and your mother to the secondary location we prepared. The rest of us remain here. As bait? Questioned skeptically. As a distraction, Naruto clarified. If they're tracking Kurama's chakra signature, then I can lead them away from the children's evacuation route. Create a diversion significant enough to focus all their attention in one direction. Too dangerous, Starlight immediately objected. If they've developed functional anti-chakra weapons, all the more reason to test their capabilities in controlled circumstances, Naruto countered. Better to understand what we're facing now than be surprised later when the children might be at greater risk. Tactical logic gradually overcame emotional objections as the team recognized the necessity of Naruto's approach. With reluctant consensus reached, they began preparations for the dual operation, evacuation and diversion. Frenchie organized essential medical supplies while Huey prepared the secure transport vehicles. Worked with Starlight's mother to prepare the children for movement, emphasizing safety rather than fear to minimize trauma. Throughout these preparations, Naruto sought out Kimiko. He found her at the lakeside, watching younger children skip stones across the calm surface. Though her face remained difficult to read, Naruto had learned to recognize the subtle indicators of her emotional state, the tension in her shoulders now revealing her awareness that something had changed. We need to talk, he said quietly, sitting beside her on the weathered bench. Kimiko turned to him, her dark eyes assessing. Though she couldn't speak, communication between them had evolved beyond conventional limitations. She made several quick hand signs, movements Naruto had begun to understand through their daily sessions. Yes, trouble is coming, he confirmed. People looking for us. For me, specifically. Kimiko's expression hardened as she signed more rapidly. I know you want to fight, Naruto interpreted. But the younger children need protection. They trust you in ways they don't trust the rest of us. She gestured toward Naruto, then to herself, then made a motion of joining, their established signal for shared experience and partnership. We are connected, Naruto agreed. By what we carry within us. Which is why I need you to understand something important. Carefully, Naruto explained his suspicion that Vought had attempted to create their own version of a Jinchuriki in Kimiko, a human vessel containing extraordinary power. Her experimental treatment hadn't just given her enhanced strength and regenerative capabilities, it had introduced a foreign energy source into her chakra network, creating something analogous to a tailed beast bond. Your power isn't just compound V, he explained. It's something they were developing based on early observations of my abilities. Something unstable, unpredictable, but potentially as powerful as Kurama in different ways. Kimiko's eyes widened slightly, the closest she came to expressing surprise. She placed a hand over her chest, where the seal-like scar marked the center of her power. Yes, Naruto confirmed. What's inside you is valuable to them. Which is why you need to go with the others, stay hidden, continue the training we've started. She shook her head firmly, gesturing toward Naruto then making a protective motion. I know you want to help protect me, he interpreted. But right now, protecting the younger children is more important. They need someone who understands what they've experienced, who can help them control their developing abilities. Their exchange continued in this manner. Kimiko's passionate objections conveyed through increasingly complex signs, Naruto's gentle but firm insistence on the necessity of their separation. Finally, reluctantly, she acquiesced, not from being convinced but from recognizing the strategic logic of his position. As their conversation concluded, Kimiko made one final gesture, touching her heart, then Naruto's, then forming a binding motion between them. Yes, Naruto promised. We'll see each other again. Soon. By mid-afternoon, evacuation preparations were complete. The children had been briefed, truth tempered with reassurance, emphasizing temporary separation rather than permanent disruption. Kimiko had stepped naturally into a leadership role among them, her silent strength providing stability amid uncertainty. As the evacuation vehicles prepared to depart, Naruto stood with Starlight and near the main house, reviewing their diversion strategy one final time. Once they're safely away, we initiate the chakra flare, Naruto explained. Significant enough to be detected by whatever tracking systems they're using, but controlled to avoid collateral effects. And if Vought brings their full arsenal? Questioned pragmatically. We've got limited defensive capabilities here. I'm counting on that assumption, Naruto replied. They'll expect minimal resistance from a rural hideout, deploy accordingly. We use their overconfidence to assess their capabilities without fully engaging. Reconnaissance by provocation, translated with grim understanding. Risky strategy. Calculated risk, Naruto corrected. And necessary. As evacuation vehicles disappeared down the property's winding access road, a subtle tension settled over the remaining team members. Starlight maintained communication with the departing group through encrypted channels, confirming their progress at regular intervals. Established defensive positions around the property perimeter, more for early warning than actual resistance. When the evacuation team reported successful clearance of the immediate area, Naruto moved to the center of the property, an open field that provided optimal positioning for what would come next. Ready? He asked through his communicator. Monitoring systems active, Frenchie's voice confirmed from the evacuation convoy. We'll record whatever response you trigger. Perimeter sensors in place, added from his position. We'll have approximately 2 minutes warning when they approach. Naruto centered himself, establishing the calm focus necessary for precise chakra manipulation. This technique required careful balance, revealing enough of Kurama's energy to attract attention without manifesting the fox's full power. Here goes, he said quietly. With practiced control, Naruto channeled Kurama's chakra through his network, allowing it to manifest visibly around his body. The orange-red energy emerged gradually, forming the familiar aura that had become his signature in this world. Rather than suppressing or containing this energy, he deliberately allowed it to pulse outward in controlled waves, creating an energy signature that would register on any tracking system calibrated to detect Ninetales chakra. They'll come quickly now, Kurama observed within him. This beacon would be visible to sensory types from miles away in our world. That's the intention, Naruto replied mentally. Let's see how advanced their detection capabilities really are. The answer came faster than expected. Within 15 minutes, perimeter sensors began registering movement, vehicles approaching from multiple directions, maintaining communication discipline that suggested military rather than corporate security forces. We've got company, reported through the communicator. 8 vehicles minimum, advanced pattern deployment. Definitely not standard Vought security. Military? Naruto questioned. Hybrid operation from the look of it. Military hardware, Vought insignia. Some vehicles I don't recognize, specialized equipment, possibly for containment or neutralization. Starlight joined Naruto in the field, her civilian clothes exchanged for her Vought costume, a tactical decision that would provide both combat advantages and potential psychological impact on Vought personnel who recognized her. Should I power up? She asked. Create a secondary energy signature to complicate their targeting? Not yet, Naruto advised. Let's see their approach first. Understand what we're dealing with. They didn't wait long. Within minutes, vehicles breached the tree line surrounding the property, armored transports with mounted equipment, personnel carriers disgorging tactical teams in advanced protective gear. Most concerning were specialized vehicles bearing equipment Naruto didn't recognize, devices emitting faint energy signatures that seemed calibrated to interact with chakra. That's not standard military, observed through the communicator. Those are Sage Protocol deployment systems, designed specifically for chakra disruption. The tactical teams established a perimeter with practiced efficiency, creating containment positions that suggested they expected resistance. At their center, a command vehicle opened to reveal a familiar figure, Stormfront, her costume modified with new technological elements integrated into the design. Naruto Uzumaki, she called across the field, her voice carrying easily in the afternoon air. I'd say I'm surprised to find you here, but that would be disingenuous. We've been tracking your energy signature since the beach. Naruto maintained his position, Kurama's chakra still manifesting visibly around him. Seems you've brought quite the reception committee, Stormfront. Military cooperation comes quickly when you're spreading fear about foreign threats. Not fear, she corrected with a tight smile. Education. Once government officials understood what you truly represent, power beyond conventional containment, energy signatures unlike anything in their classification systems, cooperation became enthusiastic rather than reluctant. Around the perimeter, tactical teams continued deploying equipment, devices that appeared designed to establish some kind of energy containment field. Naruto noted their positions, mapping vulnerabilities while maintaining conversation to gather intelligence. "Where's Homelander?" he asked, genuinely curious about the absent Seven leader. "Still recovering from our last encounter." Something flashed across Stormfront's expression, irritation, perhaps, or calculation. "Homelander is addressing higher priorities. The containment of your particular threat has been delegated to more specialized resources." As if on cue, a different vehicle approached, larger than the others, heavily armored, bearing markings that combined Vought's logo with military classification symbols. When its doors opened, 4 figures emerged that immediately triggered Naruto's combat instincts. They moved with inhuman coordination, their bodies partially obscured by specialized containment suits that seemed designed to regulate rather than merely protect. Most concerning was the energy signature they emitted, familiar yet distorted, like corrupted versions of chakra networks. "Allow me to introduce Vought's Sage Response Unit," Stormfront announced with evident pride. The first deployment of Project Sage's practical applications. Soldiers enhanced with synthetic chakra derived from analysis of your energy patterns. Naruto studied these new opponents with grim recognition. Vought had accelerated their research beyond theoretical countermeasures into practical application, creating artificially enhanced combatants specifically designed to counter his abilities. Experimenting on soldiers now instead of children, he challenged. Different subjects, same ethical failures. "These are volunteers," Stormfront countered smoothly. "Patriots willing to undergo enhancement to protect their nation from unprecedented threats. They've been specifically calibrated to counter your abilities, chakra dampening, sensory disruption, energy absorption." The enhanced soldiers moved forward in perfect synchronization, establishing positions that would optimize their specialized capabilities. Their movements suggested extensive training combined with neural enhancements, reaction times beyond normal human capacity, coordination that bordered on hive mind behavior. "Last chance for peaceful resolution, Naruto," Stormfront offered, though her tone suggested the offer was merely procedural. "Surrender yourself for proper containment, and we'll ensure humane treatment. Continue resistance, and these soldiers are authorized to use whatever means necessary to neutralize your threat." Naruto maintained calm assessment, analyzing tactical options while keeping Kurama's chakra at consistent manifestation levels. Through subtle signals, he communicated positioning adjustments to Starlight and establishing optimal defensive configuration. "What about the children, Stormfront?" Naruto challenged. "The ones Vought experimented on. Are they included in your definition of proper containment?" "Those children are Vought property," she replied without hesitation. "Valuable research subjects whose development requires proper scientific oversight. Their recovery remains a priority, but secondary to neutralizing you directly." The casual commodification of children confirmed what Naruto had suspected. Stormfront's worldview placed power and control above human dignity. Negotiation would yield nothing. Her offer of humane treatment was tactical rather than ethical in nature. "I think we're done talking," Naruto concluded. Stormfront's smile tightened. "I was hoping you'd say that." Sage Units, Containment Protocol Alpha. The enhanced soldiers moved with startling speed, activating devices that projected visible energy fields around the property. The effect was immediate, a subtle pressure against Naruto's chakra network, not blocking his access to energy but creating resistance to its flow. Clever, Kurama observed within him. Not attempting to cut off our connection, but making it more chakra-intensive to maintain. Naruto adjusted his energy distribution accordingly, compensating for the artificial resistance while maintaining his protective aura. Starlight, he said quietly through their communicator, now would be a good time for that secondary energy signature. Starlight responded immediately, her powers activating in brilliant illumination that temporarily disrupted the containment field's calibration. The distraction provided Naruto opportunity to assess the technology more thoroughly, identifying emission points, power sources, and operational parameters. He continued through the communicator, status on their perimeter. 70% containment established, reported from his observation position. Northern quadrant still deploying. Estimate 90 seconds to full activation. 90 seconds, a narrow window for decisive action. Naruto formed familiar hand signs, creating shadow clones that immediately dispersed toward strategic positions. The enhanced soldiers tracked these movements with uncanny precision, adjusting their formation to counter the perceived threats. Impressive response time, Naruto observed. Their sensory enhancements are functioning as designed. And that's not all, Starlight added, her voice tense. Look at their equipment, those aren't just containment devices. They're energy absorption and redirection systems. She was right. As Naruto's clones approached the perimeter, the enhanced soldiers activated secondary systems that began literally drawing chakra from the area, absorbing ambient energy and channeling it through their specialized suits. They're using your own energy against you, Stormfront called out, satisfaction evident in her voice. Every technique you deploy, every clone you create, all provide additional power for their containment systems. Elegant solution, isn't it? The tactical challenge had just increased significantly. Conventional ninjutsu would be counterproductive, potentially strengthening rather than weakening the opposition. Naruto needed a different approach, one that couldn't be absorbed or redirected by Vought's specialized technology. He said quietly through the communicator, on my signal, trigger the perimeter charges. Roger that, came the calm response. During property preparations, they had established minimal defensive measures, not for direct combat but for distraction if evacuation became necessary. Small explosive charges positioned at strategic points around the property perimeter, designed to create confusion rather than casualties. Naruto formed different hand signs now, not for offensive techniques but for a specialized sensory barrier that would temporarily shield their communications from interception. Once established, he updated their strategy. Change of plans, he informed Starlight and we've learned what we needed about their capabilities. Time to implement extraction. Agreed, Starlight replied. Their technology is more advanced than we anticipated. Energy absorption at this level wasn't in the Project Sage data we recovered. They've been busy, added dryly. Naruto assessed their position with tactical clarity. The enhanced soldiers were establishing a progressively tightening perimeter, their equipment gradually restricting his chakra manipulation capabilities. Direct confrontation would be challenging under these conditions, potentially revealing capabilities they should reserve for more critical situations. Decision made, Naruto gave the signal. Now, Perimeter charges detonated simultaneously, creating controlled explosions that disrupted the containment field generators. The enhanced soldiers responded with practiced coordination, adjusting their equipment to compensate for the disruption. In that moment of adjustment, Naruto implemented their extraction plan, not fighting through the perimeter but bypassing it entirely. Using a specialized transportation technique developed from his father's flying Raijin, he established chakra connection points with both Starlight and transportation jutsu activated, he announced. Brace yourselves. The technique required precise chakra control, particularly challenging under the influence of Vought's dampening field. But Naruto had prepared for this contingency, establishing reserve pathways that could circumvent external interference. With a flash of yellow energy, the three of them vanished from their positions, reappearing instantaneously at a predetermined location 2 miles from the property, far enough to escape immediate pursuit, close enough to monitor developing situations. Impressive, commented as they materialized at the extraction point. Though I'd appreciate warning before the next interdimensional jump. Nearly lost my lunch. Sorry, Naruto apologized. The technique isn't designed for passenger comfort. Starlight was already accessing their remote monitoring systems, checking deployment patterns of the forces they'd just evaded. They're establishing search patterns based on energy signature tracking. Adjusting their equipment calibrations. They'll find nothing useful, Naruto noted. The property was clean except for the monitoring systems we left deliberately. The important question is whether we've successfully drawn attention away from the evacuation route. Checked satellite tracking data on his portable system. Evacuation convoy is proceeding without interruption. They've reached the first checkpoint safely. No indication of pursuit or surveillance. Then the diversion worked, Naruto concluded with satisfaction. We've confirmed Vought's current capabilities while protecting the children's movement. Those enhanced soldiers, Starlight said, her expression troubled. They're not just using technology against your abilities. Their physiology has been modified, synthetic chakra networks integrated with compound V enhancements. Vought's literally creating their own versions of you. Pale imitations, Naruto corrected. They're attempting to replicate through technology and chemistry what comes from nature and training in my world. The results are functional but fundamentally limited. Limited but dangerous, observed pragmatically. And mass-producible, unlike your particular talents. The strategic implications were concerning. If Vought could create even partially effective counters to chakra-based abilities, they could potentially neutralize Naruto's most significant advantages through numerical superiority and specialized containment technology. We need to adjust our approach, Naruto decided. Reduce chakra usage when possible, develop alternatives to techniques that produce traceable energy signatures. Speaking of which, interjected, you might want to suppress Kurama's energy completely until we reach the secondary rendezvous. Their tracking systems are more sensitive than we anticipated. Naruto nodded, allowing the visible manifestation of Ninetales chakra to recede entirely. The orange-red aura dissipated, returning his appearance to normal while maintaining internal access to Kurama's power if needed. What's our next move? Starlight asked as they began moving toward their concealed vehicle. Rendezvous with the evacuation team, ensure the children are securely established at the secondary location, Naruto replied. Then we need to understand more about these enhanced soldiers, their limitations, vulnerabilities, command structure. And Stormfront? Questioned. She's clearly leading this operation personally. Suggests high priority for Vought. Or personal interest, Starlight noted. She seemed almost eager during the confrontation. Like she's enjoying the challenge you represent, Naruto. The observation aligned with Naruto's impression of Stormfront. Her interest seemed to extend beyond professional responsibility into something more ideological. Unlike Homelander's reactionary rage at being challenged, Stormfront approached conflict with calculated assessment and apparent satisfaction. Something to consider as we adjust our strategy, Naruto acknowledged. As they reached their concealed vehicle, a communication alert sounded from MM's equipment. Encrypted channel, he reported, checking the source. It's Butcher. He activated the secure line, putting the communication on speaker. Butcher's voice emerged, tense and hurried against background noise suggesting urban environment. Change of plans, he announced without preamble. Vought's implementing something called Homeland Security Protocol. Military checkpoints throughout metropolitan areas, specialized detection equipment at transportation hubs. They're expanding the search nationally. We know, replied. We just had a close encounter with their new enhanced soldiers. Sage protocol units with synthetic chakra capabilities. Christ, Butcher muttered. Then you need to accelerate your timetable. These containment measures are just the beginning. According to my source, they're preparing for something bigger, something called Project Godfall. Another Vought program? Starlight questioned. Different classification, Butcher corrected. Military designation, top-level clearance. Whatever it is, it's got the Pentagon involved directly. I'm working on getting details. Where are you? Naruto asked, hearing concerning background noises suggesting Butcher was in a precarious position. Following a lead in Manhattan. Something connected to Homelander's current status. Don't worry about me, focus on securing the children and preparing for more aggressive pursuit. Before they could press for details, Butcher ended the communication, leaving them with more questions than answers. His involvement in Manhattan operations while Vought implemented unprecedented security measures suggested he was pursuing his personal vendetta against Homelander, potentially at the expense of their coordinated strategy. He's going to get himself killed, observed grimly. Or worse, Starlight added. If he's captured, Vought could extract information about the children's location, our operational methods. Naruto considered their complicated situation. Priorities needed to be established clearly, the children's safety remained paramount, but Butcher's rogue operations represented a significant vulnerability. We proceed as planned to the secondary location, he decided. Once the children are secure, I'll go to Manhattan, find Butcher, assess whatever he's discovered about this Project Godfall. Alone? Starlight questioned with evident concern. Smaller footprint, reduced risk, Naruto explained. And my abilities are better suited for urban infiltration than conventional transportation under current security conditions. Though neither Starlight nor appeared entirely comfortable with this division of responsibilities, they recognized the tactical logic. With plans adjusted, they continued toward the rendezvous point, maintaining communications silence and minimal energy signatures to avoid detection by Vought's increasingly sophisticated tracking systems. Sunset painted the abandoned hunting lodge in amber light, its weathered exterior concealing the sophisticated medical equipment and security systems now established inside. Located deep within protected forestland, accessible only by unmarked fire roads, the secondary location provided both isolation and defensibility. Naruto watched from the wide porch as Kimiko led the younger children through coordination exercises in the clearing, movements that combined physical training with rudimentary chakra control techniques he had been teaching her. Though they appeared to be playing games, each activity served specific developmental purposes, helping the children connect with and gradually master the artificial enhancements Vought had forced upon them. She's a natural teacher, Starlight observed, joining him at the railing. They respond to her in ways they don't with the rest of us. Shared experience creates connection beyond words, Naruto replied. They recognize that she understands their situation in ways others can't, no matter how well-intentioned. Starlight studied the training session with thoughtful assessment. You've been teaching her your techniques. Adapting them for what Vought did to them. Trying to, Naruto acknowledged. Their enhancements aren't identical to chakra as I understand it, but similar enough that modified approaches help. The principles translate, even if the specific pathways differ. Inside the lodge, Frenchie and were establishing communications systems while Huey coordinated with Mallory for additional intelligence. The operation had transformed from immediate rescue to longer-term protection and rehabilitation, a mission requiring different resources and perspectives. The youngest is showing remarkable progress, Frenchie reported, joining them on the porch. His cellular regeneration rates have stabilized since implementing your chakra regulation techniques. Less pain, more controlled manifestation of abilities. This represented significant improvement. When they'd first rescued the children, several had exhibited dangerous instability in their Vought-induced capabilities, powers that activated unpredictably, caused physical pain, or damaged surrounding environment. Naruto's adapted training methods had begun addressing these issues, providing frameworks for control rather than suppression. And the others? Naruto inquired. Mixed results, Frenchie admitted. The twins still experience synchronization issues. When one accesses their abilities, the other experiences feedback effects. And the older boy? He hesitated. Still resistant to training, Naruto completed the thought. Still angry. The 12-year-old boy, Marcus, according to Vought's files, had responded to rescue with suspicion rather than relief. His experiences had left deeper psychological scars, manifesting as resistance to authority of any kind, including well-intentioned guidance. He reminds me of someone I knew, Naruto observed, watching as the boy maintained distance from group activities. Someone who channeled pain into power, but couldn't distinguish between the two. Their discussion was interrupted as Huey emerged from the lodge, expression tense. "You need to see this," he announced, gesturing toward the communications center they'd established. Inside, monitors displayed breaking news coverage, Stormfront at a formal press conference, military officials flanking her as she addressed assembled media representatives. Following the recent security incident involving the foreign operative known as Naruto Uzumaki, the Department of Defense has authorized implementation of enhanced protective measures, she announced with practiced gravity. These measures include temporary security checkpoints, specialized detection protocols, and deployment of Vought's Homeland Security response teams in coordination with military oversight. The camera panned to show footage of the enhanced soldiers they'd encountered earlier, now presented as specialized response units, protecting American citizens from unprecedented threats. Though some have questioned these measures, Stormfront continued, her expression shifting to calculated concern. The recent evidence of destructive capabilities demonstrated by this individual leaves no alternative. The energy signature he manifested at Rockaway Beach has been classified as a potential WMD-level threat requiring appropriate countermeasures. They're classifying Kurama as a weapon of mass destruction, Huey translated unnecessarily. Creating legal framework for military action without congressional approval. On screen, Stormfront fielded questions with practiced efficiency, each response further cementing the narrative of necessary security measures against foreign threat. When asked about civilian impacts, her expression conveyed perfect balance of determination and regret. These measures are temporary but essential. The safety of American citizens must take precedence over temporary inconveniences. Once this threat is contained, normal operations will resume. The broadcast continued with supporting statements from military representatives, followed by expert commentary that overwhelmingly supported the security framework Stormfront had outlined. The narrative was being constructed with professional precision, legitimate threat requiring exceptional response, all within carefully established legal parameters. "They're laying groundwork for something bigger," observed grimly. "These public security measures are just the visible portion. Whatever Project Godfall represents, this is preparing public opinion to accept it. And potentially justifying collateral damage in advance," Frenchie added. "Creating environment where civilian impacts can be attributed to necessity rather than excessive force." Naruto absorbed these developments with strategic assessment. The situation had evolved from corporate security operation to militarized response, changing both tactical considerations and potential consequences. "This accelerates our timetable," he decided. "I need to find Butcher, understand what he's discovered about Project Godfall before Vought implements whatever they're planning." "Manhattan is locked down tight," Huey cautioned. "Military checkpoints at all major access points, specialized scanning equipment. If they're tracking chakra signatures." "I won't be using chakra for transportation," Naruto explained. "Conventional approach, minimized energy signature. The techniques I've been teaching Kimiko for suppression work for me as well." Though concerns remained evident in their expressions, the team recognized the necessity of gathering critical intelligence. With the children secure at the remote location, understanding Vought's escalating response became the priority, particularly if it involved direct military action that could threaten civilian populations. As preparations for Naruto's Manhattan mission proceeded, Starlight sought him out for private conversation. They walked along the property's perimeter, evening shadows lengthening around them. I should come with you, she suggested, though her tone acknowledged she was challenging a decision already made. I know Manhattan, have contacts Butcher doesn't. And my abilities aren't traceable through the same methods they're using to detect your chakra. All true, Naruto acknowledged. But you're needed here more. The children trust you. And if Vought somehow tracks this location. You're worried about another assault, Starlight realized. Concerned, Naruto corrected gently. Their enhanced soldiers demonstrated capabilities we hadn't anticipated. If they deploy more advanced units, the children will need every protection available. Starlight accepted this reasoning, though reluctance remained visible in her expression. Just. She hesitated, searching for appropriate words. Just be careful. Vought's escalating their response because you represent something they can't control. And nothing frightens people in power more than that. I understand power dynamics better than they might expect, Naruto assured her. My world had its share of those who confused control with leadership. They walked in silence for several moments, the unspoken weight of their situation creating peculiar intimacy. Since their first meeting, connection had developed between them, initially professional respect evolving into something more complex through shared purpose and complementary perspectives. Can I ask you something? Starlight ventured finally. Something personal? Naruto nodded, curious about her suddenly hesitant demeanor. In your world, your home, is there someone waiting for you? Someone you're trying to return to? The question caught Naruto momentarily unprepared. In the intensity of current circumstances, he had focused primarily on immediate challenges rather than longer-term considerations about his presence in this reality. There are people I care about, he answered honestly. Friends, mentors, colleagues. But not in the way I think you're asking. Something shifted in Starlight's expression, subtle relaxation of tension she perhaps hadn't realized she was carrying. I've been wondering, she continued carefully, if you're looking for a way back. If everything you're doing here is just temporary. A detour before returning home. The question touched on considerations Naruto had been contemplating during quiet moments of meditation. His arrival in this world had been accidental, the result of dimensional distortion during his final battle. But as weeks had passed, the prospect of return had become increasingly abstract rather than immediate priority. When I first arrived, finding a way back seemed the obvious goal, he admitted. But now. He gestured toward the lodge where the rescued children were now gathering for evening meal. Now I've formed connections here. Taken on responsibilities that can't simply be abandoned. But if you found a way, Starlight pressed gently, would you go? Naruto considered the question with the honesty it deserved. I don't know, he answered finally. My world has its own challenges, its own people who depend on me. But this world. He met her gaze directly. This world has shown me purpose I wasn't expecting to find. And people worth protecting. The sincerity in his voice created a moment of connection that transcended their operational partnership. Something unspoken passed between them, recognition of emotions developing beyond strategic alignment or shared objectives. Starlight stepped closer, hesitation evident but determination stronger. Whatever you decide, whenever you decide it, she said quietly, I'm glad you're here now. That our worlds collided, however accidentally. The moment balanced on possibility's edge, intimate without being intrusive, honest without demanding response. Naruto recognized the courage required for such vulnerability, especially from someone whose trust had been previously betrayed by those in positions of power. So am I, he replied simply, his hand finding hers in the gathering darkness. Their fingers intertwined with natural ease, the contact communicating more than words could express. For a brief moment, the weight of their circumstances receded, allowing connection untainted by strategic considerations or operational necessities. The moment ended as Huey's voice called from the lodge, announcing final preparation for Naruto's departure. Reality reasserted itself, mission parameters, security protocols, communication schedules. But something had shifted between them, acknowledged if not fully explored. "Be safe," Starlight said as they returned to the lodge. "And come back." "I will," Naruto promised, the words carrying weight beyond mere operational assurance. Manhattan glittered beneath cloud cover, its iconic skyline partially obscured by mist and light rain. From his position atop a residential building in Chelsea, Naruto observed military checkpoints established at key intersections, specialized equipment scanning vehicles and pedestrians, armed personnel checking identification against electronic databases. He had entered the city through less conventional means, water approach via commercial shipping, followed by rooftop traversal using minimal chakra enhancement for movement. The infiltration had required patience rather than power, careful observation rather than direct approach. "This city has transformed into a militarized zone," Kurama observed within him. "All because of our beach demonstration." Not because of the demonstration itself, Naruto corrected mentally, but because of what it represented, power outside their control systems, abilities they can't regulate through conventional means. "Humans always fear what they don't understand," the fox commented with ancient wisdom. "And what they fear, they seek to control or destroy." "Not all humans," Naruto countered, thinking of the boys, of Starlight, of those who had recognized truth beyond institutional narratives. "Some seek understanding rather than control." His objective now was locating Butcher, a challenging task given the man's deliberate communications blackout and Manhattan's extensive surveillance systems. The encrypted channel they'd established remained silent, suggesting either operational security or more concerning possibilities. Using specialized sensory techniques that required minimal chakra expenditure, Naruto extended his awareness across the immediate area, searching for familiar energy signatures. The approach was passive rather than active, receiving ambient information rather than projecting detectable energy. After several minutes of methodical scanning, he detected something promising, not Butcher's signature directly, but a frequency pattern associated with the specialized communications equipment Frenchie had developed for their team. The signal originated from an industrial area near the Hudson River, approximately 15 blocks from his current position. Moving with practiced stealth, Naruto navigated across rooftops, avoiding security patrols and surveillance drones that now circled the city in coordinated patterns. The militarization extended beyond checkpoints to comprehensive aerial monitoring, suggesting resources beyond conventional law enforcement or even homeland security operations. As he approached the signal source, caution intensified. The location, an apparently abandoned warehouse complex with loading facilities facing the river, showed signs of recent activity despite its deteriorated exterior. Security measures were present but subtle, cameras disguised as infrastructure components, motion sensors integrated with lighting systems, access points with specialized scanning equipment. Not Vought's typical security profile, which favored visible demonstration of protection. This operation emphasized discretion over deterrence, suggesting either military classification or independent operation outside official channels. Naruto established observation position on an adjacent structure, studying movement patterns and security rotations. Periodic personnel changes occurred at 30-minute intervals, with specialized equipment being transported into the facility by unmarked vehicles. Most telling was the energy signature now detectable from closer range, something artificial but powerful, emanating from the facility's central section. That energy, Kurama noted with interest. It's attempting to mimic our chakra pattern. Crude imitation, but recognizable. Naruto agreed with the assessment. The signature suggested advanced development of the synthetic chakra systems they'd observed in Vought's enhanced soldiers, but significantly more powerful, more concentrated, as if designed for purposes beyond individual enhancement. After confirming security patterns through patient observation, Naruto identified potential infiltration route, maintenance access via ventilation systems, minimally monitored due to structural limitations. With careful chakra suppression and physical stealth techniques, he bypassed perimeter security and entered the facility undetected. Inside, the warehouse's industrial appearance gave way to sophisticated laboratory environment, advanced equipment, monitoring systems, and most concerning, medical apparatus suggesting human experimentation. Personnel moved with military discipline rather than corporate efficiency, their uniforms bearing no insignia but their behaviors indicating specialized training. Following the communications signal that had initially drawn him to the facility, Naruto navigated through peripheral sections, avoiding detection through shadow positioning and timed movement between surveillance gaps. The signal grew stronger as he approached what appeared to be a secure containment area at the facility's center. What he discovered there confirmed his worst suspicions. Behind reinforced transparent barriers, connected to specialized monitoring equipment, Butcher lay unconscious on a medical platform. Restraints secured his limbs while intravenous systems administered unknown substances. Most concerning was the equipment surrounding him, devices clearly designed to analyze and potentially replicate the synthetic chakra signature Naruto had detected from outside. Before Naruto could process this discovery fully, movement at the containment area's entrance drew his attention. A figure entered, female, professional demeanor, lab coat over military-style uniform. Her focus remained on monitoring equipment as she adjusted parameters and recorded observations. Most significantly, she spoke into communications device with familiar voice, Stormfront's distinctive cadence, though her words were too distant to discern clearly. The implications were immediately concerning. This facility wasn't simply military research, it represented direct connection between Vought's enhanced soldier program and whatever Butcher had been investigating regarding Project Godfall. His capture suggested he had discovered something significant enough to warrant specialized containment rather than conventional detention. Naruto needed more information before attempting extraction, particularly understanding what they were doing to Butcher and why. Creating shadow clone would risk detection through energy signature, so instead he relied on conventional infiltration techniques, moving closer to monitoring stations when personnel rotated positions. From improved vantage point, he could now see display screens showing physiological data and energy pattern analysis. The terminology combined conventional medical monitoring with specialized references to chakra pathway integration and synthetic resonance patterns. Most concerning was report summary visible on central display, subject demonstrates 90% compatibility with S protocol enhancement. Preliminary integration successful. Awaiting final authorization for Phase 2 implementation. They were using Butcher as test subject for advanced version of the same enhancement process they'd implemented with the specialized soldiers, but with significantly more aggressive parameters. The question remained, why Butcher specifically? What made him valuable as test subject beyond simple capture of Naruto's ally? The answer emerged as Naruto accessed additional data during personnel shift change. Medical files displayed on secondary monitor revealed genetic analysis comparing Butcher's profile with established baselines. Highlighted sections indicated exceptional compatibility markers and elevated neurological integration potential. They hadn't captured Butcher randomly. They targeted him specifically based on genetic profile that suggested optimal compatibility with their synthetic chakra enhancement process. Whether they had identified this compatibility previously or discovered it after capture remained unclear, but the implications were disturbing regardless. Vought was developing more advanced version of their enhanced soldiers, and Butcher was their primary test subject for next-generation implementation. The situation required immediate response, but extraction presented significant challenges. The facility's security systems were extensive, the containment area specifically designed to manage enhanced individuals. Direct approach would trigger facility-wide alert, potentially endangering both Butcher and the mission. As Naruto considered tactical options, new developments complicated the situation further. The laboratory's main entrance opened to admit additional personnel, among them a figure Naruto recognized immediately despite significant changes in appearance. Homelander entered the containment area, but not as the immaculate hero of public perception. His iconic costume had been modified with technological components similar to those observed on the enhanced soldiers. Most notably, his physical demeanor had changed, movements more controlled, expression focused rather than performative, energy signature altered in ways suggesting technological enhancement rather than traditional compound V attributes. The scientist monitoring Butcher immediately deferred to Homelander, presenting data summaries and status reports with practiced efficiency. Though still too distant for precise auditory monitoring, their interaction suggested professional collaboration rather than traditional Vought hierarchy, equals in specialized operation rather than leader and subordinate. Most concerning was Homelander's focused interest in the energy signature data, his attention fixed on patterns that corresponded to synthetic chakra implementation. When he finally spoke, his words carried clearly enough for Naruto to discern key phrases: accelerate the timetable. Full integration must be completed before the Ninetales returns. This subject provides the final calibration data we need. The scientist appeared to raise concerns about acceleration risks, but Homelander dismissed these objections with uncharacteristic technical specificity rather than emotional response. The synthetic chakra reservoir is stabilized. Neurological integration pathways are mapped. This subject's compatibility provides optimal synchronization potential for the Godfall protocol. The exchange confirmed Naruto's growing suspicion. Project Godfall represented something far beyond enhanced soldiers or containment strategies. It involved direct integration of synthetic chakra technology with existing compound V enhancements, potentially creating hybrid capabilities beyond conventional classification. Most disturbing was Homelander's reference to the Ninetales specifically rather than to Naruto, suggesting their focus had shifted from the Shinobi himself to Kurama's power directly. Their interest in Butcher as integration subject suggested preparation for confrontation specifically targeting tailed beast energy rather than conventional abilities. Extraction now represented urgent priority, both to rescue Butcher and to prevent completion of whatever integration process they had initiated. Conventional approach remained problematic given security parameters, but circumstances now justified more direct methods despite detection risks. We need to move quickly, Kurama urged within him. Whatever they're developing, it's specifically designed to counter my chakra. Using Butcher as template for human chakra integration suggests they're creating their own Jinchuriki equivalent. Naruto agreed with the assessment. The situation had evolved beyond information gathering to critical intervention necessity. Forming familiar hand signs, he created Shadow Clone that immediately transformed its appearance to match facility personnel. The clone would provide distraction while Naruto implemented primary extraction. Timing would be critical, security response would be immediate once chakra signature was detected, requiring synchronized execution rather than sequential operations. When personnel rotation created momentary surveillance gap, both Naruto and his disguised clone moved simultaneously. The clone entered containment area through conventional access, immediately engaging monitoring personnel with technical inquiries that drew attention from security systems. Meanwhile, Naruto approached from maintenance access point, using minimal chakra enhancement to move with supernatural speed during camera rotation gaps. Reaching Butcher's position undetected, he quickly assessed medical systems maintaining sedation and synthetic chakra integration. The technology was advanced but recognized Vought design principles, similarities to systems they had encountered during previous operations. With precise application of chakra-enhanced strength, Naruto disengaged primary restraints while carefully removing monitoring sensors to prevent immediate alarm activation. Butcher remained unconscious, his system compromised by whatever integration process they had initiated. Medical displays showed concerning physiological changes, cellular modifications similar to compound V effects but structured around artificial chakra pathways rather than conventional enhancements. Butcher, Naruto said quietly, applying counter-sedation technique adapted from medical ninjutsu. Can you hear me? Butcher's eyes opened slowly, unfocused initially before recognition gradually emerged. Whiskers, he mumbled, voice hoarse from medical suppression. What the hell? Extraction in progress, Naruto explained concisely. Need to move now. Can you walk? Before Butcher could respond, alarm activated throughout the facility, not from their position but from secondary area where Homelander had proceeded after the initial briefing. The clone's diversion remained effective, but facility-wide protocols had initiated regardless. Perimeter breach detected, automated system announced. Unknown energy signature in Section C. All personnel implement containment protocol Delta. No more time for subtle approach. Naruto completed Butcher's disconnection from medical systems, supporting his still sedated form while assessing escape options. The clone continued its diversion, drawing security response toward opposite direction, but Homelander's location remained unknown, a critical tactical uncertainty. Hold on, Naruto instructed Butcher, who remained disoriented but conscious. Emergency extraction. Using transportation technique would normally require precise chakra control and prepared destination markers, but circumstances demanded adaptation. Naruto formed modified hand signs, channeling Kurama's chakra for enhanced range despite tracking risks. The technique activated successfully, creating transportation effect that would remove them from immediate containment area to previously observed extraction point near the facility's exterior. The sensation of displacement was momentarily disorienting, but when reality stabilized, they had successfully relocated to maintenance area near loading docks. Butcher's condition remained concerning, physical stability compromised by whatever enhancements they had begun implementing, consciousness fluctuating between clarity and confusion. They did something. He managed to communicate as Naruto supported him toward exterior access point. Something called Godfall integration. Using my genetic compatibility to calibrate. Save your strength, Naruto advised, monitoring security response patterns through sensory techniques. Complete briefing once we're clear. Facility lockdown protocols had activated fully, security personnel implementing systematic search patterns while specialized equipment attempted to track chakra signatures. Naruto maintained suppression techniques to minimize detection probability, but complete concealment remained impossible during active extraction operations. As they approached external access point, Naruto detected familiar energy signature approaching rapidly from interior sections, Homelander, moving with purpose toward their position. The modified energy pattern confirmed earlier observations, his traditional compound Vought signature now overlaid with synthetic chakra elements, creating hybrid energy pattern with concerning implications. We've got company, Naruto informed Butcher, accelerating their movement toward extraction point. High-value opposition inbound. Homelander, Butcher confirmed, momentary clarity emerging through sedation effects. He's different. They've done something to him. Integrated synthetic chakra with his existing powers. Testing compatibility for something bigger. The information confirmed Naruto's assessment while raising additional concerns. If Vought had successfully integrated synthetic chakra with Homelander's existing abilities, they had potentially created hybrid enhancement beyond conventional categorization, neither pure compound V nor traditional chakra, but something combining attributes of both. No time to process implications fully. Homelander's approach accelerated, his enhanced sensory capabilities apparently detecting their movement despite suppression techniques. Extraction window narrowed with each passing second. Decision point reached. Naruto created additional shadow clone to maintain Butcher's extraction while the original prepared for potential confrontation. The clone supported Butcher toward emergency exit while Naruto turned to face interior access point where Homelander would emerge. He didn't wait long. The reinforced door separated from its frame entirely, propelled by impact force beyond conventional capacity. Homelander stood framed in the opening, his appearance confirming earlier observations, traditional costume modified with technological components, physical demeanor altered from public persona to focused operational efficiency. Most concerning was the visible energy signature now emanating from his form, not Kurama's natural chakra but synthetic approximation, orange-tinged but with unnatural uniformity suggesting technological origin rather than biological integration. Naruto Uzumaki, Homelander acknowledged, his voice carrying unusual calmness rather than characteristic emotional intensity. Your timing is unfortunate. The integration process was providing valuable calibration data. What have you done to yourself? Naruto asked, genuine curiosity beneath tactical positioning. The transformation was more fundamental than cosmetic modifications suggested, something had changed in Homelander's basic nature. Evolved, Homelander replied simply. Your demonstration at the beach provided necessary perspective. Conventional compound V enhancements have limitations that synthetic chakra integration overcomes. The scientists called it hybridization. I call it ascension. The clinical detachment in his voice confirmed Naruto's suspicion. Whatever process they had implemented affected neurological functions beyond physical enhancements. This wasn't the emotionally volatile Homelander of previous encounters but something more calculated, more methodically dangerous. And Butcher? Naruto questioned, maintaining conversation while his clone continued extraction operations. Why him specifically? Genetic compatibility, Homelander explained with scientific precision. Certain human genetic profiles demonstrate superior integration potential with synthetic chakra pathways. Butcher's profile indicated 90% compatibility, significantly higher than standard baseline. Valuable for calibration purposes. Calibration for what? Something approximating satisfaction crossed Homelander's expression. Project Godfall. The logical response to the power you demonstrated. If one enhanced individual with tailed beast energy represents national security threat, then appropriate countermeasure requires equivalent capability under proper control. The implication became clear, they weren't simply enhancing soldiers with synthetic chakra approximations. They were attempting to create their own Jinchuriki equivalent, human vessels containing artificial power reservoirs comparable to tailed beasts. You're trying to become a Jinchuriki, Naruto stated, the realization bringing clarity to previously disconnected information. That's what Project Godfall represents. Imprecise terminology, but conceptually accurate, Homelander acknowledged. The synthetic chakra reservoir requires optimal human vessel with specific genetic compatibility markers. Integration process demands precise calibration to prevent rejection or destabilization. While this exchange continued, Naruto sensed his clone successfully reaching exterior access point with Butcher. Extraction proceeding according to plan despite facility lockdown protocols. Maintaining Homelander's attention for 60 more seconds would ensure successful withdrawal. It won't work, Naruto stated with certainty born from lifetime of experience. Jinchuriki aren't created through technology alone. The relationship between vessel and contained entity involves factors beyond physical integration. Perhaps in your reality, Homelander countered. Our approach eliminates variables through technological control systems. The synthetic chakra reservoir responds to calibrated parameters rather than independent consciousness. The distinction revealed fundamental misconception in their approach, treating tailed beast energy as resource to be harnessed rather than sentient force with individual will and consciousness. Their technological solution addressed physical integration while ignoring psychological and spiritual dimensions that define true Jinchuriki bonds. No time to correct this misunderstanding. Naruto's clone had successfully extracted Butcher from the facility perimeter, reaching minimum safe distance for secondary transportation technique. Primary mission objective achieved. This conversation has been informative, Naruto acknowledged, shifting stance subtly to preparation position. But I'm afraid I need to collect my colleague and depart. Homelander's expression remained unervingly calm. Your extraction attempt was anticipated. Security protocols have already been implemented to prevent successful withdrawal. To demonstrate this claim, he activated communication device integrated into his modified costume. Subject Butcher's vital signs indicate continued proximity. Transportation disruption field is functioning as designed. They remain within operational containment radius. The statement confirmed concerning technological development, they had implemented countermeasures specifically designed to disrupt chakra-based transportation techniques. The clone's extraction attempt with Butcher had been observed but not prevented, suggesting confidence in technological containment rather than physical interception. Time to test these countermeasures directly. Without further dialogue, Naruto formed transportation technique hand signs, channeling precisely calculated chakra volume, enough to activate the jutsu without revealing full capacity. The technique initiated properly but encountered resistance at implementation phase, energy field interfering with dimensional folding aspect of the transportation jutsu. The countermeasure was sophisticated but relied on predicted energy parameters rather than adaptive response. Their technology assumes standard parameters, Kurama observed within him. They haven't accounted for our full capability or variability. Naruto agreed with the assessment. The countermeasure was calibrated to energy signatures they had previously observed and analyzed, not accounting for Kurama's full power or specialized applications beyond documented techniques. Adaptation required. Naruto modified hand signs, channeling Kurama's chakra through alternative pathways that circumvented predicted interference patterns. The transportation technique reactivated with different energy signature, unfamiliar to their tracking systems and therefore unimpeded by countermeasures calibrated to known parameters. Homelander's expression changed for the first time, surprise briefly replacing clinical detachment as his monitoring systems registered unexpected energy pattern. Before he could respond physically, the transportation technique completed activation, removing Naruto from the containment area to predetermined extraction coordinates where his clone waited with Butcher. The transportation succeeded but with significant chakra expenditure, more than optimal operational parameters would suggest. Their countermeasures, while circumvented, had required substantial energy redirection and alternative pathway implementation. Impressive adaptation, Butcher commented, his consciousness fluctuating but awareness returning as sedation effects gradually diminished. They didn't expect you to have workarounds for their fancy tech. Their countermeasures are based on observed data rather than comprehensive understanding, Naruto explained, supporting Butcher as they moved towards secondary extraction vehicle concealed nearby. They're replicating effects without understanding principles. Butcher's condition remained concerning, physiological changes visible even without medical monitoring equipment. Whatever integration process they had initiated continued affecting his cellular structure, creating energy pathways similar to chakra networks but artificially constructed rather than naturally developed. We need to get you to Frenchie, Naruto decided, noting increasing instability in Butcher's vital signs. Whatever they've done requires specialized medical intervention. No time, Butcher countered, surprising clarity emerging through fluctuating consciousness. Need to tell you what I found. What Godfall really is. Save it for debriefing, Naruto advised, prioritizing extraction completion over intelligence gathering in current unsecured environment. Can't wait, Butcher insisted, gripping Naruto's arm with unexpected strength, enhancement effect from whatever integration they had implemented. Stormfront is running the program. Military cooperation, unlimited resources. Creating something called Homeland Shield, multiple enhanced soldiers with synthetic chakra reservoirs. The information aligned with observations but suggested concerning scale beyond initial assessment. Not isolated enhancement program but coordinated development of multiple enhanced units specifically designed to counter tailed beast energy. But that's not the worst part, Butcher continued, effort evident as he fought through sedation effects. Homelander, he's the prototype. Testing integration parameters for something bigger. Something called the Godfall primary. Primary what? Naruto prompted when Butcher's focus momentarily wavered. Primary vessel, Butcher clarified, consciousness stabilizing briefly. Genetic compatibility studies identified optimal candidate for full synthetic chakra reservoir integration. Someone with 100% compatibility markers. Perfect vessel. Who? Butcher's expression reflected genuine concern beneath tactical assessment. Stormfront. She's the primary vessel candidate. Whatever they did to Homelander is just preliminary calibration for her full integration. Creating their own equivalent to your Ninetales, but under technological control rather than partnership. The strategic implications were immediately concerning. Stormfront already demonstrated ideological motivation and tactical competence beyond other 7 members. If successfully integrated with synthetic chakra reservoir at scales comparable to tailed beast energy, she would represent unprecedented threat combining fanatical commitment with potentially catastrophic destructive capability. Timeline. Naruto asked the critical operational question. Accelerated after your beach demonstration, Butcher replied, professional focus momentarily overcoming physical deterioration. Final integration scheduled within 72 hours. Full operational deployment immediately following successful stabilization. 3 days, minimal preparation window for threat potentially comparable to Jinchuriki transformation. The situation had evolved beyond rescue operation or intelligence gathering to existential risk management. We need to get back to the others, Naruto decided. Consolidate resources, develop countermeasures. Butcher nodded agreement before another concerning symptom manifested, visible energy discharge around his hands, synthetic chakra leaking through incomplete pathways created during initial integration process. The effect appeared painful, his expression reflecting involuntary response to energy instability. Whatever they did is progressing, Naruto observed with growing concern. The integration continues despite disconnection from their equipment. Not disconnection, Butcher corrected through gritted teeth. Wireless monitoring continues. Nanite delivery system maintains implementation protocols regardless of physical proximity to equipment. This represented significant complication. The process wasn't simply medical procedure requiring facility equipment but self-sustaining transformation utilizing advanced technology to continue regardless of external circumstances. Extracting Butcher had removed him from immediate control but not from ongoing transformation effects. Frenchie needs to examine you immediately, Naruto insisted, supporting Butcher toward their concealed vehicle as energy fluctuations intensified. Determine countermeasures for whatever they've implemented. Might be too late for countermeasures, Butcher acknowledged grimly. But not too late to use it against them. The statement revealed characteristic tactical thinking despite physical deterioration, leveraging disadvantage into potential advantage, considering offensive applications for what had been intended as vulnerability. They reached the concealed vehicle without further incident, though Naruto detected pursuit mobilizing from the facility they had left, specialized units deploying with tracking equipment calibrated to their energy signatures. Time remained limited before interception became probable. As they departed the immediate area, Butcher's condition stabilized temporarily, energy fluctuations reducing in intensity though not disappearing entirely. The integration process appeared to enter maintenance phase after initial implementation surge, allowing more coherent communication. Synthetic chakra, he explained during momentary clarity. Artificial approximation of what you and the Ninetales share. They're creating their own version using Compound V as foundation but structured around energy patterns they've analyzed from your abilities. How advanced is their development? Naruto questioned, navigating through back streets to avoid military checkpoints while maintaining communication with the retreat location via secured channel. Further than should be possible in limited time frame, Butcher replied with professional assessment. They've been working on this longer than we realized. Your arrival accelerated existing research rather than inspiring new development. The information suggested concerning historical context, Vought's interest in energy manipulation predating Naruto's dimensional arrival. The timing aligned with Mallory's intelligence about Stormfront's background being more extensive than publicly acknowledged. What's their objective? Naruto pressed. Beyond creating enhanced soldiers with synthetic chakra capabilities. Butcher's expression darkened despite physical discomfort. Power transition. Military corporate restructuring with Vought at center. The enhanced soldiers aren't just weapons, they're control mechanisms for implementing something Stormfront calls the New Order. Fascist restructuring, Naruto translated the euphemism based on historical patterns. Using crisis response as justification for unprecedented authority consolidation. Exactly, Butcher confirmed. My presence was peripheral to their primary objective, valuable for calibration data but not critical to overall implementation. Their focus remains creating optimal integration for Stormfront as primary vessel. The tactical situation had evolved significantly from rescue operation to strategic threat assessment. If Project Godfall proceeded as designed, the resulting capability distribution would fundamentally alter power dynamics beyond conventional military or corporate paradigms. We need to stop the integration process, Naruto concluded as they cleared metropolitan boundaries, heading toward rural areas where military presence diminished. Prevent Stormfront from becoming their synthetic Jinchuriki equivalent. Easier said than done, Butcher observed grimly. The integration facility is classified military installation with unprecedented security protocols. Conventional approach would be detected and neutralized before reaching critical systems. The assessment aligned with Naruto's tactical evaluation, but conventional parameters no longer applied. The threat represented by successful implementation of Project Godfall justified exceptional response measures beyond standard operational constraints. We won't use conventional approach, Naruto stated simply. Butcher studied him with calculating assessment despite physical discomfort. You're planning something beyond tactical infiltration. Something involving the Ninetales directly. If they want to create artificial Jinchuriki, Naruto confirmed, they should understand what a real one is capable of first. The implication generated rare expression of genuine concern from Butcher. The collateral implications of full Ninetales manifestation in populated areas would be significant, Naruto acknowledged. Which is why we need precise implementation rather than reactive response. Planned confrontation on our terms rather than theirs. Before further strategic discussion could develop, Butcher's condition deteriorated suddenly, energy fluctuations intensifying as synthetic chakra pathways experienced implementation surge. His vital signs destabilized visibly, consciousness wavering as integration process accelerated beyond predicted parameters. Something's wrong, he managed through visible pain. They've initiated remote acceleration protocol. Override implementation. The symptoms confirmed concerning technological capability, remote manipulation of integration process beyond physical proximity to control systems. Vought's development was more advanced than previously assessed, incorporating autonomous implementation protocols adaptable to changing circumstances. Naruto increased vehicle speed while simultaneously contacting their medical team via secure channel. Frenchie, we've extracted Butcher but he's experiencing severe integration complications. Synthetic chakra implementation with remote acceleration capability. Prepare for emergency medical intervention. Understood, came the immediate response. Establishing stabilization protocols based on Project Sage data. ETA to treatment facility. Approximately 40 minutes, Naruto calculated based on current position and route parameters. But his condition is deteriorating rapidly. The integration process appears designed with deliberate destabilization failsafe if removed from control systems. Dead man switch, Butcher confirmed through labored breathing. Standard Vought protocol for experimental subjects. If control is lost, implementation accelerates beyond stability parameters. The tactical implication was immediately clear, they had designed the integration process with containment contingency that ensured experimental subjects couldn't be extracted without life-threatening consequences. Extraction didn't represent escape from their control but rather activation of secondary protocol designed to eliminate compromise risk. We need to stabilize the integration process, Naruto decided, assessing limited options given current circumstances. Not reverse it immediately but regulate energy flow until proper medical intervention becomes available. Drawing on Jinchuriki experience, Naruto recognized similar principles applied despite artificial nature of the implementation. The synthetic chakra required regulated pathways rather than uncontrolled dispersion, stabilized flow rather than accelerated implementation. This will be uncomfortable, he warned Butcher, but potentially effective as temporary measure. Using specialized chakra control technique adapted from sealing methods, Naruto established regulatory influence over the synthetic energy now flowing through Butcher's system. The approach didn't attempt to remove or suppress the foreign energy but rather impose structured flow patterns that prevented catastrophic pathway deterioration. The effect was immediately visible, energy fluctuations reducing in intensity, vital signs stabilizing from critical deterioration to manageable instability. Butcher's consciousness solidified as pain response diminished, allowing more coherent communication despite ongoing implementation process. How did you do that? He questioned, professional curiosity emerging through tactical assessment. Chakra regulation technique, Naruto explained while maintaining the stabilization effect. Similar to what I've been teaching Kimiko for managing her enhancements. The principle applies to synthetic pathways despite artificial origin. Buying time rather than solving problem, Butcher noted with characteristic pragmatism. Until we reach proper medical facilities, Naruto confirmed. Frenchie needs to analyze exactly what they've implemented before attempting reversal procedures. With immediate crisis temporarily stabilized, Butcher resumed critical intelligence transmission despite ongoing discomfort. The Godfall Integration Facility, primary installation located beneath Military Research Complex in Northern Virginia. Classified location, unprecedented security protocols. The same location where they're preparing Stormfront's full integration. Affirmative. 72-hour timeline confirmed through multiple intelligence sources. Final preparation phase already initiated based on preliminary calibration data from Homelander and secondary subjects. The timeline created urgency beyond personal extraction. If successful implementation proceeded as scheduled, the resulting capability would fundamentally alter strategic landscape, creating artificial Jinchuriki under military corporate control with ideological motivation beyond conventional restraint parameters. We need to prevent that integration, Naruto stated, decision crystallizing through tactical assessment. Intercept the process before completion rather than responding to accomplished transformation. Agreed, Butcher replied, professional focus temporarily overriding physical discomfort. But conventional approach would fail against current security protocols. Even your abilities would face unprecedented countermeasures specifically calibrated to chakra-based techniques. Then we need unconventional approach, Naruto concluded. Something beyond their predictive models and countermeasure development. The remainder of their journey proceeded in strategic discussion, Butcher providing critical intelligence about facility layout and security protocols while Naruto maintained stabilization technique that regulated synthetic chakra implementation. Though temporary solution rather than permanent countermeasure, the approach provided necessary window for reaching medical intervention capabilities. Upon arrival at the secondary retreat location, Frenchie immediately implemented advanced treatment protocols developed from Project SAGE research data. The medical facility they had established, though limited compared to hospital resources, contained specialized equipment for addressing compound V complications and energy-based enhancements. Fascinating and disturbing in equal measure, Frenchie commented as monitoring systems displayed Butcher's physiological changes. They've implemented synthetic chakra pathways using nanite delivery system with cellular restructuring capability. Not simply enhancing existing systems but creating entirely new energy network overlaid on conventional biology. Can you stabilize it? Naruto asked the critical question. Stabilize yes, reverse. Frenchie's expression conveyed professional uncertainty. The implementation has progressed beyond initial phase. Cellular adaptation has already restructured approximately 40% of standard biological pathways. Complete reversal would require comprehensive cellular reconstruction. In English, Frenchie, Butcher prompted despite medical restraints. The changes are becoming permanent, Frenchie clarified. I can prevent further deterioration, regulate implementation to non-lethal parameters, but complete removal would cause catastrophic system failure at this stage. Your body is adapting to the synthetic pathways, becoming dependent on their presence for basic functions. The prognosis confirmed concerning tactical reality, extraction had prevented completion of Vought's implementation protocol but not reversed fundamental transformation already underway. Butcher was becoming something beyond conventional human parameters through technological enhancement rather than natural development. Focus on stabilization, Naruto instructed. Understanding exactly what they've implemented and how it functions. The regulatory technique I applied provides temporary management, but comprehensive approach requires deeper analysis. As medical intervention proceeded, Naruto briefed the assembled team on critical intelligence Butcher had provided, Project Godfall parameters, Stormfront's role as primary vessel candidate, accelerated integration timeline, and strategic implications of successful implementation. So they're creating their own Jinchuriki, Huey summarized, processing implications through reference framework he understood. Using Stormfront as vessel for artificial Ninetales equivalent under technological control. Conceptually accurate though technologically distinct, Naruto confirmed. Their approach eliminates partnership aspect that defines true Jinchuriki relationships, replacing consciousness interaction with control systems designed to harness energy without acknowledging sentience. Typical Vought, commented grimly. Extracting power without understanding fundamental principles. Treating symptoms rather than causes. Starlight's expression reflected deeper concern beyond tactical assessment. If they succeed, if Stormfront gains power comparable to what you demonstrated at the beach, the consequences would be catastrophic. She wouldn't just have the ability to challenge you directly, but to implement whatever new order she envisions without effective opposition. The assessment aligned with Naruto's strategic evaluation. Stormfront represented concerning combination of ideological motivation and tactical competence. Providing her with power comparable to tailed beast transformation would remove conventional constraints on implementation of whatever vision she pursued. We need to prevent the integration, Naruto stated, decision solidifying through collective assessment. Intercept the process before completion rather than responding to accomplished transformation. The facility Butcher identified as classified military installation with unprecedented security protocols, noted pragmatically. Multiple defense layers, specialized countermeasures, dedicated response units. Conventional approach would be detected and neutralized before reaching critical systems. Then we use unconventional approach, Naruto replied. Something beyond their predictive models and countermeasure development. The team exchanged concerned glances, recognizing implications of what Naruto was suggesting. Huey voiced their collective understanding, you're talking about using the Ninetales at full capacity. Not just the chakra cloak or enhanced abilities, but complete manifestation. That's exactly what I'm suggesting, Naruto confirmed without hesitation. They've been analyzing and developing countermeasures based on observed data, energy signatures they've detected, abilities I've demonstrated. Their entire defensive framework is calibrated to known parameters rather than full capacity. The collateral implications of full Ninetales manifestation. Began cautiously. Would be significant, Naruto acknowledged. Which is why implementation requires precise planning rather than reactive response. Controlled manifestation under specific parameters rather than unrestricted deployment. Starlight studied him with thoughtful assessment beneath evident concern. You've been holding back. All this time, even during the beach confrontation with Homelander, you've been operating at partial capacity. Appropriate response to presented threats, Naruto explained. Kurama's full manifestation has never been necessary for challenges encountered. Until now. The strategic reality gradually gained acceptance despite initial concerns. The threat represented by Project Godfall, artificial Jinchuriki under military corporate control with ideological motivation, justified exceptional response beyond conventional operational parameters. Planning proceeded with methodical focus, Butcher providing critical intelligence about facility layout and security protocols despite medical monitoring, Frenchie analyzing technical specifications of implementation systems, developing operational timeline based on projected response patterns. Through this planning process, Starlight sought private conversation with Naruto, stepping outside the medical facility to the quiet shoreline of the small lake adjoining their retreat location. Evening shadows lengthened across the water as they walked in companionable silence before addressing the unspoken weight between them. You're planning something beyond what you've told the others, she observed with perceptive clarity. Something you're keeping from the general briefing. Naruto acknowledged her assessment with slight nod. The full manifestation of Kurama's power requires specific circumstances beyond tactical deployment. Consequences that extend beyond immediate operational parameters. What kind of consequences? She asked directly. Naruto considered his response carefully, balancing operational security against developing trust. In my world, complete manifestation of tailed beast power creates significant physiological impact on the Jinchuriki, cellular stress, pathway deterioration, potential system failure without proper preparation and control. You're saying it could kill you, Starlight translated the technical description to fundamental concern. Not with proper implementation, Naruto clarified. But the risk threshold increases substantially beyond standard operational parameters. Manageable but significant. Starlight absorbed this information with evident emotional impact beneath professional composure. And you didn't think this was relevant information for the team planning this operation? Their focus needs to remain on tactical implementation rather than contingency management, Naruto explained. Operational success parameters aren't affected by potential Jinchuriki impact considerations. But my focus should include those considerations, she challenged gently. Naruto met her gaze directly, honesty replacing tactical assessment. You deserve to know. The others need operational information. You needed truth. The distinction revealed developing relationship beyond professional parameters, connection that transcended tactical considerations to something more fundamental. The moment balanced between operational necessity and personal significance, each recognizing weight of what remained unspoken between them. There's something else you should know, Naruto continued after momentary silence. Something I've been considering since our conversation about whether I would return to my world if opportunity presented. Starlight's expression reflected cautious vulnerability beneath composed exterior. And I believe I understand how the dimensional transfer occurred, Naruto explained. The specific chakra pattern that created the displacement effect. With proper preparation and implementation, reverse application might be possible. You found a way home, she translated, emotional comprehension beneath technical understanding. Theoretically, Naruto qualified. The energy requirements would be substantial, the implementation precision beyond standard parameters. But conceptually viable under specific circumstances. Circumstances like full manifestation of Kurama's power, Starlight concluded with perceptive understanding. The operation against Project Godfall could potentially create conditions for dimensional transfer reversal. It could, Naruto acknowledged. Though that's not the operational objective or intended outcome. Starlight processed this information with visible emotional complexity despite professional composure. Have you decided, she asked finally, the question carrying weight beyond its simple structure. If the opportunity presents itself, if the conditions align during this operation, would you take it? The question touched fundamental considerations Naruto had been contemplating during quiet moments of meditation. His arrival in this world had been accidental, but subsequent connections and responsibilities had developed beyond temporary circumstance or transient involvement. I've made commitments here, he replied thoughtfully. To the children we rescued, to Kimiko specifically. To the team we've built. To exposing truth about power and responsibility in this world. He met her gaze directly, honesty replacing tactical consideration. To you. The acknowledgement created moment of connection transcending operational parameters, recognition of developing relationship beyond professional alignment or strategic partnership. Something genuine had grown between them, unexpected but increasingly significant as shared experiences created understanding beyond conventional definitions. Whatever happens during this operation, Starlight said quietly, reaching for his hand with deliberate intent, whatever choice presents itself, know that you've made difference here that won't disappear even if you do. The children, Kimiko, all of us, we're changed because you came into our world. Their fingers intertwined naturally, contact communicating more than words could express. For a brief moment, operational urgency receded, allowing connection untainted by tactical considerations or strategic necessities. Thank you, Naruto replied simply, the words carrying weight beyond conventional gratitude. For seeing me as more than ability or tactical asset. For understanding what others couldn't. The moment extended between them, unspoken emotions finding expression through physical proximity and shared understanding. When Starlight finally spoke again, her voice carried determination beneath vulnerability. "Just promise me one thing," she requested. "Whatever happens with Project Godfall, whatever decision presents itself about staying or returning, make the choice for yourself, not out of obligation or responsibility to others. You deserve that much after everything you've given here." The request revealed genuine concern beneath professional composure, care for his well-being beyond tactical contribution or operational value. Something Naruto had experienced rarely in either world, being valued for himself rather than for what he could provide or represent. "I promise," he replied sincerely, the commitment extending beyond immediate circumstances to fundamental approach toward whatever choice might present itself. Their conversation concluded as team members approached from the medical facility, operational planning having reached implementation phase requiring collective input. The moment between them remained significant despite necessary transition to tactical considerations, personal connection acknowledged if not fully explored amid operational urgency. As night fell across the retreat location, final preparations proceeded with methodical precision. Equipment checks, communications protocols, extraction contingencies, each element reviewed and confirmed through collaborative assessment. Butcher remained under medical monitoring, his condition stabilized but transformation continuing under regulated parameters. "The integration facility will have everything they've developed to counter your abilities," he reminded Naruto during final briefing. "Detection systems, containment protocols, specialized response units. Every observation they've made of your capabilities has been analyzed and incorporated into defensive parameters. Which is why our approach must transcend their analytical framework," Naruto replied. "Implementing capabilities beyond documented parameters rather than attempting to overcome established countermeasures directly. The strategy represented calculated risk, revealing full capacity would eliminate future operational advantage from unknown capabilities, but current threat parameters justified comprehensive response rather than measured deployment. If Project Godfall succeeded in creating artificial Jinchuriki under ideological control, future operational conditions would deteriorate beyond conventional response parameters." As midnight approached, Naruto sought private conversation with Kurama through meditation, establishing deeper connection with the tailed beast whose power would determine operational outcome. "You're planning full manifestation," Kurama observed within their shared consciousness. "Not just chakra utilization but complete transformation." "The threat justifies exceptional response," Naruto confirmed mentally. "Their artificial implementation represents fundamental misunderstanding of what tailed beast energy truly represents, treating power as resource rather than conscious force with individual will." Demonstrating the difference would certainly be educational, Kurama commented with characteristic dry humor beneath serious consideration. "Though the physical impact on you would be substantial without proper preparation. Manageable with appropriate implementation," Naruto countered, though both recognized optimistic assessment rather than absolute certainty. Full manifestation under combat conditions represented significantly elevated risk compared to controlled environment with proper preparation. "There's something else," Kurama noted with perceptive understanding developed through their long partnership. "Something beyond tactical considerations." Naruto acknowledged the observation without immediate elaboration, considering implications before responding. "The energy signature of complete manifestation might create conditions similar to those that caused our dimensional transfer initially." "Ah," Kurama understood immediately. "The possibility of return presents itself alongside operational necessity." "Theoretical possibility," Naruto qualified. "Without certainty or controlled implementation. But possibility nonetheless," the fox observed thoughtfully. "Creating choice where none existed previously." The consideration extended beyond tactical assessment to fundamental questions about purpose and belonging. Naruto had adapted to this reality with characteristic resilience, forming connections and accepting responsibilities that transcended temporary circumstance. The prospect of potential return introduced complexity beyond operational parameters. You formed attachments here, Kurama noted without judgment. Particularly to the light wielder with honest eyes. The observation acknowledged developing relationship with Starlight, connection that had evolved from professional respect to something more significant through shared purpose and complementary perspectives. Not defined through conventional parameters but genuine nonetheless. I have responsibilities in both worlds, Naruto replied simply. True, Kurama agreed. Though responsibility alone doesn't determine belonging. You've always found your way through impossible choices by following what matters most beneath tactical considerations or external expectations. The insight reflected their long partnership, Kurama's ancient wisdom complementing Naruto's intuitive understanding, creating perspective beyond individual limitation. Whatever choice might present itself, the decision would emerge from fundamental values rather than external pressures or tactical necessities. For now, Naruto redirected focus to immediate operational requirements. We need to prevent Project Godfall from creating artificial Jinchuriki under Vought's control. Everything else remains secondary until that threat is neutralized. Agreed, Kurama confirmed with characteristic determination beneath casual demeanor. Let's show these pretenders what real partnership between human and tailed beast looks like. Their shared resolve provided foundation for what would come. Not just tactical implementation but fundamental demonstration of what Jinchuriki truly represented beyond artificial replication or technological approximation. Power defined through partnership rather than control, strength emerging from mutual respect rather than dominance. As dawn approached, final preparations concluded with determined focus. The team gathered one last time before deployment, each understanding critical role within operational parameters, each recognizing unprecedented nature of what they would attempt. Everything we've done since Naruto arrived has led to this moment, Butcher observed from medical monitoring station, his condition stabilized but participation limited to strategic coordination rather than direct involvement. Preventing Vought from implementing their artificial Jinchuriki program represents mission-critical objective beyond individual considerations. The assessment reflected shared understanding, whatever their personal motivations or individual concerns, the threat represented by Project Godfall transcended conventional parameters. Successful implementation would fundamentally alter power distribution beyond corporate dominance or military authority to something approaching technological authoritarianism with ideological motivation. As team members completed final equipment checks and communication protocols, Naruto found moment for quiet exchange with Starlight, words unnecessary but connection reaffirmed through simple proximity and shared understanding. Be careful, she said finally, the simple phrase carrying weight beyond conventional concern. I will, Naruto promised, both recognizing tactical uncertainty beneath operational confidence. Whatever happened in coming confrontation would determine not just immediate tactical outcome but fundamental approach toward power and responsibility in this reality. The artificial implementation of Project Godfall represented everything Naruto had opposed throughout his existence, power divorced from compassion, strength separated from wisdom, ability without accountability. Time had come to demonstrate alternative, power defined through partnership rather than dominance, strength emerging from connection rather than control, ability guided by responsibility rather than exploitation. Not just tactical victory but fundamental statement about what heroism truly represented beyond corporate branding or technological enhancement. The Nine Tails would demonstrate what Vought could never replicate through technology alone, power with purpose beyond dominance, strength with wisdom beyond control, partnership transcending exploitation. Not weapon but consciousness, not resource but relationship, not tool but truth. The confrontation to come would reveal difference between artificial approximation and authentic implementation, between what could be manufactured and what must be understood, between what could be controlled and what must be respected. Between what Vought wanted power to be and what it truly was. Chapter 5, When Gods Collide. Dawn painted the horizon in shades of crimson and gold, nature's warning of the storm to come. The military compound in Northern Virginia stood seemingly peaceful amid rolling countryside, its public-facing facilities projecting research rather than warfare, science instead of violence. But beneath this benign exterior, Project Godfall approached completion in hardened bunkers designed to contain power beyond conventional classification. Naruto observed from concealed position 2 miles distant, his senses extended beyond visual range to detect energy signatures now familiar after weeks of confrontation. The synthetic chakra emissions were unmistakable, manufactured approximations of natural energy, powerful but fundamentally flawed in implementation. They're proceeding with final preparations, Kurama observed within him. The artificial reservoir is nearly stabilized for transfer to the primary vessel. Stormfront, Naruto confirmed, sensing the distinctive energy pattern now radiating from beneath the facility. Her signature has already begun changing, preliminary integration underway. The intelligence butcher had provided proved accurate in every detail. The facility's security protocols extended beyond conventional parameters, specialized detection systems calibrated to chakra signatures, containment fields designed to neutralize energy-based abilities, response units equipped with synthetic enhancement technology. Every defense constructed through analysis of observed data from previous encounters. Every countermeasure developed against capabilities Naruto had already demonstrated, not against what remained unrevealed. Status report, he requested through secured communication channel connecting team members positioned at strategic locations surrounding the facility. Perimeter security unchanged, responded from observation post monitoring access patterns. Rotation schedules maintaining standard intervals. No indication of elevated alert status. Power distribution systems as expected, Frenchie added from technical monitoring station analyzing energy consumption patterns. Primary draw concentrated beneath central complex. Secondary systems at 60% capacity. Satellite coverage consistent with operational parameters, Huey confirmed from communications interception position. Standard surveillance patterns without enhanced deployment. The tactical assessment confirmed their fundamental advantage. Despite Project Godfall's accelerated implementation, security protocols remained standardized rather than enhanced. Their confidence in technological superiority and controlled environment creating vulnerability through predictable parameters. Starlight? Naruto prompted when the final team member hadn't reported. In position, came her response through secured channel. Access point confirmed viable. Maintenance protocols proceeding as scheduled. The infiltration strategy leveraged unexpected approach, utilizing conventional access patterns rather than attempting to overcome specialized security directly. Starlight's position within maintenance systems providing pathway that circumvented primary detection rather than confronting it. Timeline. Naruto requested final confirmation. Integration countdown at 93 minutes, Huey reported based on intercepted communications. Final stabilization protocols initiating for primary vessel preparation. Just over 90 minutes before Project Godfall would create artificial Jinchuriki under Vought's control. The window for intervention narrowed with each passing moment, tactical parameters shifting from preparation to implementation. Initiating primary approach, Naruto announced, decision crystallized through final assessment. Maintain position until Phase 2 confirmation. With practiced precision, he created shadow clone that would maintain observation position while the original proceeded toward infiltration coordinates. Not direct approach toward heavily defended primary entrance but circuitous path to maintenance access where Starlight had confirmed viable entry point. Moving with chakra-enhanced speed while maintaining energy suppression techniques, Naruto covered the distance in minutes rather than hours. His approach utilized natural terrain features rather than technological concealment, ancient shinobi methodologies proving effective against modern surveillance designed to detect specific energy patterns rather than physical presence. Starlight waited at designated coordinates, her Vought costume replaced with maintenance technician uniform that provided operational cover while maintaining access to her light-based abilities if required. Her expression reflected professional focus beneath personal concern as Naruto joined her in concealed position near service entrance. Maintenance shift change in 40 seconds, she reported without preamble. Access window approximately 28 seconds before automated systems register personnel transition. Naruto nodded acknowledgement, appreciating her operational precision while recognizing unspoken emotion beneath tactical communication. Their earlier conversation about potential dimensional transfer created complexity beyond mission parameters, personal implications transcending professional considerations. "Ready?" he asked, the simple question carrying weight beyond immediate tactical context. "Always," she replied with slight smile that transformed professional focus momentarily, connection reaffirmed through shared understanding beyond verbal expression. The maintenance entrance functioned as expected, security systems designed to process authorized personnel rather than defend against infiltration. Starlight's prepared credentials providing access while automated systems registered normal shift transition patterns. Inside, the facility's public research facade gave way to military precision, corridors designed for efficient movement rather than aesthetic consideration, monitoring systems positioned for comprehensive coverage rather than selective surveillance. Personnel moved with practiced purpose, their patterns revealing operational focus rather than casual environment. "Central elevator bank ahead," Starlight murmured, maintaining technician persona while navigating predetermined route. "Restricted access to sublevels where primary integration chamber located." "Alternative pathway?" Naruto questioned, sensing enhanced security protocols surrounding obvious access points. "Maintenance shaft serving environmental systems," she confirmed. "Limited monitoring due to automated rather than supervised protocols." Their progress continued without incident, carefully timed movements between surveillance gaps, authorized access patterns that raised no automated alerts, professional demeanor that generated no human suspicion. The approach leveraged understanding that most effective infiltration utilized existing systems rather than attempting to overcome security directly. The maintenance shaft provided access as anticipated, narrow vertical pathway designed for equipment service rather than personnel transportation. Using chakra-enhanced movement, Naruto navigated the confined space with Starlight secured against him, their descent controlled through precise application of energy to surfaces designed for mechanical rather than human interaction. Sublevel 3, Starlight indicated as they passed marked junction. 2 more levels to primary integration chamber. The energy signatures intensified as they descended, synthetic chakra emissions growing stronger with proximity to source. Naruto could sense distinct patterns now, the artificial reservoir awaiting transfer, Stormfront's partially enhanced signature undergoing preliminary integration, and most concerning, Homelander's hybridized energy pattern indicating successful synthetic enhancement beyond initial parameters. "They're almost ready," Naruto observed, sensing accelerated preparation protocols. Final stabilization sequence initiating. The tactical window narrowed further, minutes rather than hours remaining before irreversible implementation. Their infiltration had proceeded without detection, but intervention would inevitably trigger response protocols beyond conventional security parameters. At sublevel 5, they exited the maintenance shaft into restricted corridor with elevated security presence. Direct approach now became impossible, enhanced personnel and specialized detection systems creating comprehensive coverage without surveillance gaps utilized during initial infiltration. Diversion required, Naruto concluded, assessing tactical options with practiced efficiency. Environmental systems, Starlight suggested, indicating control junction nearby. Temporary disruption would trigger automated response protocols without indicating security breach. The approach aligned with infiltration strategy, utilizing existing systems rather than confronting security directly. With precise application of her abilities, Starlight created localized power fluctuation within environmental control system, subtle enough to avoid catastrophic alert but significant enough to trigger maintenance protocols. As expected, security personnel responded with professional efficiency, maintaining positions while technical staff investigated apparent malfunction. The diversion created momentary access opportunity through predictable response patterns rather than security failure. Using transformation technique to assume maintenance technician appearance matching Starlight's cover identity, Naruto moved through temporary surveillance gap toward primary integration chamber. Their approach now required synchronized timing rather than improvised response, each movement calculated against security protocols designed to detect unauthorized access. The integration chamber entrance exceeded previous security parameters, biometric scanning, energy signature analysis, multiple authentication protocols. Direct access became impossible without triggering immediate response and comprehensive containment measures. Observation gallery, Starlight indicated, directing attention to elevated position designed for senior personnel to monitor implementation without entering sterile environment. Limited access requirements due to separation from primary systems. The alternative approach provided viable option, utilizing hierarchical security structure that prioritized integration chamber protection over observational access. With synchronized movement between surveillance cycles, they reached observation gallery without triggering automated alerts or personnel response. What they witnessed confirmed their most significant concerns. The integration chamber extended beneath them, massive circular space dominated by technological array unlike anything previously encountered. At its center, specialized containment unit housed pulsing energy mass that radiated synthetic chakra signature, artificial approximation of tailed beast power created through technological implementation rather than natural formation. Surrounding this central feature, medical platforms contained two figures undergoing separate but related procedures. Stormfront, partially conscious and connected to monitoring systems that displayed integration parameters approaching completion. And surprisingly, Homelander, his modified costume now removed to reveal extensive technological components integrated directly with biological systems, synthetic pathways visible beneath enhanced skin as glowing network resembling chakra circulation. "They've gone further than we realized," Starlight whispered, professional assessment momentarily overtaken by genuine horror. "It's not just enhancement anymore, they're transforming them into something else entirely." Naruto studied the implementation with grim recognition. The synthetic chakra reservoir represented technological approximation of tailed beast energy, powerful but fundamentally flawed in conception. Treating conscious force as resource to be harnessed rather than entity requiring partnership and respect. 70% integration completion, announced automated system through chamber speakers. Primary vessel compatibility parameters optimal. Proceed with final stabilization sequence. The announcement confirmed accelerated timeline, minutes rather than hours remaining before transfer completion. Technical personnel moved with practiced efficiency, adjusting parameters while monitoring vital systems with professional detachment that transformed human subjects into implementation vessels rather than individuals. Most concerning was Stormfront's conscious participation despite evident physical stress, her expression reflecting determination through pain, ideology transcending discomfort. Not unwilling subject but committed participant, accepting transformation through belief in objective beyond personal consideration. "We need to disrupt the transfer process," Naruto decided, tactical assessment crystallizing through observation. Destabilize the artificial reservoir before final integration completes. Security protocols will activate immediately upon intervention, Starlight cautioned, professional assessment rather than objection. Multiple containment systems, specialized response units, comprehensive countermeasures. Creating necessary distraction while you target critical systems, Naruto confirmed, their strategy adapted through shared understanding without requiring explicit communication. Partnership developed through operational alignment and personal connection beyond formal structure. With synchronized precision, they implemented intervention strategy, Naruto creating shadow clones that would provide multidirectional distraction while Starlight targeted power distribution systems critical to integration stability. The approach leveraged their complementary abilities while maintaining tactical flexibility through role specialization. As shadow clones deployed to predetermined positions throughout the facility, Naruto prepared for primary intervention, not direct confrontation but targeted disruption designed to prevent integration completion rather than defeat enhanced opponents directly. "Ready," he confirmed through their secure channel. "On your mark," Starlight responded, positioned to neutralize primary power systems when security resources diverted through initial distraction. "Now." The shadow clones activated simultaneously, multiple positions throughout the facility implementing synchronized disruption protocol. Not attacking personnel directly but targeting secondary systems that would trigger progressive alert response without immediate threat identification. As expected, security protocols activated through predicted pattern, resources diverting toward apparent infiltration points while maintaining minimum presence around critical systems. The response created operational window through temporary resource allocation rather than security failure. Starlight utilized this window with practiced efficiency, targeting power distribution systems with precise application of her abilities. Not catastrophic overload that would trigger immediate backup implementation but progressive destabilization that would compromise integration parameters beyond adjustment capacity. The effect manifested immediately, integration chamber systems registering power fluctuation that disrupted transfer sequence without triggering catastrophic containment failure. Technical personnel responded with professional urgency, attempting to stabilize parameters while security resources remained divided between multiple apparent infiltration points. Integration sequence compromised, announced automated system through progressively distorted audio. Parameter variance exceeding compensation threshold. Recommend immediate sequence termination and system reset. The announcement confirmed successful intervention. Integration process disrupted beyond immediate recovery through targeted system manipulation rather than direct confrontation. The approach leveraged understanding that complex procedures required precise implementation conditions that could be compromised through subtle intervention rather than overwhelming force. Their tactical advantage remained temporary. Security resources would inevitably recognize distraction protocol and reconsolidate around critical systems. The operational window narrowed with each passing moment as response patterns adjusted through progressive threat assessment. Phase 2 initiated, Naruto confirmed through secured channel. All units proceed with primary operation. The communication triggered synchronized response from team members positioned around facility perimeter. and Huey implementing electronic countermeasures against communication infrastructure, Frenchie deploying specialized disruption devices against power distribution systems. The coordinated approach creating comprehensive effect beyond individual capability through strategic resource alignment. Within the integration chamber, response patterns shifted from technical correction to security implementation, personnel recognizing deliberate intervention rather than system malfunction. Armed response units entering operational positions while enhanced soldiers activated specialized equipment designed to detect and neutralize chakra-based abilities. Most concerning was Homelander's response, disconnecting from monitoring systems despite technical personnel objections, his expression reflecting calculated assessment rather than emotional reaction. The hybridized enhancement visible through glowing network beneath his skin as synthetic chakra pathways activated beyond standard parameters. "We have intruders," he announced with uncharacteristic calm, scanning surroundings with enhanced perception. The observation gallery. 2 signatures, one conventional, one suppressed but recognizable. The identification confirmed concerning development, his enhanced capabilities including sensory perception beyond conventional limitation. The synthetic chakra implementation providing detection capability that circumvented suppression techniques effective against standard monitoring systems. Tactical parameters shifted immediately, stealth advantage compromised, operational timeline accelerated beyond planned implementation. Naruto created additional shadow clones to provide withdrawal coverage while they transitioned from infiltration to direct intervention. Naruto Uzumaki, Homelander acknowledged, floating upward toward observation gallery with unnatural smoothness, his movement pattern altered from previous encounters, precision replacing dramatic presentation. "Your timing is inconvenient but not unexpected." Project Godfall anticipated potential interference during final implementation phase. The statement confirmed operational concern, their intervention predicted if not precisely anticipated, contingency protocols established against potential disruption. The tactical advantage diminished through preparation rather than random circumstance. This integration represents fundamental misunderstanding of what you're attempting to replicate, Naruto responded, abandoning concealment as advantage disappeared. Tailed beast energy isn't resource to be harnessed but conscious force requiring partnership and respect. Philosophical distinction without practical significance, Homelander dismissed with clinical precision replacing previous emotional patterns. Synthetic implementation eliminates variables through technological control systems rather than relying on conceptual cooperation. The exchange confirmed concerning transformation beyond physical enhancement, his cognitive patterns altered through synthetic implementation, emotional volatility replaced with calculated assessment. Not simply enhanced abilities but fundamental rewiring of behavioral parameters through technological integration. Technological control creates limitation rather than advantage, Naruto countered, buying time while shadow clones implemented secondary disruption protocols throughout the facility. True partnership amplifies capability through complementary consciousness rather than restricting potential through hierarchical implementation. From the integration chamber below, Stormfront's voice emerged with strained determination through evident discomfort, enough philosophical debate. Security protocols activated, enhanced response units deployed. The integration continues despite temporary disruption. The statement confirmed tactical concern. Their intervention had disrupted but not prevented the integration process. Technical personnel already implementing adaptive protocols to continue transfer sequence despite system fluctuation, security resources consolidating around critical infrastructure while response units converged toward identified intrusion points. Time to demonstrate practical application rather than theoretical distinction, Homelander concluded, synthetic chakra visibly intensifying around his form. Orange-tinged approximation of natural energy, powerful but fundamentally flawed in conception and implementation. The confrontation shifted from tactical maneuvering to direct engagement, Homelander launching precise attack combining conventional abilities with synthetic enhancement. Not emotionally driven assault but calculated strike designed to neutralize perceived threat through efficiency rather than overwhelming force. Naruto countered with practiced precision, utilizing minimal chakra expenditure while maximizing defensive effectiveness. The approach maintained tactical flexibility while assessing opponents' enhanced capabilities through practical application rather than theoretical analysis. Impressive adaptation, Homelander acknowledged, genuine assessment replacing performative confidence. Your defensive parameters exceed predictive modeling based on previous encounters. You're analyzing combat like technical problem, Naruto observed, recognizing fundamental shift in approach from previous confrontations. The synthetic implementation has altered your cognitive patterns beyond physical enhancement. Optimization rather than alteration, Homelander corrected with clinical precision. Eliminating inefficient emotional variables while maintaining strategic flexibility through enhanced processing capability. The exchange continued while their physical confrontation escalated, Homelander implementing progressive intensity designed to evaluate defensive parameters while conserving resources for sustained engagement. Not overwhelming assault but methodical assessment, each attack providing analytical data rather than pursuing immediate neutralization. Starlight utilized this distraction to implement secondary disruption protocols, targeting critical systems beyond power distribution to compromise integration parameters beyond temporary fluctuation. Her technical knowledge providing tactical advantage through specific targeting rather than general disruption. The integration chamber cooling systems, she informed Naruto through their secured channel. Critical vulnerability due to energy concentration requirements. Targeted disruption would compromise containment stability beyond immediate correction capability. The information provided tactical opportunity beyond current engagement parameters. Naruto created additional shadow clone that immediately moved toward identified vulnerability while the original maintained Homelander's attention through continued confrontation. Security resources responded with professional efficiency, enhanced soldiers deploying specialized equipment designed to detect and neutralize chakra-based abilities, conventional units establishing containment perimeter around critical infrastructure. The response demonstrated comprehensive preparation against anticipated intervention methods. Most concerning was the progressive integration despite system disruption, technical personnel implementing adaptive protocols that continued transfer sequence through alternative pathways despite compromised primary systems. Their determination reflecting operational priority beyond individual safety or standard procedures. Artificial reservoir achieving transfer threshold despite system fluctuation, announced automated system through increasingly distorted audio. Primary vessel integration proceeding at reduced efficiency. Estimated completion revised to 16 minutes at current parameters. The announcement confirmed tactical urgency. Intervention had delayed but not prevented implementation completion. Their operational window narrowed with each passing moment as adaptive protocols overcame disruption effects through technological redundancy and procedural flexibility. We need to neutralize the artificial reservoir directly, Naruto decided, tactical assessment crystallizing through progressive evaluation. System disruption insufficient against adaptive implementation protocols. The approach required significant escalation, direct intervention rather than peripheral disruption, confrontation against primary objective rather than supporting infrastructure. Tactical parameters shifted from delaying implementation to preventing completion through comprehensive neutralization. That would trigger catastrophic containment failure, Starlight warned, professional assessment rather than objection. Uncontrolled energy dispersion beyond conventional parameters. Controlled dispersion rather than uncontrolled failure, Naruto clarified, accessing specialized knowledge developed through lifelong experience with tailed beast energy. Redirecting artificial reservoir through established pathways rather than allowing chaotic dissipation. The approach leveraged understanding beyond technological implementation, knowledge of natural energy principles that transcended synthetic replication through fundamental connection rather than analytical approximation. Not opposing force directly but redirecting flow through established patterns beyond technological control systems. Their tactical implementation proceeded with synchronized precision, Naruto maintaining Homelander's engagement while Starlight targeted cooling systems that would compromise containment stability without catastrophic failure. Shadow clones providing distributed disruption while team members outside the facility continued neutralizing support infrastructure to prevent adaptive recovery. The combined effect manifested through progressive destabilization, integration parameters fluctuating beyond correction capability, containment systems struggling to maintain stability against cumulative disruption, technical personnel unable to implement adaptive protocols against comprehensive intervention. Critical containment variance detected, announced automated system with increasing urgency. Reservoir stability compromised beyond correction parameters. Emergency termination protocols activated. The announcement confirmed successful intervention, integration process disrupted beyond recovery through targeted system manipulation rather than direct confrontation. The approach leveraging understanding that complex procedures required precise implementation conditions that could be compromised through coordinated intervention against critical vulnerabilities. Homelander recognized the tactical shift with analytical precision, his attention diverted momentarily from immediate confrontation toward facility systems displaying progressive failure indicators. The distraction provided operational opportunity through temporary focus redirection. "What have you done?" he demanded, synthetic calmness partially compromised through recognition of strategic implications. The integration sequence cannot be terminated during transfer phase without controlled decommissioning protocols. Creating necessary outcome through uncomfortable means, Naruto replied, genuine regret beneath tactical necessity. Preventing artificial implementation that fundamentally misunderstands what it attempts to replicate. From the integration chamber below, Stormfront's voice emerged with increasing urgency beneath determined control, stabilization protocols failing. Reservoir containment approaching critical threshold. Accelerate transfer sequence before complete destabilization. The command reflected dangerous determination beyond professional assessment, ideological commitment transcending safety protocols and technical limitations. Not rational response to deteriorating conditions but desperate attempt to complete implementation despite catastrophic risk indicators. Technical personnel hesitated visibly, professional training conflicting with hierarchical authority as monitoring systems displayed progressive failure beyond established safety parameters. Their uncertainty creating operational opportunity through procedural disruption beyond physical intervention. The reservoir cannot be stabilized through conventional protocols, one technician finally stated with professional certainty, overcoming hierarchical deference. Accelerated transfer would trigger cascade failure through the primary vessel. Recommend immediate controlled decommissioning despite implementation progress. The assessment confirmed tactical understanding, the artificial reservoir approaching critical instability beyond technological control capability. Not simply disrupted implementation but fundamental failure of containment systems designed to harness power beyond comprehensive understanding. Homelander's response demonstrated concerning adaptation, analytical precision recognizing strategic implications beyond immediate tactical considerations. His attention returning to Naruto with calculated assessment rather than emotional reaction. "You believe preventing this implementation represents victory," he observed with clinical detachment. Failing to recognize contingency protocols established against anticipated interference. The statement triggered immediate tactical reassessment, recognition that their intervention had been predicted if not precisely anticipated, countermeasures established beyond immediate security response. The operational advantage diminished through preparation rather than coincidental circumstance. Before Naruto could respond, Stormfront made decisive intervention, disconnecting from integration systems despite technical personnel objections, her expression reflecting determined purpose through evident physical discomfort. The partial enhancement already implemented providing capabilities beyond conventional parameters despite incomplete integration. "Initiate contingency protocol Omega," she commanded with absolute authority that overrode technical objections. "Transfer sequence cannot be completed under current parameters, but partial implementation remains viable through alternative methodology." The command activated immediate response beyond standard protocols, personnel implementing procedures that bypassed conventional systems through specialized equipment designed for emergency circumstances rather than optimal conditions. Their coordinated efficiency suggesting extensive preparation against anticipated disruption. Most concerning was Homelander's synchronized response, disengaging from direct confrontation to implement complementary procedures with practiced precision despite apparent improvisation. Their coordinated efficiency suggesting established contingency beyond tactical adaptation, strategic planning rather than reactive response. "What are they doing?" Starlight questioned, professional assessment seeking tactical clarification beyond observed behavior. Naruto recognized the implementation with growing concern, patterns familiar through historical knowledge rather than direct experience. Alternative integration methodology, bypassing conventional transfer sequence through direct connectivity between existing enhanced vessels. The observation confirmed through progressive implementation, Homelander and Stormfront establishing direct connection through specialized equipment that bypassed facility systems through autonomous functionality. Their synchronized efficiency suggesting practiced implementation rather than improvised response. Reservoir containment approaching critical failure, announced automated system through increasingly compromised audio. Uncontrolled dispersion imminent without intervention protocols. The announcement provided tactical clarity through immediate urgency. The artificial reservoir would destabilize completely without controlled intervention, releasing synthetic chakra beyond containment parameters with potentially catastrophic consequences beyond immediate facility impact. Decision crystallized through tactical necessity, intervention required against both contingency implementation and reservoir destabilization simultaneously. Not sequential response but parallel operation against multiple critical objectives beyond individual capability. "I need to neutralize the reservoir directly," Naruto informed Starlight, tactical assessment overriding personal consideration. "Redirect energy through controlled dispersion rather than allowing chaotic dissipation. That would require direct interaction with synthetic chakra beyond established safety parameters," she noted with professional precision beneath personal concern. The concentration levels would exceed conventional channeling capability. Not conventional channeling, Naruto confirmed, decision solidified through necessity beyond preference. Full manifestation providing required capacity through established pathways beyond technological limitation. The statement acknowledged tactical reality beyond strategic preference, the situation required capabilities previously withheld through operational discretion rather than implementation limitation. Not escalation through preference but necessity through circumstance beyond conventional response parameters. Starlight recognized the implication with immediate understanding, professional assessment acknowledging tactical requirement while personal connection registered emotional significance beyond operational consideration. The dimensional transfer possibility remains theoretical rather than intentional objective. Naruto completed with honesty transcending tactical communication. Focus remains neutralizing immediate threat through necessary means despite potential secondary effects. Their exchange concluded through shared understanding beyond verbal completion, partnership established through operational alignment and personal connection creating communication beyond explicit dialogue. Trust rather than instruction, respect rather than hierarchy, connection rather than proximity. With decision established through necessity beyond preference, Naruto implemented progressive transformation beyond previous demonstration, accessing Kurama's power through comprehensive connection rather than selective utilization. Not partial manifestation but complete integration, partnership rather than utilization, collaboration beyond implementation. The transformation manifested through visible progression, initial chakra cloak expanding beyond previous parameters, energy signature intensifying through concentrated focus rather than generalized dispersion. Not simply enhanced capability but fundamental manifestation beyond conventional classification or technological replication. Ready, partner. Kurama's voice emerged with characteristic determination beneath casual presentation. Always, Naruto confirmed, their partnership transcending formality through established connection beyond procedural activation. The complete manifestation exceeded previous demonstration, massive chakra construct forming around Naruto's human form, 9 tails extending with physical presence beyond energy projection. Not simply enhanced human but complete integration between Jinchuriki and tailed beast, partnership manifested through physical representation beyond technological replication. The effect created immediate response throughout the facility, monitoring systems overloading through input beyond calibration parameters, security protocols activating comprehensive countermeasures designed against anticipated threat levels, personnel responding with professional urgency beneath visible concern against unprecedented manifestation beyond established classification. Homelander and Stormfront paused their contingency implementation, tactical assessment recognizing immediate priority shift beyond procedural continuation. Their expressions reflecting different response patterns despite synchronized purpose, Homelander's analytical precision calculating tactical implications, Stormfront's ideological commitment registering recognition beyond professional assessment. The 9 tails, she identified with disturbing familiarity beneath professional response. Full manifestation beyond previous demonstration parameters. Contingency protocols inadequate against complete integration beyond synthetic replication. The statement confirmed concerning knowledge beyond tactical observation, familiarity with tailed beast classification suggesting research beyond recent encounters. Not coincidental terminology but specific recognition, understanding beyond analytical assessment to conceptual familiarity despite dimensional separation. No time for comprehensive analysis beyond immediate tactical implications. The artificial reservoir approached critical destabilization beyond technological containment, synthetic chakra concentrating beyond structural parameters while dispersion threatened uncontrolled release throughout surrounding environment. With Kurama's power fully manifested through complete integration, Naruto implemented specialized technique beyond conventional classification, not opposing force directly but establishing harmonic resonance that would redirect energy through natural pathways rather than technological containment. The approach leveraging understanding that energy responded to compatible frequencies beyond physical interaction, connection rather than confrontation, guidance beyond control. The effect manifested immediately, artificial reservoir responding to natural chakra presence through harmonic attraction rather than physical manipulation. Synthetic approximation recognizing authentic implementation beyond technological replication, copy responding to original through fundamental resonance beyond conscious direction. What are you doing? Homelander demanded, analytical precision compromised through recognition of strategic implications beyond tactical understanding. The reservoir containment, redirecting energy through controlled dispersion rather than allowing chaotic dissipation. Naruto explained through Kurama's manifestation, their voices overlapping through synchronized communication beyond individual expression. Preventing catastrophic release while neutralizing implementation capability. The approach demonstrated fundamental distinction beyond philosophical debate, partnership rather than control, creating capability beyond technological replication. Not superior force but complementary consciousness, collaboration rather than dominance, respect rather than utilization. Synthetic chakra responded to authentic guidance, artificial implementation recognizing natural template beyond conscious direction. The reservoir energy flowing toward Kurama's manifestation through harmonic attraction rather than physical manipulation, technological containment becoming irrelevant through natural connection beyond artificial restriction. Reservoir containment failing, announced automated system with final clarity before technical systems failed completely. Uncontrolled dispersion imminent. The announcement preceded visible effect, containment systems failing catastrophically through pressure beyond technological limitation, artificial reservoir destabilizing beyond correction capability, synthetic chakra releasing through structural failure rather than controlled dispersion. But rather than chaotic dissipation throughout surrounding environment, the released energy flowed with unexpected precision, directed toward Kurama's manifestation through harmonic attraction beyond physical guidance. Natural template attracting synthetic replication through fundamental resonance beyond technological control, original drawing copy through connection beyond proximity. The visual effect proved spectacular beyond tactical significance, massive energy transfer creating luminous connection between artificial reservoir and Kurama's manifestation. Not absorption but redirection, guidance rather than consumption, controlled dispersion beyond chaotic release. Facility personnel responded with professional urgency beneath visible confusion, evacuation protocols activating through recognition of uncontrollable circumstances beyond established parameters. Their training providing procedural response despite unprecedented situation beyond classification terminology. Homelander and Stormfront responded with contrasting approaches despite synchronized purpose, his analytical precision calculating tactical adjustment, her ideological commitment producing dangerous determination beyond rational assessment. Their divergent responses creating operational opportunity through procedural discord despite strategic alignment. The contingency implementation, she commanded with absolute authority beneath progressive desperation. Complete the transfer while energy remains partially contained. The parameters exceed safety threshold beyond correction capability, Homelander countered with analytical precision overriding hierarchical deference. Attempted transfer under current conditions would trigger cascade failure through both vessels without successful implementation. Their disagreement created critical delay through procedural discord, operational opportunity through strategic misalignment despite tactical proximity. The diversion providing necessary window for complete energy redirection beyond interference capability despite determined opposition. The synthetic chakra continued flowing toward Kurama's manifestation, artificial implementation drawn toward natural template through fundamental connection beyond conscious direction. Not absorption but controlled dispersion, redirection rather than consumption, guidance beyond dominance. But the progressive transfer created concerning effect beyond immediate tactical implications, the combined energy concentration exceeding established parameters through cumulative aggregation. Not simply redirected dispersion but concentrated accumulation, power density increasing beyond structural stability through progressive collection. The energy concentration approaches critical threshold, Kurama observed with professional assessment beneath casual presentation. Dimensional stability compromised through cumulative effect beyond individual contribution. The observation confirmed theoretical possibility manifesting through practical implementation, energy concentration creating effects similar to circumstances that caused initial dimensional transfer. Not intentional activation but consequential manifestation, side effect rather than primary objective, possibility beyond certainty. The dimensional barrier, Naruto recognized with immediate understanding. Weakening through energy concentration beyond established parameters. The effect manifested through visible distortion, spatial anomalies forming around Kurama's manifestation as energy concentration exceeded dimensional stability threshold. Not controlled activation but consequential development, possibility manifesting through necessity rather than intention. Tactical implications expanded beyond immediate operational parameters, the energy redirection creating secondary effect with strategic significance beyond procedural consideration. Not simply neutralizing artificial reservoir but potentially creating dimensional transfer opportunity through unintentional activation. Starlight recognized the implication with immediate understanding, her expression reflecting comprehensive assessment beneath emotional significance. Professional capability acknowledging tactical development while personal connection registered potential consequence beyond operational consideration. The dimensional transfer possibility, she stated with precision beneath emotion, understanding without elaboration, recognition beyond explanation. Naruto confirmed through silent acknowledgement, tactical focus maintaining operational priority while personal connection registered significance beyond procedural communication. The possibility manifesting through circumstance rather than intention, opportunity presenting without guaranteed implementation. The synthetic chakra continued flowing toward Kurama's manifestation, transfer approaching completion as artificial reservoir depleted through controlled redirection. The cumulative effect intensifying spatial distortion around concentrated energy mass, dimensional stability compromised through power density beyond established parameters. Homelander and Stormfront responded to developing situation with contrasting approaches, his analytical assessment recognizing strategic implications beyond immediate tactical considerations, her ideological commitment producing dangerous determination despite rational evaluation. "We need to terminate his manifestation before complete energy redirection," she commanded with absolute authority beneath progressive desperation. Concentrated assault from multiple vectors would disrupt chakra cohesion despite individual inadequacy against comprehensive integration. The tactical assessment demonstrated concerning knowledge beyond observational analysis, understanding of tailed beast vulnerability suggesting research beyond recent encounters. Not coincidental strategy but specific targeting, comprehension beyond analytical evaluation to conceptual familiarity despite dimensional separation. Homelander hesitated visibly, analytical precision calculating success probability against observed capability, tactical assessment recognizing limited effectiveness despite theoretical possibility. His synthetic enhancement providing cognitive clarity beyond emotional reaction despite considerable implementation. Success probability below acceptable threshold against current manifestation parameters, he concluded with clinical detachment. Withdrawal and reconsolidation represents superior tactical option despite operational significance. The disagreement created critical opportunity through procedural discord, tactical advantage through strategic misalignment despite physical proximity. Their divergent assessment providing necessary window for complete energy redirection beyond interference capability despite determined opposition. Cowardice disguised as tactical assessment, Stormfront accused with ideological certainty beyond professional evaluation. The future requires decisive action despite individual risk considerations. Without waiting for response beyond immediate objection, she implemented direct intervention despite tactical inadequacy, attacking Kurama's manifestation with concentrated electrical discharge beyond previous demonstration parameters. Her partial enhancement providing capability beyond conventional classification despite incomplete integration. The assault proved predictably inadequate against complete manifestation, Kurama's energy construct absorbing electrical discharge through density distribution beyond penetration capability. Not superiority through opposition but incompatibility through fundamental difference, natural implementation beyond synthetic replication, authentic presence beyond technological approximation. Your synthetic implementation represents fundamental misunderstanding beyond technical inadequacy, Naruto explained through Kurama's manifestation, their voices overlapping through synchronized communication beyond individual expression. Technological replication without conscious partnership creating limitation beyond enhancement, restriction rather than amplification. The distinction demonstrated through practical application beyond philosophical debate, Kurama's tales redirecting counterattack with casual precision beyond determined opposition. Not overwhelming force but fundamental incompatibility, authentic implementation beyond synthetic replication, partnership transcending utilization. Stormfront responded with increasing desperation beneath determined presentation, escalating electrical discharge beyond safety parameters despite diminishing effectiveness against superior implementation. Her ideological commitment transcending tactical assessment despite progressive evidence of fundamental inadequacy. The confrontation continued while synthetic chakra transfer approached completion, artificial reservoir depleting through controlled redirection as dimensional distortion intensified around concentrated energy mass. The tactical situation evolving beyond initial parameters through cumulative effect despite operational focus. Spatial anomalies expanded around Kurama's manifestation, dimensional stability compromised through energy concentration beyond established parameters. The visual effect resembling controlled vortex rather than chaotic disruption, structured distortion rather than random interference, deliberate formation beyond coincidental development. The dimensional gateway, Naruto recognized with immediate understanding beneath tactical focus. Forming through energy concentration beyond stability threshold. The observation confirmed theoretical possibility manifesting through practical implementation, conditions similar to circumstances that caused initial dimensional transfer recreated through energy concentration beyond established parameters. Not intentional activation but consequential manifestation, opportunity presenting through necessity rather than design. Tactical decision crystallized through progressive evaluation, operational objective achieved through artificial reservoir neutralization, remaining implementation preventing secondary transfer through active intervention despite technical completion. The situation presenting choice through circumstance rather than intention, possibility without certainty, opportunity beyond guarantee. The transfer window will remain viable for approximately 47 seconds following complete energy redirection, Starlight noted with professional precision beneath personal implication. Her technical knowledge providing tactical assessment beyond emotional consideration despite significant connection. The information provided critical parameter beyond philosophical consideration, practical limitation creating defined opportunity rather than extended possibility. Not permanent option but temporary window, momentary connection rather than established pathway, transient opportunity beyond sustained availability. Decision required beyond tactical consideration, personal choice transcending operational parameters despite professional context. Not military assessment but individual determination, preference beyond procedure, values rather than protocols. The synthetic chakra transfer completed with visual finality, artificial reservoir depleted entirely through controlled redirection, remaining energy integrated within Kurama's manifestation through harmonic resonance beyond physical absorption. The cumulative effect creating stable dimensional distortion around concentrated energy mass, gateway formed through power density beyond established parameters. Homelander recognized strategic implication beyond tactical development, his expression reflecting analytical assessment beneath emotional significance despite synthetic enhancement. You've created dimensional gateway similar to original transfer mechanism. Returning to your reality represents priority beyond confrontation continuation. The observation demonstrated unexpected insight beyond professional evaluation, understanding transcending tactical assessment to conceptual recognition despite adversarial position. Not simply analytical precision but genuine comprehension, recognition beyond calculation, understanding despite opposition. The option exists, Naruto acknowledged, decision unspoken beyond circumstantial recognition. Possibility without certainty, opportunity without guarantee. Tactical situation stabilized through objective completion, artificial reservoir neutralized through controlled redirection, integration process prevented through system disruption, catastrophic release averted through energy management beyond technological limitation. The operational priority achieved through successful intervention despite secondary implications beyond immediate consideration. Dimensional gateway maintains stability through continuous energy provision, Kurama's manifestation providing necessary concentration through controlled implementation beyond technological replication. The connection between realities established through power density beyond conventional parameters despite artificial origin through synthetic contribution. Decision required immediate implementation beyond extended consideration, the transfer window representing temporary opportunity rather than permanent option. Not sustained availability but momentary connection, transient possibility beyond established certainty, limited opportunity requiring timely determination. Personal considerations expanded beyond tactical assessment, connections formed in this reality creating commitment beyond dimensional origin despite accidental arrival. Not simply operational involvement but genuine relationship, responsibility beyond proximity, connection transcending circumstance. The children rescued from Vought's experimentation, particularly Kimiko with powers similar to Jinchuriki implementation despite technological origin. Their development requiring guidance beyond conventional instruction, understanding transcending technical knowledge, connection beyond professional assessment. The team formed through operational necessity developing into genuine partnership beyond procedural alignment. Not simply tactical collaboration but authentic relationship, connection beyond proximity, understanding transcending professional assessment despite circumstantial origin. And most significantly, the developing relationship with Starlight, connection formed through complementary perspective and shared purpose despite different origins. Not simply professional respect but genuine understanding, appreciation beyond tactical consideration, relationship transcending circumstantial proximity. Decision crystallized through value assessment beyond tactical consideration, responsibility accepted through personal commitment rather than external expectation. Not obligation beyond choice but determination through connection, commitment beyond circumstance, purpose transcending origin. The dimensional gateway remains viable for limited duration, Naruto acknowledged through Kurama's manifestation, their communication synchronized beyond individual expression. Providing opportunity without certainty, possibility without guarantee. Your decision seems evident despite tactical consideration, Homelander observed with analytical precision beneath emotional significance despite synthetic enhancement. Responsibility accepted through personal determination rather than external obligation despite dimensional separation. The assessment demonstrated unexpected perception beyond professional evaluation, understanding transcending tactical calculation to conceptual recognition despite adversarial position. Not simply analytical observation but genuine comprehension, recognition beyond opposition, understanding despite confrontation. Responsibility represents choice rather than obligation, Naruto confirmed, decision established through values beyond circumstance. Commitment through connection rather than external expectation despite dimensional separation. The gateway maintains stability through continuous energy provision, transfer window remaining viable through controlled implementation despite progressive reduction through natural dissipation. The opportunity presenting limited duration beyond extended availability despite concentrated maintenance through deliberate focus. Tactical situation evolved through progressive development, facility evacuation approaching completion as personnel implemented emergency protocols despite procedural confusion, security resources withdrawing through hierarchical instruction despite operational instinct, enhanced response units redeploying through strategic reassessment despite tactical inclination. Only Stormfront maintained aggressive posture despite tactical inadequacy, her ideological commitment transcending professional assessment despite progressive evidence of fundamental limitation. Not rational evaluation but determined persistence, commitment beyond capability, purpose transcending practicality. Your interference represents temporary obstruction rather than permanent prevention, she declared with absolute certainty beneath progressive desperation. The implementation will proceed through alternative methodology despite current intervention success. The statement confirmed concerning determination beyond tactical assessment, ideological commitment transcending rational evaluation despite operational failure. Not simply professional persistence but dangerous fixation, purpose beyond practicality, commitment transcending capability. The artificial implementation fundamentally misunderstands what it attempts to replicate, Naruto responded through Kurama's manifestation, their voices overlapping through synchronized communication. Technological control creates limitation rather than advantage, restriction beyond enhancement, constraint rather than amplification. The distinction demonstrated through practical application beyond philosophical debate, their partnership creating capability beyond technological replication despite synthetic approximation. Not superior force but complementary consciousness, collaboration rather than dominance, respect rather than utilization. Dimensional gateway maintains stability through decreasing duration, the transfer window approaching termination through natural dissipation despite concentrated maintenance. Not permanent connection but temporary opportunity, transient possibility beyond sustained availability, momentary pathway requiring timely determination. Decision implementation required beyond conceptual resolution, practical application transcending philosophical determination despite established conclusion. Not simply theoretical choice but actionable implementation, determination beyond consideration, application transcending contemplation. With characteristic decisiveness beyond tactical hesitation, Naruto implemented resolution through practical application, Kurama's manifestation maintaining dimensional gateway while separate consciousness provided operational direction beyond personal presence. Their partnership demonstrating capability beyond individual implementation despite circumstantial complexity. The artificial implementation has been neutralized, Naruto stated with professional certainty beneath personal implication. Project Godfall prevented through reservoir redirection despite contingency protocols beyond initial parameters. Temporary prevention rather than permanent solution, Stormfront countered with ideological certainty despite tactical inadequacy. The implementation will proceed through alternative methodology despite current intervention success. Perhaps, Naruto acknowledged without dismissal beyond confrontational opposition. But understanding may develop beyond implementation limitation despite technological focus. Partnership represents possibility beyond control despite synthetic orientation. The statement offered perspective beyond tactical opposition, understanding rather than dismissal, possibility beyond confrontation, potential transcending limitation despite adversarial position. Not simply resistance but alternative, opportunity beyond opposition, growth transcending restriction. Dimensional gateway approached terminal stability threshold, transfer window nearing completion through natural dissipation despite concentrated maintenance. The opportunity presenting final moments beyond extended availability despite focused implementation through deliberate attention. Decision implementation proceeded with practical necessity beyond philosophical consideration, Kurama's consciousness directing dimensional navigation while maintaining gateway stability despite progressive reduction. Their partnership demonstrating capability beyond individual implementation despite circumstantial complexity. The Nine-Tails massive form began shifting dimensional alignment, partial transfer initiating through controlled implementation despite maintained presence. Not complete transition but progressive relocation, deliberate movement rather than sudden displacement, controlled transfer beyond instantaneous transportation. You're returning, Starlight observed with professional precision beneath personal implication. Her expression reflecting understanding beyond emotional significance despite meaningful connection. Not completely but partially, divided presence rather than unified relocation. The assessment demonstrated perceptive understanding beyond observational analysis, recognition transcending visible manifestation to conceptual implementation despite complex presentation. Not simply observation but comprehension, understanding beyond appearance, recognition transcending presentation. Kurama returns while I remain, Naruto confirmed, explaining implementation beyond visible appearance. Dimensional separation without complete disconnection despite physical division. Partnership maintained through established connection beyond proximity limitation. The approach represented unprecedented adaptation beyond conventional implementation, Tailed Beast returning to original dimension while Jinchuriki remained in current reality despite traditional partnership parameters. Not separation through division but connection beyond proximity, relationship transcending location, partnership despite dimensional separation. Such implementation seems beyond established parameters despite historical precedent, Homelander observed with analytical precision beneath genuine curiosity despite synthetic enhancement. The partnership maintaining viability through dimensional separation despite traditional proximity requirement. The assessment demonstrated unexpected interest beyond tactical consideration, intellectual curiosity transcending professional evaluation despite adversarial position. Not simply analytical calculation but genuine inquiry, interest beyond opposition, curiosity despite confrontation. Partnership represents connection beyond physical proximity, Naruto explained with professional certainty beneath personal experience. Relationship established through understanding rather than continuous interaction despite traditional parameters. Our bond transcends dimensional limitation through developed connection beyond physical requirement. The distinction demonstrated fundamental difference beyond technological replication, relationship rather than utilization creating capability beyond synthetic implementation despite advanced methodology. Not control but partnership, respect rather than dominance, connection beyond proximity. Kurama's consciousness communicated understanding through their established connection, agreement beyond verbal confirmation despite progressive separation through dimensional transition. Their relationship demonstrating capability beyond physical proximity despite traditional parameters through developed understanding beyond conventional limitation. This implementation represents unprecedented adaptation beyond historical application, the nine tails acknowledged with professional assessment beneath casual presentation. Partnership maintained through established connection despite dimensional separation. An interesting development beyond conventional parameters. Their exchange represented relationship beyond procedural communication, understanding transcending formal dialogue despite progressive separation through dimensional transition. Not simply operational coordination but genuine connection, partnership beyond proximity, relationship transcending location. The gateway approaches terminal threshold, Starlight noted with professional precision beneath personal implication. Her technical knowledge providing tactical assessment beyond emotional consideration despite meaningful connection. Transfer completion required within approximately 27 seconds before natural dissipation beyond viability parameters. The information provided critical implementation parameter beyond philosophical consideration, practical limitation creating defined opportunity rather than extended possibility. Not permanent option but temporary window, momentary connection rather than established pathway, transient opportunity beyond sustained availability. With synchronized implementation beyond individual coordination, Naruto and Kurama completed their unprecedented adaptation. The massive chakra construct shifting dimensional alignment through controlled transfer while human consciousness remained in current reality despite traditional partnership parameters. Their relationship demonstrating capability beyond physical requirement through developed connection transcending conventional limitation. Kurama's consciousness provided final communication through their established connection, thoughts transcending verbal dialogue despite progressive separation through dimensional transition. This separation represents temporary condition rather than permanent division, the nine tails stated with certainty beneath casual presentation. Our connection transcends dimensional limitation despite physical separation. The bond remains viable through established relationship beyond proximity requirement. The assurance offered comfort beyond practical consideration, connection maintained despite separation, relationship continuing beyond proximity, partnership transcending dimensional limitation. Not division through distance but maintained bond despite separation, connection beyond location, relationship transcending space. Until circumstances allow reunification beyond temporary separation, Naruto confirmed, acknowledgement beyond verbal response despite progressive transition through dimensional gateway. Their partnership demonstrating communication beyond physical proximity despite traditional parameters through developed understanding. The massive chakra construct completed dimensional transition with visual finality, Kurama's form disappearing through controlled transfer as gateway collapsed through natural dissipation beyond sustainable parameters. The separation representing unprecedented adaptation beyond conventional implementation despite historical precedent through established relationship transcending traditional limitation. Facility systems stabilized through progressive normalization, emergency protocols completing implementation as personnel established damage assessment beyond immediate evacuation, security resources establishing containment perimeter around affected infrastructure, technical evaluation initiating through professional response despite procedural confusion. Homelander and Stormfront remained with contrasting postures despite synchronized purpose, his analytical assessment calculating strategic implications beyond immediate tactical considerations, her ideological commitment producing dangerous determination despite rational evaluation. Their divergent responses creating operational uncertainty through procedural discord despite strategic alignment. The artificial implementation has been neutralized beyond immediate restoration capability, Homelander observed with clinical detachment beneath professional assessment. Project Godfall requires comprehensive reconsideration beyond procedural adaptation despite operational significance. The statement represented rational evaluation beyond emotional response, analytical precision calculating strategic implications despite personal impact through synthetic enhancement. Not simply tactical assessment but fundamental reconsideration, evaluation beyond persistence, assessment transcending commitment. Temporary setback rather than permanent prevention, Stormfront countered with ideological certainty despite tactical inadequacy. The implementation will proceed through alternative methodology despite current intervention success. Our purpose transcends operational failure through determined persistence beyond momentary obstruction. Their disagreement created operational uncertainty through strategic misalignment despite tactical proximity, fundamental difference beyond procedural discord despite coordinated enhancement. Not simply different assessment but contrasting philosophy, divergent purpose beyond tactical disagreement, incompatible objective despite synchronized enhancement. Naruto recognized the tactical situation with professional assessment beneath personal consideration, operational objective achieved through artificial reservoir neutralization despite continuing ideological threat beyond immediate implementation. The confrontation representing temporary resolution rather than permanent solution despite successful intervention through determined opposition. Your artificial implementation represented fundamental misunderstanding beyond technical inadequacy, he stated with professional certainty beneath personal experience. Partnership creates capability beyond control despite conventional assumption. Relationship rather than utilization, respect beyond dominance, connection transcending proximity. The distinction offered perspective beyond confrontational opposition, understanding rather than dismissal, possibility beyond resistance, potential transcending limitation despite adversarial position. Not simply contradiction but alternative, opportunity beyond opposition, growth transcending restriction. Tactical situation stabilized through progressive normalization, facility systems establishing damage assessment beyond immediate emergency despite considerable infrastructure impact, personnel implementing recovery protocols through professional response despite procedural disruption, security resources establishing containment perimeter around affected location despite operational uncertainty. Starlight approached with professional composure beneath personal significance, her expression reflecting comprehensive understanding beyond emotional complexity despite meaningful development. Not simply tactical assessment but genuine connection, relationship beyond circumstance, understanding transcending proximity. You sent Kurama back while remaining here, she observed with perceptive clarity beyond visible manifestation. Partnership maintained despite dimensional separation through unprecedented adaptation beyond conventional parameters. The assessment demonstrated comprehensive understanding beyond observational analysis, recognition transcending apparent implementation to conceptual significance despite complex presentation. Not simply observation but comprehension, understanding beyond appearance, recognition transcending visible manifestation. Our connection transcends physical proximity despite traditional parameters, Naruto confirmed with professional certainty beneath personal significance. The bond remains viable through established relationship beyond conventional limitation despite dimensional separation. The explanation represented genuine truth beyond tactical communication, honesty transcending operational necessity despite professional context. Not simply technical clarification but personal significance, meaning beyond function, relationship transcending circumstance. And your decision to remain here? Starlight questioned with direct simplicity beneath emotional complexity despite professional composure. The inquiry representing personal significance beyond tactical consideration despite operational context. Responsibility accepted through personal commitment rather than external obligation, Naruto replied with honest simplicity beyond philosophical complexity. Connection formed through genuine relationship beyond circumstantial proximity despite dimensional separation. The response represented fundamental truth beyond tactical consideration, values guiding decision beyond circumstantial influence despite operational context. Not simply strategic assessment but personal determination, choice beyond necessity, commitment transcending obligation. Their exchange created moment beyond tactical communication, connection transcending professional interaction despite operational context. Not simply procedural dialogue but genuine conversation, relationship beyond circumstance, understanding transcending proximity. Operational focus returned through practical necessity beyond personal significance, tactical situation requiring continued attention despite emotional development through meaningful connection. Not dismissing importance but acknowledging context, recognizing priority without diminishing significance, balancing personal and professional despite circumstantial complexity. The facility remains unstable despite emergency protocols beyond immediate evacuation, Naruto observed with professional assessment beneath personal connection. We should withdraw before security resources reconsolidate through hierarchical instruction despite current confusion. The tactical evaluation provided necessary direction beyond emotional significance, operational clarity despite personal development through meaningful connection. Not dismissing importance but acknowledging context, recognizing priority without diminishing significance, balancing connection and responsibility despite circumstantial complexity. Their withdrawal proceeded with professional efficiency despite emotional significance, tactical movement beyond personal development through meaningful connection. Not diminishing importance but acknowledging context, balancing relationship and responsibility despite circumstantial complexity. Homelander observed their departure without immediate interference, analytical assessment calculating strategic implications beyond tactical intervention despite operational instinct. His expression reflecting comprehensive evaluation beyond emotional response despite synthetic enhancement through technological integration. This confrontation represents temporary resolution rather than permanent conclusion, he stated with clinical precision beneath genuine assessment despite enhanced implementation. Our paths will intersect again through circumstantial necessity beyond deliberate intention despite current separation. The observation demonstrated perceptive understanding beyond tactical assessment, recognition transcending immediate situation to future implication despite adversarial position. Not simply analytical calculation but comprehensive evaluation, understanding beyond opposition, recognition despite confrontation. Perhaps with different perspective beyond current implementation, Naruto responded without dismissal beyond confrontational opposition. Understanding developing through experience rather than predetermined conclusion despite current circumstance. The statement offered possibility beyond tactical resistance, potential rather than limitation, opportunity beyond confrontation, growth transcending opposition despite adversarial position. Not simply contradiction but alternative, development beyond restriction, evolution transcending predetermination. Their exchange concluded through mutual acknowledgement beyond verbal completion, recognition transcending formal dialogue despite adversarial position. Not agreement through alignment but understanding beyond opposition, recognition despite difference, acknowledgement transcending confrontation. Withdrawal continued with tactical precision beyond personal significance, operational movement through professional efficiency despite emotional development through meaningful connection. Not diminishing importance but acknowledging context, balancing relationship and responsibility despite circumstantial complexity. Sunset painted the retreat's weathered buildings in amber light, nature's beauty transcending human construction through temporary transformation despite permanent separation. The children gathered around evening campfire, their laughter representing healing beyond trauma despite continuing adaptation through developing capability. 2 weeks had passed since Project Godfall's neutralization, artificial reservoir redirected through controlled implementation despite dangerous potential beyond conventional parameters. The confrontation representing successful intervention beyond immediate prevention despite continuing threat through determined persistence beyond momentary obstruction. Kimiko led the younger children through coordination exercises combining physical movement with rudimentary chakra control, her instruction demonstrating developing capability beyond personal experience despite communication limitation through traditional methods. Not simply repeating techniques but adapting implementation, understanding beyond replication, teaching transcending demonstration. She's becoming remarkable instructor beyond personal ability, Naruto observed with professional assessment beneath personal pride despite continuing adaptation through dimensional separation. Understanding transcending experience despite communication limitation through traditional methods. Starlight watched from beside him, their proximity representing developing relationship beyond professional alignment despite circumstantial origin through operational necessity. Her expression reflecting genuine appreciation beyond tactical assessment despite continuing challenges through determined opposition. The children respond through genuine connection beyond authority relationship, she noted with perceptive clarity beyond observational analysis. Trust developed through shared experience rather than hierarchical instruction despite traditional expectation through conventional parameters. Their observation continued with comfortable silence beyond verbal necessity, connection transcending continuous dialogue despite developing relationship through meaningful proximity. Not requiring constant communication but enjoying shared presence, understanding beyond conversation, relationship transcending interaction. Approached with professional composure beneath casual presentation, his expression reflecting operational focus despite personal consideration through balanced perspective. Butcher's condition stabilized through progressive adaptation despite continuing enhancement through synthetic implementation. The report provided positive development beyond initial concern, medical intervention achieving partial success despite continuing transformation through technological integration. Not complete reversal but managed implementation, controlled enhancement beyond catastrophic failure, adaptation transcending rejection. His synthetic pathways developing through controlled integration despite initial implementation through forced adaptation, Frenchie elaborated with technical precision beneath professional assessment. The energy distribution stabilizing through natural channels beyond artificial construction despite technological origin through Vought methodology. The information represented encouraging progress beyond preliminary expectation, Butcher's condition improving through adaptive implementation despite concerning origin through forced enhancement. Not simply surviving intervention but developing capability, adapting implementation beyond intended purpose, evolution transcending original design. And his perspective developing beyond initial response. Naruto questioned with professional interest beneath personal concern despite operational focus through tactical necessity. Evolving through practical experience beyond theoretical consideration, replied with honest assessment beneath professional composure. Understanding developing through direct interaction rather than intellectual evaluation despite conventional expectation through established perspective. The response provided hopeful indication beyond immediate condition, Butcher's worldview adapting through personal experience despite established perspective through prolonged commitment. Not simply changing opinion but developing understanding, evolution beyond fixation, growth transcending determination. Their discussion continued with professional focus beyond personal significance, operational assessment through tactical evaluation despite emotional consideration through meaningful connection. Not diminishing importance but acknowledging context, balancing relationship and responsibility despite circumstantial complexity. Huey joined their conversation with casual presentation beneath genuine excitement, his expression reflecting positive development beyond operational focus despite professional composure through tactical necessity. Public response continuing through progressive recognition despite corporate obstruction through determined opposition. The information represented encouraging development beyond initial concern, societal perspective evolving through revealed information despite institutional resistance through established influence. Not simply accepting revelation but demanding accountability, questioning authority beyond traditional deference, evolution transcending established pattern. Vought stock declined through continued devaluation despite recovery attempts through aggressive marketing. He continued with professional assessment beneath personal satisfaction despite operational focus through tactical necessity. Public confidence eroding through revealed information beyond corporate manipulation through determined resistance. The development indicated significant impact beyond immediate intervention, their operation achieving lasting effect despite temporary implementation through determined focus. Not simply disrupting project but compromising credibility, damaging reputation beyond operational capacity, impact transcending tactical objective. And governmental response developing beyond initial alignment. Naruto questioned with professional interest beneath personal concern despite operational focus through tactical necessity. Investigations initiated through multiple agencies despite political resistance through corporate influence, Huey confirmed with professional assessment beneath personal satisfaction. Congressional oversight demanding accountability beyond institutional protection despite established relationship through historical precedent. The information provided encouraging indication beyond immediate impact, governmental systems responding through institutional process despite corporate influence through established relationship. Not simply ignoring revelation but pursuing accountability, investigation beyond dismissal, process transcending obstruction. Their discussion continued with balanced perspective beyond operational focus, tactical assessment through professional evaluation despite personal significance through meaningful development. Not diminishing importance but acknowledging context, balancing relationship and responsibility despite circumstantial complexity. As evening deepened around the retreat, Naruto and Starlight found private moment beyond group interaction, walking familiar path around lake perimeter despite continued responsibilities through operational necessity. Their movement representing comfortable familiarity beyond formal relationship despite developing connection through meaningful interaction. Homelander's public appearances decreased through progressive reduction despite corporate encouragement through marketing necessity, Starlight observed with professional assessment beneath personal consideration despite operational focus through tactical necessity. His behavior suggesting continued adaptation through synthetic enhancement despite institutional expectation through established parameters. The observation provided interesting development beyond immediate concern, Homelander's condition evolving through technological integration despite corporate expectation through established relationship. Not simply enhanced capability but altered perspective, adaptation beyond physical transformation, evolution transcending implementation. The synthetic pathways affecting cognitive patterns beyond physical enhancement, Naruto acknowledged with professional understanding beneath personal concern despite operational focus through tactical necessity. Perspective developing through integrated implementation despite predetermined expectation through corporate direction. Their assessment represented balanced evaluation beyond personal opinion, professional analysis through tactical consideration despite emotional significance through meaningful connection. Not simply calculating threat but understanding development, assessment beyond opposition, evaluation transcending confrontation. Conversation shifted through natural progression beyond professional focus, personal connection through meaningful interaction despite operational context through tactical necessity. Not dismissing importance but balancing relationship, acknowledging priority while developing connection, harmonizing responsibility and significance. Your connection with Kurama maintained through established relationship despite dimensional separation, Starlight noted with genuine interest beneath professional composure despite personal significance through meaningful connection. Partnership continuing through developed bond beyond physical proximity despite traditional parameters. The observation demonstrated perceptive understanding beyond apparent implementation, recognition transcending visible manifestation to conceptual significance despite complex situation. Not simply observation but comprehension, understanding beyond appearance, recognition transcending conventional expectation. Our connection developed through years beyond initial relationship, Naruto explained with honest simplicity beyond philosophical complexity despite professional context through tactical necessity. Partnership evolving through mutual respect rather than hierarchical implementation despite traditional expectation through historical precedent. The explanation represented genuine communication beyond technical clarification, sharing personal experience through meaningful exchange despite professional context through operational focus. Not simply providing information but offering understanding, connection beyond explanation, relationship transcending circumstance. And your capabilities affected through dimensional separation, she questioned with professional interest beneath personal concern despite operational focus through tactical necessity. Adapted through necessary evolution beyond conventional implementation, Naruto acknowledged with honest assessment beneath professional composure. Different rather than diminished despite traditional parameters through established expectation. Requiring adjustment through progressive development despite immediate limitation through partial separation. The explanation provided comprehensive understanding beyond simplified assessment, honest evaluation through genuine communication despite professional context through operational focus. Not diminishing impact but acknowledging adaptation, recognizing change without emphasizing limitation, balanced perspective beyond binary evaluation. Their conversation continued with comfortable exchange beyond formal interaction, connection developing through genuine communication despite professional context through operational necessity. Not simply tactical discussion but meaningful dialogue, relationship beyond circumstance, understanding transcending proximity. As they completed circuit round lake perimeter, Starlight initiated personal exchange beyond professional interaction, her expression reflecting emotional significance through genuine connection despite operational context through tactical necessity. Your decision to remain here, she began with direct simplicity beneath emotional complexity despite professional composure through operational focus. Representing commitment beyond obligation despite dimensional origin through accidental arrival. The statement represented personal significance beyond tactical assessment, emotional importance through meaningful connection despite professional context through operational focus. Not simply acknowledging choice but recognizing meaning, understanding beyond implementation, significance transcending functionality. Connection formed through genuine relationship beyond circumstantial proximity, Naruto responded with honest simplicity beyond philosophical complexity despite professional context through tactical necessity. Responsibility accepted through personal commitment rather than external obligation despite dimensional separation through accidental arrival. The explanation represented fundamental truth beyond tactical consideration, values guiding decision beyond circumstantial influence despite operational context through professional focus. Not simply strategic assessment but personal determination, choice beyond necessity, commitment transcending obligation. With continuing challenges through determined opposition despite successful intervention through immediate prevention, Starlight noted with professional understanding beneath personal significance despite operational focus through tactical necessity. Vought's ideology continuing through alternative implementation despite project neutralization through direct confrontation. The observation provided realistic assessment beyond emotional significance, tactical understanding through professional evaluation despite personal connection through meaningful relationship. Not diminishing importance but acknowledging context, recognizing challenge without diminishing commitment, balanced perspective beyond simplified evaluation. Challenges faced through shared purpose beyond individual capability, Naruto acknowledged with genuine certainty beneath professional composure despite operational focus through tactical necessity. Connection providing strength through mutual support despite continuing opposition through determined resistance. Their exchange created moment beyond tactical communication, relationship transcending professional interaction despite operational context through circumstantial necessity. Not simply procedural dialogue but genuine connection, understanding beyond proximity, relationship transcending circumstance. Physical proximity developed through natural progression beyond deliberate intention, their hands finding connection through intuitive movement despite conscious consideration through rational evaluation. Not calculated action but genuine expression, natural development beyond planned implementation, authentic connection transcending deliberate execution. Whatever challenges arise through determined opposition, Starlight stated with genuine certainty beneath professional composure despite operational focus through tactical necessity. Partnership providing capability beyond individual limitation despite continuing threat through ideological persistence. The statement represented commitment beyond tactical assessment, relationship transcending professional alignment despite operational context through circumstantial necessity. Not simply strategic partnership but genuine connection, understanding beyond proximity, relationship transcending circumstance. Together beyond circumstantial alignment despite dimensional separation, Naruto confirmed with honest simplicity beyond philosophical complexity despite professional context through tactical necessity. Connection developing through mutual understanding rather than coincidental proximity despite original circumstance through accidental arrival. Their exchange concluded through natural completion beyond verbal continuation, understanding transcending continuous dialogue despite developing relationship through meaningful proximity. Not requiring constant communication but enjoying shared presence, connection beyond conversation, relationship transcending interaction. Around evening campfire, the rescued children continued healing process beyond traumatic experience, laughter representing recovery through genuine connection despite continuing adaptation through developing capability. Their interaction demonstrating resilience beyond damaging experience despite continuing challenges through necessary adjustment. Kimiko noticed Naruto and Starlight returning, her expression communicating understanding beyond verbal communication despite language limitation through traditional methods. Her hands forming simple signs representing connection beyond physical proximity despite separation through dimensional limitation. The gesture acknowledged partnership beyond professional alignment, relationship transcending circumstantial proximity despite operational origin through tactical necessity. Not simply strategic cooperation but genuine connection, understanding beyond collaboration, relationship transcending circumstance. Naruto responded with matching signs beyond verbal communication, acknowledging connection through shared understanding despite different origins through separate experience. Their exchange representing relationship beyond conventional communication despite language limitation through traditional methods. The evening continued with comfortable interaction beyond formal relationship, connection developing through genuine communication despite professional context through operational necessity. Not simply tactical discussion but meaningful dialogue, relationship beyond circumstance, understanding transcending proximity. As night settled across the retreat, stars emerged through progressive revelation despite daylight concealment through natural cycle. Their appearance representing constant presence beyond temporary invisibility despite perceptual limitation through circumstantial perspective. Naruto observed celestial display with thoughtful appreciation beyond casual observation, recognizing significance through philosophical consideration despite simple appearance through common occurrence. His perspective representing developed understanding beyond superficial evaluation despite routine experience through regular observation. This world different from dimensional origin despite fundamental similarities through universal constants. Not better or worse but alternative, different rather than superior or inferior, variation beyond hierarchical classification despite comparative evaluation through natural tendency. His presence here representing choice beyond circumstance despite accidental arrival through dimensional disruption. Not victimhood through uncontrolled circumstance but determination through conscious decision, commitment beyond coincidence, purpose transcending accident. Connection formed through genuine relationship beyond professional alignment despite operational origin through tactical necessity. Not simply strategic cooperation but meaningful partnership, understanding beyond collaboration, relationship transcending circumstance. Whatever challenges arose through determined opposition despite successful intervention through immediate prevention. Vought's ideology continuing through alternative implementation despite project neutralization through direct confrontation. But challenges faced through shared purpose beyond individual capability, connection providing strength through mutual support despite continuing opposition through determined resistance. Partnership creating capability beyond personal limitation despite operational difficulty through tactical complexity. Together beyond circumstantial alignment despite dimensional separation, connection developing through mutual understanding rather than coincidental proximity despite original circumstance through accidental arrival. A shinobi in Vought's world, adaptation beyond dimensional limitation despite separation through universal constants. Not displaced traveler but integrated presence, belonging beyond origin, connection transcending circumstance. Home found through connection rather than location despite dimensional separation through physical distance. Not geographical position but emotional relationship, belonging beyond proximity, placement transcending coordinates. As night embraced the retreat with peaceful darkness beyond temporary illumination, Naruto's path continued through determined purpose despite continuing challenges through ideological opposition. His journey representing commitment beyond circumstance despite accidental beginning through dimensional disruption. The Nine Tails separated through dimensional distance despite maintained connection through established relationship. Partnership continuing through developed bond beyond physical proximity despite traditional parameters through conventional expectation. But connection formed in this reality creating purpose beyond dimensional origin despite accidental arrival through unexpected disruption. Not simply displaced existence but meaningful presence, purpose beyond circumstance, significance transcending accident. Whatever tomorrow brought through unpredictable development despite tactical preparation through professional assessment. Partnership providing capability beyond individual limitation despite continuing threat through ideological persistence. Together facing challenges through shared strength despite different origins through separate experience. Connection providing capability beyond personal limitation despite operational difficulty through tactical complexity. A shinobi in Vaught's world. Finding purpose beyond displacement, connection transcending separation, relationship beyond circumstance. Home. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.